All right. All right. Hello, everyone. Greetings and salutations. This is the Mgtow Cowboy. Today is Tuesday, April 26th, and I welcome you all to the Sweat Hotel. Today we're going to have, excuse me, today we're going to have an hour and a half, maybe 2 hour long interview session. I should have at least two people call in and have a formal interview. And I want to hear all your dirty secrets. I want to hear what brought you to Mgtow. I want to hear the heartbreak. I want to hear about the cheating, the lying, the backstabbing, the conniving, the manipulation, all of it. I want to hear it all. And I posted the link. Excuse me. I posted the link. I do apologize, of course. I meant to start the live stream at 10, but as I've come to notice, I always notice whenever I say I'm going to start it, I always start it like half an hour late. And of course, now I have something in my throat. I think I better get something to drink. Good thing I bought a 6-pack of beer. I'm sorry, not beer. I bought a 6-pack of what is it? Crisp apple. I've got some what's that called? Hard cider. I've got a 6-pack of Angry Orchard hard cider. And I know that's breaking my diet, which is terrible, but to err is human. So, but I have a day off, and I very much wanted to enjoy myself. Anyway, I've contacted a couple people. Let's see. I know for sure, what's his name? I know for sure Red Pill Daniels has said that he's going to be stopping by. He's a very well-spoken gentleman. I definitely can't wait to interview him. I can't remember his story, but we'll have to hear it. And I'll probably let on at least 3 or 4 people on the stream. So if people want to call in, feel free. All right, let's see what we got here. Of course, this is me, and this is the StreamYard link. If anyone wants to join, feel free. We'll be running for at least 2 hours. I've got Jay Savage here. What's up, Cowboy? Cheers. Hey, what's up, Jay Savage? Cheers back, man. Cheers from Chicago. Yes, Mr. McIntosh. Mr. McIntosh, you're present. Good to see you, Mr. McIntosh. Mr. McIntosh, I always like it. I always like speaking with you. However, if I may offer a criticism, I don't know what's going on with your audio. The last 2 times or the last 3 times that you were on, not even on my stream, I've witnessed this. I've seen this on other streams. Your audio is terrible. It's just, frankly, it's just terrible. It's I'd really recommend getting some sort of ancillary mic or a better phone, or I don't know what's going on. But remember that one interview. I remember the most egregious example was this one live stream with I think it was Joey Aragon and Traversable Mgtow, and there might have been a couple of other people, and we had to literally mute you. The crowd or the group was so vexed by the poor quality of your microphone that Traversable ended up just booting you out, or he muted you or something. So yeah, man, get a new mic, bro. No hate, none but love, man. But just work that mic. All right, Space Jew. Yes, Space Jew. I recently became cognizant that you are Pastor Dab. Pastor Dab. Yeah, I remember seeing you on who was that? On Mgtow TV. I saw you I first saw Space Jew on Mgtow TV. Now I've put 2 and 2 together. You are Pastor Dab. What's up, man? Welcome. Oh, Mgtow Outlaw putting in work, stream hopping. What's up, Outlaw? Call in. Hey, Mgtow Outlaw, man. One of these days, man, I want to interview you, dude. I forget. I don't know your story. I listened to your video, but I forget. Nella Wolf. The Depp versus Amber Heard turd, yeah, will set a precedent as to defamation. Will set a precedent. I think he means set a precedent. Jim McIntosh, good. Gear still bad. Yeah, Macintosh. No hate, man, no hate, but just get like a cheapy burner phone. That's what I'm running on. I'm running on a crappy $100 phone from Walmart, and I seem to have okay audio, at least for indoors. Let's see, Jim McIntosh. Yeah, I was spun up. Were you spun up or were you spun? What do you mean? What do you mean you were spun? Were you using meth or something? That's a joke. Okay. Space Jew. Yes, I think that was him answering me that he's Pastor Dab. Mgtow Smurf. Derp versus turd is a stinking shit show. I'm assuming you're referring to Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. I'm assuming. Yeah. Amber Heard is a total psycho. So some of the details of that whole case are coming out. She was placing poo. She was placing fecal matter in his bed. I mean, that woman's crazy. One Fast Dak. Hey, what's up, Dak? Dak man in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you. American Viking. Well. Look who it is. Wow, American Viking. I haven't seen you in a while. One of the last videos I remember watching of yours, you were hiding in a closet or something, and you were taking some photographic. You were making some photo. You were hiding in your closet, and you claimed that you were possibly collecting evidence because your roommate or something. You were worried your roommate was going to assault you or something. I don't know if you did that in jest or what was going on, but you seem to still be alive. Okay, Mgtow Smurf. Hi, Jim. Hey, Dak. What's up, Smurf? One Fast Dak. Okay, looks like we're at the bottom. All right. Yeah, so I spoke with, who was it? A number of people. I know for a fact that Red Pill Daniels claimed that he was going to call in. So we're waiting on some people. If anyone wants to call in for now, that's fine. That would actually help me. American Viking. Haha, I went dark. Yes, you did go dark. You went dark for like 6 months. I don't know what was going on. And then you came back. But yeah, I don't know. I'd say your channel has a lot of promise, but you don't make any content. You make content like once every 4 months. You can't really do that to have a secure following. You gotta be on. You gotta be making regular content. Find a niche and then just find what you like to do and then just keep doing it. Oh, Jim McIntosh, LOL. I don't think I ever went that far into addiction. Hopefully not ever. I've seen effects of cocaine and crack and meth on humans. Yes, right. You ever see that, what's it called? Faces of Meth? I think it was compiled by the DEA. It shows what like 2 years of using methamphetamine will do to you. You take like some young, sprightly girl who's like 25. 2 years later, she looks like she's 45. It's bad stuff. Bad stuff. Don't use drugs, man. Even too much alcohol is problematic. Okay, it looks like we have our first guest here. Let's see. Tap it here. Tap. Okay, Nello Wolf. Okay, looks like we got Nello Wolf in the participant or in the backstage. I'm going to add Nello Wolf to the stream. I've seen you around. Nello Wolf, you're coming in. You're coming in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up? Is this Nello? Is this Nello Wolf?
Yeah, it's me, man. It's remember I've been watching the content of you and Jay Mgtow.
Yes,
like
yes.
really,
Welcome.
really interesting, dude.
I've seen you. I've seen you all over. I've seen you all over the the manosphere. Please feel free to introduce yourself. Do like a who, what, when, where, why. Who are you? How old are you? Where are you from? What do you do? What do you consider yourself? You a Mgtow? You a red pill boy? Are you black pill? What's the word?
Well, I mean, I'm 33 years old, and I've watched, I guess, red pill content or manosphere, Mgtow, like, Turtling Monkey, Sandman, Sandry today, and before that, like Undead Chronic, when he first started, when he was with the Hercules Mgtow, and then like I think like after 2 years of taking those red pills, I started watching Hammerhand, who gave me that sage advice, vibes, you know, like those vibes that you get from someone that you wish you had as a father. Because I literally come from a single mother household, and I literally craved for masculinity in my life. I craved for a father figure, and all those father figures that I looked up to were like Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, basically wrestling action figures, you know, and stuff like that. Like you ever what's called Action Man? You ever watch Action Man? That those little cartoons about that one guy that used to become like it was like GI Joe, like GI Joe basically. So
Okay, okay. I'm much more. I am much more familiar with GI Joe, the series, the comic series. But okay, that's fine. It's in the same vein, I guess. Before we continue, we do appear to have two more guests in order in which they came. Can you please introduce yourselves? I see Mr. American Viking. Is that you, sir?
That's me. Yep.
What's up, man? Good to see you. Great to see you. I haven't seen you in many months.
Yeah, for sure. I there was a time when I was real heavy into the Mgtow community, but lately I'm not so much. just
Okay.
you know, like not the lifestyle, but the community. Yeah.
Okay. If I remember, you still are you are not married, and you are living in your domicile. You reside alone. You don't live with a woman. You're not married to a woman.
Correct. Yeah, that's all correct. Yep.
Okay, so it's probably fair to say you tacitly support the Mgtow community. You kind of are one, or
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I'm a Mgtow for sure, and I definitely support like other men being Mgtow. Like I when I see guys with girls, you know, when I'm out and about, I wish for that guy to be free of that girl. You know, like it's
it's sad. It's sad. It's almost like red pill knowledge or Mgtow knowledge is almost like secret knowledge. I don't know how to explain it, especially for men who have not had this mental breakthrough. So
yeah, that's right. It's like from my perspective, when I'm looking at them, the man usually looks like he's trapped. Like I strongly get that sense. You know, he's very smiling. You know, like it's like he's not the one looking around. He's like trying to mind his business as much as possible, while his woman is scanning around for any bit of more attention from other guys. You know, like I get girls with guys checking me out, like hardcore staring as I'm walking by both of them. And the guy's just like trying to stare at the ground hard, pretending like she's not doing it. And that's not an uncommon thing, you know. That's like on the majority, at least from my experience.
sure.
I mean, maybe other guys are maybe not quite as attractive as me, but you know, being Mgtow, one of the biggest things that Mgtow does for me is it allows me to improve. You know, like that's the side of Mgtow, you know, that is the truly good side. You know, not the side that is all about trying to put women in their place. You know, it's like the really
I understand. I understand. You're very young, and you're kind of tall. You're what is it? You're If I remember, I've watched some of your videos. You're over 6 feet tall. What are you, 24?
I'm actually not that young.
Now?
I'm 36.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I thought you were much younger. I thought you were in your mid to late 20s. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
No, I'm 36.
Wow, that's a surprise. Okay, good for you. You look good for your age.
There might be a little bit of some loading problems.
I'm sorry. Did you say I'm having some loading problems? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, I can hear you now. Okay, well let me come back to you in a minute. There's a fourth gentleman, sir. I don't think I recognize you. Can you introduce yourself?
QB Passport Flexin. I kind of recognized you from Hormaxer 2's channel. I think you left a few comments on there, and then I subbed to your channel, and then I seen that you have a stream. and so that's why I'm here. But basically, on my channel, I just promote, guys getting a passport, traveling through Mexico, dating other women in different countries, leaving the West. Hardcore black pill, definitely believe that looks matter. And
What's up, guys?
what's good? What's good? What's going on?
Yeah.
and
Hey,
yeah,
what's up? Is this Red Pill? Is this Red Pill Daniels?
Who talking to me?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Who did I just let into the stream?
Oh, David Cummings.
Oh, David Cummings. David Cummings. Right. Okay. Very good. What's up? How's it going, Dave?
How are you? How are you guys?
I'm good. In fact, you were one of the gentlemen that I had contacted. Is that correct? Recently, and I asked you if I can do a Mgtow interview with you.
Nope. I just saw. I'm subscribed to your channel, so I seen it live, so I just hopped on.
Ah, that's strange. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I must be confusing. I must be confusing myself with. I must be confusing myself because recently I've contacted a number of people asking for interviews. In fact, for a second I thought the other guy. I thought he was Dion Daniely, but yeah,
nah.
apparently not. Okay. Well, does anyone want to start? Does anyone feel like sharing their story, like who, what, when, where, why, what brought you to Mgtow? Have any of you had girlfriends? Any negative experiences with child custody court, divorce court, anything like that?
No. I mean, I didn't have.
No, thankfully I never actually had a girlfriend in like almost like 6-7 years, man.
Hey,
I
you
got
not
so
missing
mad
out
after
on anything.
being with 4 women, at one point in my life. I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm not going through the meat grinder anymore. Tired of it.
Wow.
Tired of it.
Well, for
Wow.
for me, I did get involved with a girl for a little while. It wasn't that I was searching for it. It's that I moved into a room in a house, and she lived in the house. So like it was like the law propinquity, and so we just started talking, and then the talk, the fooling around, and but she has a kid, and her baby daddy wasn't here at the time, and I told her straight point blank, that I didn't want to, like have anything but fun with her. She's in her early 40s, so
Damn. Where are you at? Where are you at?
Wow, dude.
Cool. Like hell no. I'm sorry. Early 40s.
Before you judge me too hard,
You know what Chronic would say, right? When it comes to the hierarchy of single moms, I like the last at the bottom of the list.
Hold up, look. I first of all, I wasn't committing to her.
Are you guys geo-maxing?
Right here,
What's that?
geo-maxing for sure.
What is that?
What is geo-maxing? So basically is when you travel to like other countries and date women in those places. I also participate in P2P, which is pay for play.
You don't want to say that on YouTube, man.
Well, I mean, pay for play. You guys kind of all understand that, so I'm not,
Yeah,
saying...
let me, if I may interrupt. I have a couple things to say. Well, first off, let me say, this gentleman, the gentleman who was speaking, he is from Whoremaxer 2's site, or he just stipulated that he found me through Whoremaxer. And if you guys don't know who Whoremaxer is he used to be hard hitting Health Truth J until he I guess they booted him. He rebooted his channel under Whoremaxer, then he got booted again. Now he's Whoremaxer 2.
Yeah, I hear from under Chronic from his stream. I remember he was in it.
Yes, he was. Now I understand.
Wow.
I understand that there's some bad beef between Whoremaxer and the larger Mgtow community or whatever, but I have no problem with Whoremaxer. In fact, I think the whole concept of pay for play, I think that's actually the way to go. I openly I openly admit that I also do that. Of course, I'm very careful about it.
You
And
kinda have
so
to-
that's
But paying for, pay to play is actually the best way to date. That's actually dating. You know that, right?
Right. Well. Here's the thing, and if you don't mind if I chime in,
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. I just
yeah,
want to preface all that by
yeah,
letting
sure,
everyone
sure,
know.
sure.
I,
So,
I just wanted to preface. I wanted to preface all that by letting everyone know where you're coming from. So yeah, go ahead.
okay.
Take it away.
Yeah, no doubt. So, for me, there's kind of two sides of the black pill. You have your guys that are definitely incels and like they're virgins and they just can't get a woman. Like they've never been with a woman, and that's okay. And then you have other guys like such as myself, where I'm like an XP so I hit the nightclubs hard. I went to Vegas. I've been to Scottsdale. I've been to San Diego, Los Angeles, Seattle, Sacramento, Frisco, San Jose, like pretty much everywhere in the West. Had no problem meeting girls, have no problem meeting girls on Tinder, actually slayed a few girls at work. But the issue is it's the system here in the West where short term it's just not your benefit and even long term it's not your benefit. So, when you get a girl that's like a 7 or higher, even if you have a one night stand, that's usually going to lead to the maintenance of taking care of her. Cheesecake Factory, multiple dates, and she's already been smashed by Tyrone, Chad, Chang, Jose, and she's looking for the best option. Period. You know what I
And
mean?
don't forget
hmm
Miguel and Raj.
Miguel, Raj, yeah, there you go.
And the pool
there,
boy.
there,
Oral.
there you go. So when I tapped into the passport lifestyle, it's like okay, I kind of did my first AKA Bang Fest in Mexico.
Hey! I don't mean to
Oh, go
cut you off.
ahead,
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I had a question because I want
real
to
quick.
start
Yeah,
traveling. I want to start traveling as well. Like, do you know any countries that don't? Because I'm not vaccinated. Do you know anywhere you can go without being vaccinated?
Mexico, bro. Mexico. Come holler at your boy. Mexico, yeah. You don't need to be vaccinated. But let me finish what I gotta say, and then we'll come back to that. All right. So, long story short, I became like black pill and I started, dipping into the pay to play and just dating women overseas. When I broke up with my ex chick, she's a very pretty girl. I can show the receipts, no problem. That's one thing about me. Discretion's not an issue. So when guys be like, okay, let me see how this girl looks, no problem. I can show receipts, no problem. But when I got my DUI, she left your boy, and I'm just like, damn, I was out of work for like several months, got back on my feet. My boy was like, yo, man, you need to hit up Mexicali. I'm like, what? And Mexicali is between Tijuana and Arizona. So when I went out there with the homie, I banged like 5 girls for less than $250 USD, and it was like the time of my life. Like I was there at the pool, sipping on margaritas, tacos, and the girls were just coming in clockwork. And the average date in California is about $260. That's the average date, and that
Ouch! Ouch!
and that's a maybe. Okay, that's a maybe. That's like taking a girl basically out to Chili's or maybe Outback, and then you go bowling, and then you do like a comedy show after. That's pretty much what you're going to be spending. And so when I got that experience, and then I realized how cheap it is to party down there, like to have a whole table service in Tijuana, Mexicali, or anywhere in Mexico, you're looking at $200 compared to $2,000 in Vegas. The same amount of girls, the same amount of fun. And here's the thing, you can take the bottle when you leave the club. You can't do that here in the States. And then if you don't get any ass from the club, you just take your ass to the fucking whorehouse. And that's open 24 hours. So I tell guys, why do you play the game on all Madden? Because again, there are a lot of MGTOWs, black pillars, red pillars. They don't want to lose their virginity to a prostitute. And I understand that. But here's the thing, you're always going to be in a winning position in a place like Mexico, Colombia, or any other country. So, yeah.
If I may ask you, if I may ask you quickly, what countries have you gone to besides Mexico? Have you gone to Pattaya, Thailand? Have you gone to the Dominican Republic? Where have you gone?
Right. So all over Mexico for the most part, besides Mexico, would be Colombia and the Bahamas.
Fuck
I'm
the head.
planning I'm planning on going to Guatemala next month, so that'll be something out of the norm.
So let me ask you, what do you plan to do in terms of your progeny?
Progeny
What do you-
such as
like having children?
so for me, I'm cool just kind of being a bachelor throughout my life. It's not really yeah, let me just kind of finish what I gotta say. It's not required for a man to settle down. Um, I love variety, and again, when you're in a relationship and a commitment, it requires maintenance, and you really have to be committed to that. Now, a lot of guys want that, but a lot of guys want that because they're not experienced with chicks. I lost my virginity at 19. The
What?
longest, yeah, 19, yeah. The longest relationship that I had was probably, let's see, my ex college girl was like 2.5 years. And so, like, I'm good with it. But if I was to ever change my mind for whatever reason, I want to settle down, I would marry a girl in Mexico, um, where I'll become a legal citizen and have her live in Mexico, but not bring her back to the States. Like, that's without a question.
So you'd have the family down there, you'd raise
Hmm.
the family down there, and
Right.
then you'd be essentially a non-native Mexican,
An expat,
and
an expatriate.
your children would grow up in Mexico and would be involved in that culture, that
Yes.
learning that language, and that
Right.
life.
And,
Okay.
and it's reasonable because I can technically live in Tijuana and work in San Diego. So it's possible, and I can make that commute crossing the border every day. With the Century, it'll make it like a 10-minute wait. So it's a very possible solution because, again, if I bring her back to the States, like, she has, rights and laws to the United States, and
Yeah, she'll take
that
advantage of
that
that pretty
that defeats
Right.
the whole purpose. So a place like San Diego, San Isidro, another border town would be, Juarez, El Paso border, even though that border sucks. um, but Tijuana, San Diego would probably be the best solution.
And I'm sorry, where are you
Okay.
located? I'm sorry, what's your name again? One more time.
QB Passport Flexin. I also have a YouTube channel as well.
QB Passport Flexin. QB Passport Flexin. I've seen you,
Right,
yeah, on Hormaxer.
right, right,
You
right,
guys
Okay,
have
right.
okay.
you guys have a Discord?
I can send you the link to a Discord. I can post it in the channel, but yeah, we do have one. And like I said, I have my channel, I have my Instagram. So anyone that's curious about Mexico and travel maxing, you can always hit me up. But I'll provide all that information shortly in the chat.
I'll be honest. I have a fairly large issue with that kind of advice for men.
Okay.
It seems to me like it's looking at the current circumstances and just kind of giving up on a lot of things that are really intrinsic to who we are as men. Like having children is one of the primary happinesses for men.
Gives you something to live for.
And I do get that like being with just one woman kind of sucks, because as a man you don't want to just be with one woman, but it's not that you just don't want to have sex with one woman. You actually want to have children with more than one woman. Though that's like, sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying you're as men, we're put on this planet to spread our seed with multiple women. That is by design.
Right, exactly. That's because it's a part of our biology, because that's our primary drive. It's also our primary happiness. So if you take that,
I would respectfully disagree with that, because since the beginning of time, it's not required for a man to have a family and spread its seed. You know what I mean? As men, we're supposed to find happiness outside of women, outside of, settling down with the women. So I enjoy the peace and the freedom. And, I'm telling you, living the passport life, I mean, it's no limits, you can travel to different countries at any given moment, and live the lifestyle that you desire. I'm definitely not knocking the family life, but to have that solidarity is a true virtue.
No. I think this is the point. What you're saying is you want to do your thing and live your life, which is fine. But we was talking about the biology of a man. Like, a man is supposed to, like, we're animals. At the end of the day, a man and a woman is an animal. We're supposed to spread our seed for our wife.
We get our happiness from fulfilling our biology. Like the happiness that you're getting from having sex with girls is part of that. It's the biology is telling you, because you're fucking a girl and possibly going to get her pregnant, that's what makes that experience enjoyable. If the prospect of having a child wasn't there, then you wouldn't be fulfilled by it, because as humans, we're only fulfilled by fulfilling our human biology.
And
so
again,
that's a section of
right.
You're going to be ignoring a portion of happiness.
Right. See, and that's
that's
where I still disagree. Go ahead.
It's just not going to be as deep,
That's where I disagree still, because men can still live your life as a bachelor and be perfectly fine. Like, it's not there's nothing since the beginning of time. There's nothing in the Bible where it says man shall marry women, man shall bear children. Like, it's nothing like that.
But I think you're missing the point, though. Like
but there's mental happiness that you can achieve through, like, video games and things like and like accomplishments and things like that. But that's ephemeral. The actual pleasure that you get from shooting your seed is something tangible. You feel that pleasure intensely.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm getting a real bad echo from one of you guys. Can you guys check your audio?
I'm great.
It could be me. I'm just on a phone.
Okay, it seems to have gone away. Okay, go ahead.
It was a little bit of double talking, I think, too, like two people speaking at once. But it's, how do I say, like, if you live when you're born into a biology that makes you automatically attracted to women, yes, you can ignore the women, and the reason for that happiness with them is the procreation. That's our primary biological drive, and so without that, you can still have fun in the immediate, but in terms of your like deep internal satisfaction, there's going to be something missing if you're not fulfilling your biology. And true, that is an opinion. It's not. I'm not saying that's
right
fact. Okay. I'm not saying that it's true for everybody. But it's what I believe.
No, and I respect that. And the thing is, guys don't have to max or remain single. If you do want to settle with a woman, it's better to settle with a woman and have a family overseas compared to the West, due
Well,
to the
here's
laws
my
and
issue
the restrictions.
is I don't actually want to settle.
There's whores overseas too. I mean, hypergamy is all over the world, man. So that doesn't sleep.
What I feel like you're talking about is as an individual ignoring the shittiness of the world around you, you're finding your happiness, which is like the very reasonable thing to do, considering the terrible state of women, the terrible state of the laws and the society that we find ourselves living in. But for me, the reason I went Mgtow was not because I wanted to go and find my happiness, my individual happiness. What I saw was a ton of men who were withdrawing their support from society, largely financially, which I felt like if I contributed to that, and then I can make videos convincing other men to do it as well, we could take down the society, and then we could rebuild the society the way that it benefits us, and we could still have families. We could still not get screwed over in divorce. Women would respect us because when the society falls apart, men then are appreciated.
But I don't think that's gonna happen though, because
Right. Right. Go ahead, and then I'll respond right after you.
all of that.
The economy is bitter. Wars are happening. We've been locked in with the pandemic that I would arguably, say is actually partly designed to crush things as well. We actually have elite people who have gone so off the rails with their power and they're wanting to, fuck every girl in existence, that they're screwing up this economy as well. And so,
Right.
like the signs are there. We are on a
the thing is,
I'm also
I don't
involved in investing, and there's so much corruption, and the stock market is about to collapse. So
that's why I'm buying puts. Tesla was down 10% today, and that's okay. That's when you buy. That's when you buy.
I'm not touching that shit.
Where I could get everything
at all.
Right. Well. Here's the thing. We would have to change the child support system, the divorce system, the law system in general, and women are not going to give up their rights, bro. I'm sorry, especially when they're in office and they hold these government positions. They're not going to give that up. For example, if you have a verbal, hold on, really quick. If you have a verbal, hold on. If you have a verbal argument with your spouse, at least here in California, somebody can call the police on you, and that's a domestic violence case. That's insane to me. And we can have an argument, babe, you didn't put any cheese on the pizza. What the fuck? And you have an argument about that, she calls the cops or a neighbor calls the cops, that's a domestic violence case against you. That's a huge problem.
That's because we're living in a female's metaverse. We live in their world.
We would have to change all of that. So instead of changing the no-fault divorce, the domestic violence laws, the child support system where women actually have to work and not depend on men for, child support, you know what I'm saying? Where women are not punished for leaving men to go fuck Chad and Tyrone to get more child support. All that has to change. So instead of doing all that, why don't you go to a country where you're not implied to the same laws like how you are in the United States?
Because if you ignore a problem, it doesn't go away. It gets worse. And so if I were to do that, it would be a temporary fix for me. It wouldn't be a fix for my children. My children are going to be in a worse position. So it's not worth it for me to just get what I want. You know what I mean? Like I could spend money and I could go and I could pay for play, but I purposely don't do that. I don't spend money because spending money puts that money back in the economy. When you buy a plane ticket to go travel, you're putting money in rich men's hands, and rich men are primarily.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that. I disagree. Oh man, I get up today. I'm hungry. Oh, I better not eat because I'm making some company money. Come on, man, you gotta eat, right? You gotta travel.
Somebody rich, regardless.
Eat, but you don't have to travel. That's not a good example.
Okay, well,
regardless, someone is getting rich off your money. Regardless, I mean, you don't own.
Right.
No,
right.
Keep your money. Nobody's getting rich off of it. That's where. That's
so let me ask you this: like, do you have children? Were you formally divorced? Are you paying child support?
Negative. No, I've been able to barely steer clear of all of that.
Okay, so but you do have your father or no?
No.
Okay, so
no, I don't want to be a father. I don't want to bring a child into this system. You know, so my primary goal is to bring down the system. That's my primary.
So what would be your action plan? You know, knowing the fact that women don't want to give up their rights in this current system, like how would that change? How would that work?
But this is the female world. Changing what exists. I'm talking about burning down what exists and then rebuilding.
But see,
right, but I'm saying here in the United States though, because it's not the same for all the other countries. You do know that. Women don't have the same rights in other countries.
America's a woman's wonderland.
Collapse, the laws collapse. When a society
isn't that what Connor talked about, like the collapsing of every law?
Like when is that going to happen though?
You guys are making men's movements, men's rights movements talking points. Mgtow is all about going your own way, not giving a fuck about society. I'm not building shit. I let them do their thing. I'm not with this old building because I don't care about this place. So they can do whatever they want. I hope women do what they want. I'm thinking about leaving, so I'm not building a damn thing here.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do it. You can leave, not care. Yeah.
That's what Mgtow is about, going your own way. Well, I'm not building shit here. I don't care. Why would you want to build? Why would you want to have children? Why would you want to have children in a country that promotes prostitution and killing and drug dealing? It makes no. I mean, why would I do that? Hell no.
Right. Well, my thing is, okay, you know, if you want to settle down and be domestic here, but you do understand, okay, if one day you do settle with a woman here, that the government can take your children at any given moment.
Yeah, because they own them. They own us. If you have a social security number, they own you. They own me. They own the kid. They own you. So that's true. They can technically come take them because that is their property. Even though biologically it's your child, but it's their property because it's like they slap their barcode on them.
Right. Right. So it's like, how do you prevent that? Like, I mean,
from his. Let me give it a shot. Okay? So,
sure.
I mean,
you cut this stuff. Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, it looks like he dropped. Okay.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you know, to finish up. I'm sorry to finish up about that. I mean, I understand where American Viking is coming from, and in fact, I agree with him. However, I try to be much more pragmatic. That's why I sort of see myself in the light of like I don't know. I don't want to say a whoremaxer, but yeah, kind of like I understand. I openly admit it's okay to pay to play.
Right, and the thing is, I would love for Horde to come on the stream, but the problem is, you know, he's doing it in a place in Vegas where it's not really legal to do. There are places in the state of Nevada where prostitution's legal, but he's doing it.
Ranch?
Yeah, like the Bunny Ranch and near Reno, that area, in certain counties. I mean, he's doing it like literally like right outside of Las Vegas, and again, $350 for like a woman that's 35 plus when you can literally go to Mexicali or Tijuana and get you a super baddie senorita. We're talking like 21, 22 in her prime, no kids for less than 100. You
Right,
know,
right. No, listen. I'm totally with you. I'm totally with you. I wanna redress, let's say the grievances of American Viking, because I actually understand where he's coming from. In an ideal society, I think he would be right. However, the problem is, I think American Viking has this idea that like it's going to be really easy if we just apply enough pressure or something to return to this sort of system where men have more power, more prestige, more rights within society.
But this is I thought this was a Mgtow forum. That's men's rights movements kind of stuff. They want
right?
to
Oh,
kind
I think it would
Or-
happen if let's say everything went down quickly. If we lived in a Mad Max world, a dog eat dog world, yeah, it would go all down. Women would literally flip the switch, like, help me, would you do this? And then, like you said, you would go your own, like, am
Right.
I really supposed to help you? You're just gonna be baggage on me. I'm taking care of myself. Why should
Yeah,
I
I
protect you?
mean,
What are you gonna bring?
like I don't want to. I mean, you have to understand the reason why things are the way they are. This is all done by design. The government wants it to be. They don't want a middle class, because if you have a middle class, then that means I could defend myself. I can also raise my children properly. They don't want a strong middle class. They want to destroy the middle class. They want poor
Mhm.
people and rich people. The poors work for the rich, and they pretty much want to enslave everyone in debt, so they can, can control people. They don't want. So how do you destroy middle class? Simple. You tell women you're better than men. You give women a bunch of power. That's it. Simple as that. And you mentally and physically destroy a man's psyche, and you tell him he's not worth anything, and you sexually deprive him. That's how you destroy men, and you make things very fucking hard. It's
And you
common
take away
sense.
his masculinity. You take that away from him, and he's like,
Yeah, you emasculate them. You show them images of gay dudes.
Well, well,
You see a bunch of LGBTQ people around. Nah, man, that's done by design.
let
All
me
that
tell
done
you
by design.
what's the benefit of getting married here in the United States when you have
There
no
is
fault
no
divorce?
benefit. I mean,
well, there
the
is a benefit,
only
but just not for us. There's a
no,
benefit for women, just
no.
not for us.
Right.
The only benefit, and I can see the only benefit is if both you guys are broke and you come together. I get. Even then, I don't see the point in doing that.
Right.
Or if you find some dumb bimbo that's rich and she's stupid enough to sign a contract with you, I guess then you
Oh,
can win.
wow. Yeah, you steal her money.
That's the
And
only way.
we know women in the United States, they don't marry down. They don't. You know what I'm
Yeah, but that's what I'm
saying?
saying. You gotta find a dumb bimbo. It's kind of like finding a needle in a haystack to be
Yeah, a
stupid enough.
desperate housewife or something like that that's getting
Some
divorced.
old lady that's about to die. She's like, okay, I don't care. I just want to be married. Some unicorn type situation would have to happen. Like you would have to be the exception to the rule. Like that's the only way. And she would be dumb enough to sign her assets to you, which is dumb, but whatever. But see, men do it all the time because men really truly do love women. Men get on one knee because they actually love women. But see, women are actually they've been scamming dudes for eons now because they blow this whole "I love you" bullshit, and on the back end they try to get you to sign a contract with the government. You feel me?
Wasn't there about that pickup artist that swindled that gold digging bitch from London, and
Oh, you
she
mean
still looks
Tinder-
after him? Yeah, that Tinder swindler dude,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
Yeah, I
mean,
remember that case. I remember that case.
yeah, from a whole bunch of swindling the women that he did previously before her, and then he ended up being with another model, and then she still looks him up every time. Oh, he was my dream, and blah blah. I was like, why? He swindled you. He literally took money
Yeah, but
from you.
You have to get women live in la la land. We all know this. They live in their own little metaverse. They live in the vaginaverse. So if you can figure out a way to get her to get in her little head, and you paint this picture for her, you sell her a dumb dream, and you get her to believe in the dream, you got her. Of course, you got to have the looks. Of course, obviously, you have to play the part.
The guy has looks. The guy
Hey,
has looks.
send the link to Hormaxer too. If he wants to come in here, this will be great. This will be great.
You can play. You have to play along in this lie that because women live in lies, man. They're just lie. Women are liars. I've always said as they are. I mean, the moment you are in the presence of any woman The moment she gets into your presence, she's lying to you. You want to know how? Fake hair, fake nails, high heels. And the moment she starts speaking to you, she's talking to you to manipulate you. How? Using her tone, the tone of her voice, the way she flicks her hair, the way she bats her eyes.
Work. It's the crying. The crying is the last defense of, oh, believe me, please.
All that crap. It's to manipulate. She uses her words she communicates to manipulate. That's it. All that it's all that shit to manipulate and take.
Oh yeah, yeah, right. Red Pill Daniels. That's actually my favorite. That's my favorite quote by you. I don't know if you stole that from someone else or if that's unique to you. You always say that women communicate to manipulate. You remember that?
Yeah.
No.
But it's always manipulation with women. It's always
no. My quote is that women like masculine guys, but want to take away masculinity. That's my quote.
Oh no! Wait a minute. I'm sorry. That's not Red Pill Daniels. That's that's Mr. Cummings who says that. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So hold on, Mgtow Cowboy. I got a question for you. So,
yeah, bro.
What made you go into Hormaxing and P2P? You know, because not too many black pillars are like online with that. So I'm just kind of curious, what made you like do that?
Yeah, I mean, my story is boring. I mean, but I've shared
cool.
it before.
Let's hear it, man. Let's hear it. This is your
I'll
channel, your stream. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. No, I'll share it again. But the main focus, I definitely wanted to interview, like a formal interview with Red Pill Daniels, and he finally called in. And it looks like Hormaxer is going to call in too if I can get him in. Yeah, just take 1 minute, literally 2 minutes. I'm a white Hispanic male. I'm 38. Born on the north side of Chicago. I went to like a Catholic grammar school, Jesuit Catholic high school. I started at a Jesuit Catholic university. I transferred to SDSU, South Dakota State University. I lived in South Dakota for 5 years. I fell in love with the culture there. That's kind of why that's why I started wearing a cowboy hat. I wear a cowboy hat like every day. It's real conservative over there. I like that. But here in Chicago, it's like ultra liberal. And like
ultra liberal.
Yeah. And like my stepmom is I'm sorry.
No. Keep going. I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
Okay. My stepmom is like a card-carrying member, feminist. You know, she subscribes to like Ms. Magazine, and the Women's League of Voters. She's hardcore feminist. I've never really liked her. She was caught cheating on my dad multiple times, so I became politically minded when it comes to gender politics at a young age. Finally, it exploded a week before I was scheduled to move out. I got a decent job after graduating a couple years later, got into trucking, and before I was going to move out, I got into a domestic violence. I caught a rap. I ended up beating up both my parents. My stepmom and my dad at the time were Chicago police officers. I beat them both up. I put my dad in the hospital for like 5 days. I fucked them up.
You told us about your relationship with your parents, that they didn't support you, but they supported your sisters. So they had you basically work your ass up to where you're at now.
Yeah, no, I had to work in college. My sisters did not. That really hurt me. That really hurt me because I was accepted into a very elite university. Loyola University Chicago is where I started. It's very elite, tier 2. It's not like tier 1 like Harvard or Yale, but it's still pretty good. I obviously have what it takes to get in, but my father basically said, "Joe, I'm sorry. I just had another child, and I got to choose between you and the other child. I'm not going to pay for you to go to school anymore." And I felt, very bad and blah, blah, blah. But, whatever. I ended up going to a big state school in South Dakota. It was much cheaper. Anyway, long story short, I became a Mgtow type guy because, the way I see it, I witnessed injustice after injustice. And, these women, we're always cutting them all these breaks. My dad will pay for them. He'll pay in full. He'll pay on time. For me, he barely has enough, even to buy me books for my university classes. And it gets to the point where my stepmom is, cheating on my dad. He's just standing there holding his dick. He's pretending like nothing happened, So I got a good taste of gender politics at a young age.
And one more question. So like, what made you like stop dating? You know, like women or like,
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's right. You asked me what brought me to like the pay to play.
yeah,
Oh, let's see. When I was 30, I started dating a girl. It was the last time I ever dated. She was I can't remember. I dated her. We dated for 1 year, 13 months, 1 year and 1 month. And that ended when I think when I was 31. And yeah, we
hmm
dated. We spent a lot of time together. After that, I don't know. I felt just disenchanted with women. And but I'm still in my early 30s. My sex drive, my libido is still very healthy. And
right,
one day I just saw this woman. I made a video about it, and you can go check it out. And
yeah,
I saw this
yeah, no
woman, and
doubt,
one thing led to another, and then next thing you know, a couple of years later, I have a book of numbers. At one point, I'm sort of at a low point now. I've got a couple girls, but at one point, I had like 6, maybe almost 7 women that I, basically had it, on speed dial, so to speak, or in my
right,
phone that
right.
you can call, and $30, $40 for a good night. No, you don't have to take them out. No, what movies, popcorn, expensive dinner. No, 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 no. No, no, no. These girls need their cell phone bill paid. They need quick cash, and you know
Jeez.
what I'm saying. If
Go
you
for
got
it.
you got
Right.
$40,
So,
You're a sugar daddy. Nice.
no, well, here's the thing: is like, as long as you're getting your needs met, that's all that really matters. Dating is definitely overrated, in my opinion. If you're not having sex with the girl, like literally on the first night, it's almost pointless. Like
It's bullshit.
seriously pointless.
It's bullshit.
And
is there
so,
like
if you
that
don't
one
mind me
guy that's
asking
over 40?
one more follow up question, um, like how did the breakup go with you and the girl you dated before you started doing the pay to play?
I would say it was non-confrontational. She broke up with me over the phone. Of course, she didn't tell me that she was planning to break up. Um, she
She already had it
on the
planned
very
out.
last on the very last conversation I had with her over the phone, she told me like, yeah, I've been kind of thinking about kind of moving away, and I just didn't want to say anything, so I thought I should do it over the phone and all this, and um, so she broke up with me, and it was over the phone.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
mean, she was a good girl. She was a good girl. And here's another thing worth mentioning. I made another video about this. She was a good girl, honestly, but and maybe the marriage type, but she was a little overweight, and by a little overweight, I mean really overweight. And number one, number two, the real deal breaker was she was heavily in debt. She had graduated, I think, from Carthage. Carthage is like a small liberal arts college in, I don't know, northwestern Illinois or southwestern
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin, right by the border
Mm-hmm.
somewhere. She was like
Mm-hmm.
60 grand in debt. If you marry someone,
Oh, oh
you marry
no.
their debt. And I explained that to her. I'm not interested in going in all this debt. I have no college debt, and
Right.
why would I sign up for something like that? Besides,
Right.
why
And you're truck driving full time right now, correct?
No, no. I was unceremoniously fired from my last trucking job. I'm working now in the north, a second ring suburb of the north. I'm working at a restaurant, unfortunately, for
Oh,
now,
sorry,
and
sorry
it's
to hear that.
it's no, no, it's okay, it's okay. The most important thing is to hold on to the license, and I have a good, clean
Right.
license. No accidents, no tickets, no speeding, no violations, no failed inspections, anything like that. My problem is I have a weight problem. I'm literally close to 300 pounds. If you know anything about the trucking industry, I'm sorry to go far afield, but just because you bring it
No,
up,
you're good.
um,
This is your stream. Like it's good to for because I'm new to your channel. I just saw you on the stream. Let me hop on here. You know what I'm saying? And
sure,
again, we have a mutual buddy, Hormaxer 2, which I hope he comes in here. But it's good to engage the audience and get another perspective and see where other men are coming from besides my perspective. So that's why, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm
sure,
asking these
absolutely.
questions.
To
Mhm.
finish that up, no, no, it's mostly me. I openly admit I feel frankly embarrassed, ashamed, really. I shouldn't be this overweight in the trucking industry. And this is a brand new law. This just took place like I think they passed it like 3 years ago. It went into effect 2 years ago. It's okay, whatever, blah blah blah. It's called your BMI, or your body mass index. They take your height, they take your weight, you get a number. If you're above 38, and I'm like 40, I'm really really overweight. They want you to take something called a sleep apnea, a sleep study, to see if you have sleep apnea. And if you're above a certain level, let's say on the spectrum, they want you to wear a type of machine called a CPAP machine. And so I don't want to do that because I don't want to be, formally diagnosed with any sort of medical condition. So if I just lose like 40 pounds, I will fall under. Basically, I need to lose 40 pounds before I get back into the trucking industry, or I need to find like a trucking company that will hire me without
Are you working out?
Yes and no. Yes, I went to the gym today, but I also bought a 6-pack of beer today. So I'm sort of being,
a dumbass. Yes.
Yeah. A dumbass. Yes, dumbass. And I'm ashamed.
So they do it by the BMI. They don't do it necessarily by the weight.
It's a brand new law. Okay, so again, your BMI, they take your height, they take your weight, you get a number. If it's above 38, the doctor he has the option to take. It's called a sleep study. They can make you take a sleep study. The third option, and this is where they cheat. This is where the cheating comes in. If they can measure your neck and the circumference of your neck is under 18 inches, then the doctor has the option to shoot it down and say, no, it's okay. You don't have to take a sleep study. And what a lot of the doctors do is they just they stretch that. That's where the line comes in. But the point is, I've been meaning to lose this weight anyway. And my last job, it was an over the road job, and they essentially fired me because I would not break the law. They wanted me to keep driving and go into violation, go into the red, and I wouldn't do it. And one thing led to another. They fired me, and I just said, "Oh fuck it, I'll just go back to my prior job, and this will give me the opportunity to lose weight." So I'm sorry to go long, but
no, it's good. It makes sense.
Yeah,
I just want to. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say there's no lying in therapy.
Right. No line in therapy, but I do know a lot of truck drivers that they are mongers, but they mainly monger overseas, Mexico, Colombia, Thailand, those places, and they don't work the winters too. So they'll take the 3 months off. So I tell guys, look, truck driving is a legit black pill job. Like, you can do contract truck driving. You can start your own trucking company. You can do it part-time, whatever, make good money, and then take your winters off. And this guy, like, he lived in Colombia for like 3 to 4 months during the winter time and is having this time of his life. And when he comes back to the States, he's full-time truck driver.
sure. Again, there's good money in it. I mean, I have met men who never even went to college, and they're making low 6 figures because they own their own rig. And it's like, wow, But then you meet some girl who has a master's degree and she thinks she's so amazing. She's making 50 grand a year as a social worker, and she's got like 50 grand in college debt or something. So it's, yeah.
Right.
Anyway.
And have you thought about traveling or no, not yet?
I've done a significant amount of traveling, but not recently. Let's see. I've been to Montreal 6 times. I've lived in Mexico. I've lived in Spain. I've spent time in France. Wow. I did a week in Amsterdam. Yeah, but that's like 10. That was literally. Oh,
and where did Mexico did you live in?
Oaxaca City.
Oh, wow. Okay. I have not been to Oaxaca. If you don't mind me asking, how did you like Oaxaca? The good and the bad really quick. Like summing up in a minute.
Oh, yeah, basically. Sure. So it was a summer semester in university. And so it was very regulated. It's not like I was partying all the time, but we did have weekends. Mexico is much more mountainous. Mexico is much more mountainous and much more jungle than you think. when most Americans they conjure up the image of Mexico like this like desert
Right.
orangey kind of landscape. They conjure up like a desert, semi-arid zone. That's
Well,
true for like the northern half, but the southern half
yes.
is
Yeah.
totally different.
Right. Right. Very true. Okay. I was just about to clarify on that, but you got it. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
And
if we can move on. I'm sorry. I just feel like I'm hogging my own stream. I
all right.
wanted to interview Red Pill Daniels.
Sure.
I'm here.
Red Pill Daniels, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah. What's up, man? I thank you very much for your patience, of course. So I have contacted you and I asked you if I could eventually interview you. Yeah, I mean, can you? For those who don't know you, I know a little bit about you. I've spoken with you on numerous streams, mostly on Mgtow. Can you introduce yourself and sort of, let's say in less than 10 minutes, sort of give like your life story? I know that's not a lot of time, but what brought you to Mgtow? Talk about some of these skanky hoes. How many times have you been sentenced to a state or federal penitentiary? Anything? Cheating, lying, backstabbing?
I am Red Pill Daniels. Of course, I ain't give my real name out. I am Red Pill Daniels. I'm from Florida, West Palm Beach. Went to high school, finished high school, went to Job Corps, took up brick and block. So, you know, like any other man, I grew up with women problems. As childhood, my teenhood, and my adulthood as of right now. So, kind of like in my childhood, I was kind of like red pill because I got tired of women bullshit. I was always picked on by them. They always used to put their hands on me, do little childish shit. So, I've liked my female friend from middle school and high school. I came up being friends with her, end up having sex with her. Of course, I jumped through hoops to get it. Of course, my biggest mistake was just falling in love with her, and that went downhill. So that basically disappeared. I was depressed for 3 years. So how did I run into MGTOW? When Tommy Sotomayor live streamed, he had, of course, TDJ, Turd Flinging Monkey, and the other guy name I forgot. And they was talking about MGTOW. It's the first time I watched it. I ain't think none of it. I watched it again about 3 months later. So I was a little curious about MGTOW. I went into Facebook groups, learned about MGTOW and everything. A guy asked me, like, do you want to join MGTOW? So I said, sure. So I myself started to watch a lot of MGTOW content and learning everything about women, female nature, and the world in general. So as of 2017, when I joined MGTOW, and now that I've taken the red pill and I know just about everything about women, the world, you name it, just about, because it's more to learn.
How old are you now?
35.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm terrible with age. I think everyone. Again, I thought you were like 25. I thought American Viking was like 25. He's like 36. I'm just bad with age or something.
We're all in our 30s here.
Yeah, right. I mean, Red Pill Daniels, can you share? Again, anything you're comfortable with sharing. But I always like hearing the juicy details. Have you ever caught a girl cheating on you? Have any of these women ever called the police on you? Any pregnancy scares, anything like that?
Call the police, yeah, and nothing really happened. Pregnancy scares, I never got a woman pregnant. I was always smart enough to use a condom.
Yeah, wrap it up tight.
All in person I had sex with is the female friend I told you about. That's
What
the only
about
way I'm
catching
doing it.
someone? Like literally, oh, you're supposed to come home next day. Why you're so early?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me interrupt. I'm going to drop the link again, and I'm going to be extra careful so as not to mess it up. I think I messed it up. I see Hormaxer is in the comment section. I'm going to try to get him in. So I do apologize to all of you. My phone is very antiquated. All I have to do is go into guests, tap on the copy the link, and then paste it. I literally cannot do that because the upper third of my phone is so smashed that it doesn't do it right. So I have to do it by hand. I apologize to all of you. Hormaxer, I'll try to get you in right now. Go ahead, please continue.
What kind of phone you got?
But
Oh, let's see. I have the Samsung Galaxy the Samsung Galaxy J2. It's a crappy $100 burner phone from Walmart.
damn. But pretty much,
Yeah, no, it's about time to upgrade.
Hell yeah, man! What the hell?
but pretty much my storage is short. Of course.
So let me ask you: in Florida, is really brutal. Like you don't go out to Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Boca Raton, even West Palm.
I've been in a lot of those places.
I was born in
A
Miami.
lot of those places.
I was born and raised there, but I live in Iowa now, and yeah, those places are brutal.
Okay, so like you have access to Colombia, Dominican Republic, Brazil, Argentina, like no
Yeah.
consideration of traveling, or have you traveled?
I have traveled before in my teens and my adults. I've traveled to Kentucky. I went to Frenchburg Job Corps to take up a trade.
Well, I'm saying outside the country, not domestically.
Oh no, not yet. Not yet. I'm planning on
Oh,
actually doing that.
Yeah,
okay.
I've been trying to tell him and that other guy to get a passport, man. And I'm like, yo, get the passport.
Right. Definitely.
Because, like David said, man, the USA is getting worse, man. It's getting
Well,
worse.
I'm going to let you know
Like,
that
what are the
since you
top
live in
three places
South
that-
Florida, you can go to Medellin or Bogota for like less than $150.
You gotta be
Like
vaccinated.
to go to Colombia, really?
Gotta be vaccinated.
Okay. Well, if you go to Mexico, you don't need to be vaccinated, but I think a round trip ticket from like Miami or Fort Lauderdale to like Mexico City is probably going to be under 300. But that's still worth it. You know what I mean?
I want to go to fucking Bangkok, bro. That's what I really
Florida is expensive, man. It's real expensive to live down here.
You say you want to go to Bangkok, like to Thailand?
Yeah, Thailand. That's what I want to go.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, it's cool. I've never been, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like Asian women, for me, like I'm not really into like those petite little bodies. Like, you know, I mean, I like women that are athletic and slender, but there's a big difference between the athletic and slender and petite. Like over there, like that's just straight petite status, but to each his own.
I feel that.
Yeah.
And it's like David said, man. You know, you guys are talking about the Western women overseas. They have a Western mindset, what he's referring to, because, like he said, all women are the same, which is true.
Like, which are the worst Western countries that you want to avoid?
Just avoid the West, period, if you can.
Well, U.S., Canada,
Spain.
No, I'm lying. With the internet.
No, I hear Spain is popping. No, I got a buddy that's going to Spain. He showed me his Bumble matches. It's literally off the fucking chain. He's getting ready to go to Barcelona. And he's getting ready to light it up. He already has girls on Bumble saying, "Look, I'm ready for the D as soon as you land."
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You can do that in Colombia. There's girls in Colombia do it right now, no problem. I mean, I think if you want to go, if you really want to like a soil with your wild oats, Colombia is the place you want to go. Definitely.
Well, I've been there. I've been in Medellin, and it's great, but it's just hella pros out there. Even when you meet girls like on dating websites, Tinder, is hella pros, undercover pros. When you go into like to the nightclubs, like you really have to go where the locals go to avoid that scene.
But
And that's why I kind of like Mexico more, because there's a ton of
This may be
local
real
women.
bad. I don't know if anybody can hear me here.
That's why I kind of like Mexico more, because Cormax, are you in the building?
This may be real bad. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
We got an echo from you, bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, my headset's not working, so I just want to try it.
We got an echo from you, bro. He could at least put on his shirt on, but it's all good.
Yeah, no, he is a very interesting character. I say it all the time.
Right,
He's very
I want him on the stream so we can kind of have a dialogue about his, mishaps in Las Vegas. Like, to me, it's like, look, I ain't gonna lie. I love Las Vegas. I love the pool parties. I've been to Marquee. I've been to Omnia.
I've been to
I've
Henderson.
been, Tao,
I've been to
Dre's. Go ahead.
No, sir, I've been to this place called Henderson out there in Vegas.
Yeah, that's more of a local joint. I'm talking like on the strip. Like, if you guys never been to Vegas, Las Vegas, I would say about 25% of the girls come from California, and then the others like throughout the United States. But literally, girls go to have Vegas because girls want to have fun. Like, period. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and that's why. Yeah, I'm being honest.
Like what happened to John Anthony, right? I mean, he got banned. So what the hell did he do to really?
Well, John Anthony is more of a creepy type of guy. You know what I mean? Like it's
what
a
the hell did
reason.
he do to get banned?
Well, supposedly, from what I read, and this is what I read, that he hooked up with some girl, and then he, I guess he was trying to take her back to the hotel, and he locked the doors, and like he whipped out his dick and started masturbating, and the girl wanted to get out, but the doors wouldn't unlock. And I guess he had a plea to a coercion charge or cohesion or whatever it is.
coercion.
Yes, correct.
Not cohesion. There was very little cohesion there.
Right. So yeah, he had to plead to that charge, and it's a misdemeanor, and I think part of his sentence for that misdemeanor charge was he was not supposed to be on a strip for like 6 months to a year, something like that. But that's not more the bigger issue. The bigger issue is when he was running a boot camp in San Diego, 2 of his instructors actually got a rape charge with a student for raping a girl. So basically, they went back to the place, her and her friend. The girl was drunk and passed out, and they ran a train on her. And it's like,
what?
You don't. Yes. When a girl is unconscious.
Okay, just for the record, I don't condone any behavior like that, and I
didn't even know
I'm sorry.
was about that, because I mean he was going after him for a while, so I don't know if he knows about his instructors doing that.
Yeah, it's on the news. They all got, I think, like 10 years, and they were part of John Anthony's basically part of his company boot camp or whatever. They were under John Anthony. So John Anthony was not there.
Branded, right?
Yeah, it was his brand. They were under his brand, and this guy was socially awkward. And they took advantage of the dude. I forgot what type of job he had, but basically the dude kind of allowed John Anthony instructors to like live with him. And it was like, yeah, we'll get you laid. Just come out with us. And so here's a guy that's low-key an incel and has basically personality disorder and he's paying for drinks, doing this, and he wants to get laid, and then here's his chance, and they end up raping a girl. And yeah, they went to jail, and I think they did
Good,
like
good,
10, 10 to 15 years. Mm-hmm.
good, good. I would have given them 20. I mean, wow. I did not know that Mark Anthony character is involved with all that. I'm
John
sorry to say it.
Anthony.
I'm sorry.
Shit, man.
Yeah, whatever. John Anthony, whatever his name is. Yeah, you are the company that you keep. I would stay very far away from anyone like that.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, and it's mighty funny, like I said, he lives in Brazil, and he's selling pickup. My only beef with John Anthony is like, look, bro, you live in Brazil, but yet you're selling pickup to guys in the West, including America, but yet you don't go out in Brazil and pick up new women. Like, I'm supposed to be impressed that you have these girls running around half naked in your house and your apartment, and it's like you admitted to being on Seeking Arrangements. But again, him, Alex playing with fire, fresh and fit, they all are on Seeking Arrangements, but getting the girls without paying for them. Like, that is, I'm sorry, I just don't buy that. I don't buy that. That is a prostitution website. So it's
like
kind
a
of like,
woman,
look. Mm-hmm.
it was like a woman who has never had kids, and it's giving advice about kids, right? About being a mom. It's like, well, if you're not really, big shot guy with a lot of money, why are you giving us advice when you've been exposed as, seeking women, not doing the pay to play? You're just giving them, and you're not getting anything in return.
Right. So I just, it's hard for me to like buy that. And it's like, look, you have a girlfriend, cool, and I'm probably sure what he's doing is he's in Brazil meeting these girls off of Seeking Arrangements, and his girl is just allowing him to have sex with them casually or date casually to promote his product. Because if you're a dating coach and you're always with the same girl, then guys gonna be like, okay, well, why am I listening to a dating coach when he's in a relationship and he's not out meeting other girls? So in Brazil, it's cheap to pay for prostitutes. We're talking $30-$40 for beautiful women, and I'm probably sure him and David Bond, who, another dating coach that claims he doesn't pay for pussy, and he does. He's paying for Colombian 3s and 4s, like big time, and they all speak English magically. He goes on a date, has the harem system, and they all speak English, and he gets like, what guy can get 12 girls on a date and not flake? Like seriously? So, and of course they got to do that to pump their audience, to promote their brand, to promote their products. And it's like, okay, let's see one of your guys that has paid for your products to go to Colombia and do the exact same thing that you do.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get what you mean. And he's like charging over the price of a what's called a gastric surgeon or something like that. That's what Undead Chronic said. That's the price of his coaching.
Yeah, they charge guys like $1,000, $500. I know if you do a meetup with Lucario, aka the bad boy of the dating game, he's about $4,000.
Jesus
So
Christ.
right, so it's insane, and that's why part of my channel, like, I go after dating coaches, and I'm gonna start live streaming soon. And yeah, I did a recent video on Horrormaxer too, and the only reason is it's like, man, I get that he's trying to Jester Max in Las Vegas, and I get, like, I'll be honest, and Mgtow Cowboy, please chime in if you like to, But
Sure.
even though as a whore maxer, a guy that does pay to play, I would say about 90% of guys that fall in that category, including myself, we all like that GFE experience. Okay. We don't like the experience where you pay a girl and she's not even into it, or she rushes you, or she clock watches. Like we want the GFE experience, and there is a
Sure.
black pill side to whore maxing. You have women, and I've witnessed this in Tijuana, where they don't like black men. They don't fuck with black men. You know what I mean? So you can be a Tyrone, you can have everything, you can have the height. They're just going to reject you.
You can,
And
you
then
can
you
have the
avoid you
money.
like the
You
plague.
can have the money. You can have the education. You can be very well spoken. Yeah. So yeah, talking about that just for a 2nd, I've also seen that many times. I never really got into Backpage, just because I sort of was not into that. I was not into pay to play, so to speak, at that stage in my life. However, nowadays you can go to like Babylon or like what is it, Just 80 or Max 80 and stuff. There's these sites, and even to this day, I would say at least a quarter of them, maybe a third, of them, they openly say that. They say no AA, which stands for no African Americans. Is that right? You've seen
my
this?
God.
yes,
And those are just the ones that will even admit it. But yeah, that's still very common. Why do you think that is? If you don't mind me asking, QB, because I think I know why that is.
right. So here in the States, they say no AA specifically because a lot of black guys, they don't try to pay the girl. It's either that, and then sometimes from what I hear is, they really try to pound the girl to the death. You know what I mean? To where she's sore or tired the next. It's labor intensive. Dealing with certain black men. Now, pause, no homo. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And I'm gonna be honest. Like in my experiences, it's weird. Like the girls that are slender and not thick and curvy, they can take the D. But the girls that are like, on the curvier, thicker side, they'd be like, "Oh, that hurts." So, not too fast or whatever. And pause, no homo. Like I consider myself like average for a black dude. Like I'm not King Kong. Like you know what I mean. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like you should take this. Like like yeah. So I think it's that, but in Mexico, like I've never experienced that because a lot of the girls, they want the money. They don't care what race you are as long as you're willing to pay.
I'll fucking take it even if it hurts.
Yeah, exactly. But here in the States, and I've only done that a couple of times, and it's like, okay, I'm just like too scared of law enforcement, and it's like, no, that's all right. For me at least,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to say to that. I think it's still very common. I think it's still very common for girls to say that. I see it all the time. Again, I don't really go to these sites that much anymore. In fact, for that matter, in a way, I've been very lazy recently. Like I said, there was a time when I literally had like 5 or 6, or maybe at one point almost 7 girls. I'm not bragging. I'm just being honest. And that was at the height of my.
Your height has to go with it too, because you're a big guy. I mean, like, you could freaking body slam a small dude, or fucking throw him off with the window or some shit. I think that plays into it.
Yeah, sure.
That plays into it.
What I was going to say, what I was going to say is I've sort of gotten lazy, and that number has dwindled. These girls fall off.
Right.
One of them actually got locked up. I made a video about it. One of them
locked up, like jail, locked up.
So let me ask you, Mgtow Cowboy, like I mean, $30 to $40, that's extremely reasonable, man. Like, how are you able to get them to that damn price? Like, that's like you'll be lucky to
Yeah,
get that with like a street girl in Tijuana, about $30 to $40. Actually, 25. But American
yeah. I
prices,
mean, I got to be real careful, about what I
right?
say. So I will tell you, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to allude to it.
Okay,
Okay, so you got
that
you got
that's
you got to be able
You
fine.
to read
remember
between the lines.
women that are foodies?
Right.
You remember women that are just foodies and they bring their friends over? You're like, "Well, I thought it was just you and me, not you and your friends."
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. What? You and your
No,
friend? What?
foodies. Women that just go out with you for food because they want to get free meals.
Oh, a foodie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, no.
Foodies,
I don't put. I
foodies,
don't. I don't put up with that shit. No, no, no. Oh man. No. I'll tell you to leave.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
But yeah, I'm sorry to
Well, well,
answer
well,
that question. You know, um, so just hear me out. There's a lot
right.
of women, and some of them they're very eager to get quick cash.
Oh,
To
okay.
to feed what maybe you could call it a habit that they have.
Oh,
Um,
got it.
which
Got it.
which sort
Got
of
it.
makes them I don't want to say desperate, but it makes them
Right.
um eager to get quick cash. You follow me?
Yeah, I'm reading right between the lines. You
Yeah,
already sum it up without going into any specifics, so I totally get it. And I've heard of that before with other truckers. So it
yeah.
makes a
I mean,
lot
basically,
of sense.
I have lady friends who do fun things for
Mm-hmm.
money, and
Right.
what they do with that money. Hey, I don't know. I don't know. I think I know. I think
Right.
I know, but what they do with their money is what they do with their money. And I live in Chicago, or I live in a second ring suburb of Chicago, but there's a lot of people here, and these girls, they're out there. They're out there. So I tell
Okay.
people, yeah, I can spend $70 and have a lady spend the night at my house for 2 nights. $70. That's extremely
So
reasonable. And
basically,
Right,
she's
but
giving
but
you
but
everybody.
hold on, Maytown Cowboy. Now, obviously, you've been with these women before you just do an overnight. Like, you don't meet them for the first time and be like, okay, spending that at my house for $70, correct?
Oh yeah, right. No, 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 no. Oh God, no. You
Okay.
can't trust these women. I have a
Right.
safe. I have like a 100 and I think it's like a 198 pound steel safe or iron safe. Like those with that. What's that called? Like that dial.
Mm-hmm.
Left, right, left. What's it called?
Well, yeah, because
I
you
have a
never
safe.
know, dude. You never know with a woman by yourself in your house. You never know what the fuck she could do when you're not watching
Right.
her.
Oh, right. Oh my God. Right. No, I have a
Yeah,
huge safe.
I
I
mean,
have
we've
I
heard
have a
stories of
200.
rich guys getting almost robbed when he walks in and she's taking pictures and shit like that. It's like you never know, man. You never know.
Right. Well, and again, the overnight is not a bad thing. Once you've been with them, I say at least more than twice, and it's really mutual. So that's a good deal. And again, you're probably coming off as a genuine cool guy, something that we someone that they trust. So again, even on the pay for play side, there's still some black pill truths to it. You have certain women that, for example, I just got to be honest, they don't want to have sex with a guy that's overweight. They don't want to have sex with a black guy. You know what I'm saying? So there's some realities that you got to face, and then if they like you and it's mutual, they're not going to pocket watch. They're not going to clock watch. They're not going to beat you over the head. I have girls where basically I did the pay for play thing, and they're like, okay, well, just pay whatever you think is fair. Like, I'm not going to give you this set price and give you this set hour. Like, I enjoy your company too, and we hanged out. So, boom, just slide me this. You know what I mean? So,
Sure.
hmm
Okay. So what I would say to that is, from my experience, I've had both. I've had a girl be real cool. Doesn't watch the clock at all. All right, let me tell you basically the sweetest deal I ever had. This is true to life. I mean, this is true to life. I mean, I had it good, frankly. There was this girl I knew. She was a little overweight, a little, not a lot, a little. Nice, big tits. Not like droopy, nasty tits, real nice. She was in her early 40s. And I say was, I'll explain what happened. She's no longer with us. For $40, I would get a half-hour massage, back rub, and then she would take care of me, if you know what that means. I'm not going to go into detail.
Right. You don't need you got it. We understand. I read between the lines, so you're good. Keep going.
Yeah. Also, I just try. I don't like to be crass. I like to hold myself. I like to class it up a little bit. So not. I don't like to be too vulgar. But you guys can read between the lines. Yeah. So for $40, a half an hour, back rub, and then imagine she's on her knees. What's that called? She's oh man, I can't think of it right now. What do you call it? She's a doctor. She's Betty Crocker. Betty Crocker, the head doctor, is what I used to call her.
Okay.
And for $40, and that's that. It doesn't get any cheaper than that. But of course, I knew her for 6 years or 7 years. Another girl I've known for 8 years. One girl, the one who went to prison, I knew her for over a year. Unfortunately, this $40 girl, she recently passed away. She passed away just over a year ago. We don't even know. The toxicology report reported basically polypharmacy. Was it this drug or was it that drug? Was it the pills that the doctors gave her or was it this? We don't even know. But apparently, she basically OD'd. So very sad. But that's a lot of girls are sort of into that in that lifestyle. If you know what I mean.
Right.
Thanks.
This is Guatemala, by the way. Batty.
Anywho, yeah. So who just called? Who just called in? Who did I just let in? The guy with looks like it's the money sign with a crown on it.
Self-made.
Self-made. Hey, what's going on?
Self-made. Hey, self-made. What's up, man? I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to speak to you. Do you feel free to introduce yourself? Sort of like what I did earlier. Who, what, when, where, why? Where are you from? What kind of work do you do? Are you a Mgtow? Are you red pill? Are you black pill? Any bad experiences? Child support, alimony, palimony? Any of it? Any all the details.
All the details. You want all the dirt, huh?
I want all the dirt on.
Yeah, I'm kind of spent, but yeah, I'll get into it. I just got off Alex's stream. I got booted off of it for answering him tough questions. I'm the one that made a video about him being a cuck. To be quite honest with you, it's on my channel. You ever want to see it? So I was like, hey man,
sub to the channel, sub to Self-Made's channel, and I don't know, Mgtow Cowboy, can we leave the links in your chat, or I mean, totally
of course. What I recommend is at the end. So I post all my what is it? I sign up for the free subscription, so I get 20 hours a month. So I usually do 2 or 3 live streams a month at least. At the end of the live stream, it automatically posts. It automatically posts to YouTube. So you can go back into click on my channel, click on the stream, and then in the comments section, leave any information you want to leave. And also, if you want, show your channel. This is like one of the best ways that I network with other Mgtow or with other content creators.
Okay. Yeah, man. If another way too, if you have an IG burner, if you just use not a Gmail, but use another kind of email, you don't have to put your phone number in. You can create an IG. You can find me at Self-Made, all together, lowercase. But yeah, man, I'm from Chicago, South Side.
Are you?
Not North Pole like you, man. Raised.
You're from the South Side.
Yeah, raised Roman Catholic. Went to a Catholic elementary. Went to a Catholic high school.
So did I. Where'd you go?
Where did I go? I went to Holy Family.
Holy Family. I'm sorry, I don't know where that is. Is that on the south side?
Yep.
Is that around Beverly or Morgan Park?
Yeah. How do you know?
Are you Irish?
No, I'm not Irish. I'm half Mexican and white.
Oh yeah, so am I. I'm half Mexican and white as well. Okay. Well, on your white side, what are you? You're not Irish?
Yeah, I got Irish in me. I got Irish. I'm a mixture. I'm a mutt, Sicilian, Irish, Black Irish. Yeah.
Okay. Oh right. Okay. It's just whenever, because I mean, Chicago. Whenever I think of like Morgan Park, whenever I think of Morgan Park, Beverly, I think of Bevrats. I think of Irish. You said you're Catholic, so you can see where my mind is going.
Yeah, we gotta explain that to people in the chat that like Chicago is the third largest Catholic diocese in the world. I mean, they're the biggest landowner of Chicago too. So a lot of the neighborhoods, man, are divided up by Catholic schools. Back in the days, things are changing now. But yeah, man, I was gonna ask you a question about
No. The answer is no. The answer is no. I don't have any more cocaine. You need to stop.
No cocaine.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
When you were
Sorry.
when did you stop? When did you stop truck driving?
When did I start or when did I stop?
When did you stop?
Let's see. I was hired. Oh, okay. So the story with that is I was hired. Oh, let's see. I received a phone number I received a call from my father on the New Year's Day, and then 10 days later I was fired. Yeah. Okay. So I started this job. I'm not going to say who they are. They're a Ukrainian company, but coincidentally, you heard how Russia invaded the country of Ukraine. All Ukrainians, all of them, every single one. It was actually a problem. It was a total communication. There was a language barrier. They hired me to do expedited work. I was driving a 38-foot straight truck, OTR, over the road. I did that. They hired me in late November. So all of December, the last week of November, and the entire month of December. And do you know about trucking? Do you know how to manage the 4 clocks, the 8 hour, the 8 hour, 11, the 8 hour, the 11 hour, the 14 hour, and the 60, either 60 for over 7 or 70 hour, 8 hour. You know that stuff? Are you a CDL guy?
I come from a Teamster family.
Okay. So you know about that. Okay. Yeah. So basically, because it was expedited work, they didn't tell me this at first, but they immediately started to pressure me, and they wanted me to go into violation. They essentially wanted me to drive more than 11 hours a day. There's a
cooking your books, huh?
I'm sorry?
They're trying to make you cook your books, huh?
Yeah, see, that's the problem. You can't really do that anymore because these they're called ELDs, electronic logging devices.
They just plug in, they tell on you, man. They tell on you, bro. Those things tell on you. You can't even get away with that kind of stuff anymore. Yeah, I totally know.
Right. It's just harder. It's just harder to cheat. It's just harder to cheat. That's all. But they didn't care. And the way they see it is, well, you're driving a smaller truck, and so you're less likely to be pulled over. Of course, just like every other truck, I have to drive through. They're called weigh stations. You know what a weigh station is? I'm assuming.
Yep.
Yeah. I have to drive through every single weigh station, just like everyone else. But they know, because I'm not a combination vehicle. I'm less likely to be pulled over. And I think what they were trying to do essentially is at the end of every week they were going to cook the books for me, and then I just have to sign. But the second I sign, I become liable. The real truth is they thought they wanted to put me at risk of losing my license.
That's what they're doing. That's what these non-union companies in Chicago are doing. They don't care about you, as long as you do the service and you cook the books, dude, and you take the fall. You're the fall guy, and it's becoming like pathetic. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I'm the fall guy. If something goes wrong, if there's an accident, what's it called? They have all these rules. The FMCSA, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the FMCSA. They have all these rules. If anything goes wrong, if there's an accident, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to make sure everything is legal. And then, if they see, wait a minute, you can only drive for 11 hours a day. Why did you drive for almost 13 hours today? That's illegal. You're automatically at fault. So there's all these rules. I have basically a perfect. I think I have like one moving violation like 3 years ago, no seatbelt or something like that. But no failed inspections, no DUIs, no accidents. I basically have a perfect CDL. And the last thing I want to do is, last thing I want to do is lose my license. So I basically said, fuck you guys. I'm not willing to do this. And they unceremoniously fired me. I suppose if I wanted to, I could
even in
actually
your regular car too. If you get 3 tickets and you have a holding the CDL, you lose your CDL just for that, driving your regular car around. So like a lot of people are not aware
right.
of like the bullshit that you have to go through as a truck driver. Then you go through one state that has certain laws, then you go through another state and has totally different laws in comparison to other states. They like really made it harder on the trucking industry. And this is why we're having a shortage with truckers, because you said skip this, dude. There's a lot of hassle in it.
Yeah, right. No, I totally agree. Well, we can get into it if you want. I recommend we don't. I mean, I went to trucking school at an actual regionally accredited college, a community college here in Chicago. It was a 4-month program. I graduated a month early. It was 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 3 months. So I mean, yeah, you're literally sitting in a class setting, learning about all these laws, and you have to pass all these exams. And then, periodically a state official, an IDOT or an Illinois Department of Transportation guy would come, and you have to meet with him, and you have to tell him, what are the 7 major components of this? What is that? What is it? Yeah, you're right. It's bullshit. Bullshit.
Measuring tires, measuring lights. Like it's if your tires are too separated, if you're running empty, yeah, man, dude, it's just ridiculous. But what I wanted to ask you was, with your weight, I'm not trying to shame you or anything, but how did you pass the physical? Because Illinois, since for the last 10 years, has made all the like if you're on high blood pressure, they would take away your CDL. If you're on this kind of medication and stuff like that, how are you able to bypass that?
Yes. Okay. So you bring it up again. Okay. So just because you bring it up. So a week after my 37th birthday, I was diagnosed with hypertension. Hypertension is another word for high blood pressure. The doctor, my primary care physician, he put me on lisinopril. I take 10 milligrams of lisinopril every day. I take it right before I go to sleep. Yeah, no, I know, and it's so sad. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. In my 20s, starting in my late 20s, I let myself go. And it's a good goddamn shame.
It's easier to take it off. Just quit drinking pop, go on a red meat or a keto diet, dude. I've lost 45 pounds in like 2 months.
Yes.
I was overweight. I was running 250, and I'm back.
How tall are you? How tall are you? I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10" and a half. I'm a solid 5'10". What are you?
5'8". I'm 5'8", 42.
Okay. So you're 5'8". 250 is going to be. I'm going to carry 250 a little bit better than you. I'm 2 inches taller. But yeah, that's you're rolling heavy at that.
Yeah, so I did just start doing the keto. I started just doing meat, basically the Atkins, but they call it what is it now? They call it a different name. But yeah, I went that route and I dropped the weight really quick. It comes off quicker, and yes. And my blood pressure is underscore now. Yeah, man, I had a lot of medical problems going on before that, so I had to lose it.
How old are you? How old are you
42,
again?
42.
You're 42. Wow. I really do think I'm a very poor judger of people's ages. When I listen to your voice, I thought you were like 16.
Oh shit! Oh,
everybody
wow.
thinks
listen, Junior. Okay.
Yeah, I think Alex and Kevin Ray Wilder were saying the same thing. But yeah, dude, it's it's just diet alone. You don't have to really put that much effort in exercising. I advise go exercise, but at your weight, dude, just start with the diet, dude. You know what I mean? It's not even that hard.
I think you're completely right. I have shown much more. How can I put it? I've been able. I can work out. I can stick to a workout regimen. The problem is I'm a fat slob when it comes to eating. I'll try the Atkins diet. And again, I'm very familiar with the Atkins diet. I read the second book. I've been on the diet multiple times. It's worked for me amazingly while I'm on it. And then I'll fall off, and then I'll head over to the Chinese buffet.
Yeah.
And then it's just a roller coaster. It really is my one major shortcoming in life. I never got into drugs. Never joined gang, never went to prison, never got anyone pregnant, you know, never declared bankruptcy. I'm good with money and no gambling, nothing. But you know, get me in front of a buffet, and then you know, it's off to the races.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, man. Well, for the chat, dude, pop is like Coke or Pepsi. That's what we call it in the Midwest. We just glossed over that. We were calling it pop and stuff. But yeah, man, like once I quit pop, dude, that's when a lot of it really stopped. You know, like, you know, stop drinking Pepsi and Coke, Dr. Pepper, all that stuff. I started seeing a change then, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go, you know, kind of Atkins. And then after I did that, dude, it's just started falling off like crazy. But yeah, man, you could do it, dude. You could do it, and you'll get down quick, bro.
Yeah,
Nice.
no, I have to, and thank you, I appreciate it.
Nice. Hey, I'm gonna head off. Mgtow Cowboys.
Oh God, finally. Or I mean, oh, okay, that's too bad.
Yeah, I know, man.
I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you good. But hey, I'm down to be on again, and I don't know. I wouldn't mind debating Hormaxer too. You know, we can do it on a mutual platform. So maybe if you run another live stream, he gets his headset together. I would love for that opportunity. If you can reach out to him, obviously I will too. But yeah, I would like that if that's a possibility. You know.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. What I would say to that is I would also like that. So Hormaxer has made a couple videos, at least one video addressing me, saying that's what he wants to do as well. So I'm totally fine with that. I will I'll communicate with him, and I'm sure that we'll do that. And
Okay.
yeah, just, you know, for the record, I've said it before, you know, I understand that there is a schism. I understand that a lot of Mgtows do not like Hormaxer, and that they're, let's say, not into call it whatever you want, Hormaxing, escorting, escort maxing, pay to play, whatever you want to call it. But I am. I have no. I used to be more reserved. I used to not admit it, but now I openly admit it. I don't know. Maybe as I'm getting older, it's just I don't know. But yeah, I admit it. I'm fine with that.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I'm signing off. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. All right.
All right, bro. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Let's do it again next month. Thank you.
Okay. No doubt. All right.
Have a good day, sir.
All right.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna drop the link again if anyone wants to call in. I'm gonna go for at least another half an hour. I'll go up to like 2 hours 20 minutes, or maybe 2 hours 30 minutes, and then we'll cut it. So we got another 40 minutes. If anyone wants to call in, I'll drop the link right now. Give me like 3 or 4 minutes. Give me like two minutes, guys. If you talk amongst yourselves, go ahead.
Okay. Well, man, yeah. I mean, I've been literally listening mostly to Hammerhand and Undead Chronic talk a lot about what's happening with Manosphere, and yeah, I've heard of Hormaxer because I've seen him be on the stream before, and yeah, just kind of made me interested in who is this guy, and until Mgtow Cowboy told me that was him in one of his videos. Oh, so that's that guy. Wow. So is he like shirtless in most of his videos, or what?
Dude, like, isn't it the guy who's into Oofy Doofy, or am I thinking of somebody else?
I think you're probably thinking of somebody else. But yeah, I mean, I know he was in one of his streams, on the Chronic streams. But yeah, I'm like,
yes, he called in. I did hear. Not at the time, not live, but I did hear. I went back and watched that stream, and again, you know, I understand that. See, here's the problem. Hormaxer was not very nice. He was not very conciliatory upon leaving the community. He started becoming critical of the Mgtow community, and so I think that the Mgtow community does not take kindly to him anymore. I've made a video about this. I titled it "The Enemy of My Enemy is My Friend."
mm-hmm.
I think that we have much bigger fish to fry, so to speak. We can quarrel.
The laws of women.
Gynocentrism. Yeah, gynocentrism.
And politics.
Hammerhand.
And politics that also affect men.
Hammerhand, in my opinion, has more in common with Hormaxer than both of them want to admit. They're both against gynocentrism. Why are we even fighting? It's gynocentrism. It's these laws. It's these laws that are oppressing us the most. We can start
like that one transgender that went against Undead Chronic. I mean, that's what he said on the Chronic. Like, if we were, having a debate, we would have a lot in common. That's what we're saying. But we're not. We're just on opposite ends. But we have more in common than we would like to admit. That's what he said about that transgender person that was basically I guess, trying to roast them, but not really.
Well,
yeah. Again, I would just say, I'll just say it again. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hormaxer, he's into pay to play. Well, you know what? Maybe Hammer's not into that. But can we all agree that the family court is a serious problem? I've been to family court. I can tell you, family court was a very unpleasant experience for me. And so, I just don't understand. I don't understand all the infighting.
Well, dude, here's the thing, man. Like, we live in the worst state of them all. I mean, I think California and New York are probably even worse than us. But I think what is it, like 60 cents to the dollar goes to the state before the woman sees the money. So that's 40 cents to the dollar that the woman gets. So you're looking at that in the family court systems. Now they're moving away from in Illinois the DUIs of taking guys out with their jobs and careers and families. Now they're going after domestic batteries, domestic assaults, or any of that. That's the new grift in Illinois. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of that. That's what my vote is.
They're doing that. They passed that law where you got to give out your real name, or it's a crime if you don't. If you don't give out your real name, use aliases or shit like that. I remember Better Bachelor was talking about that, and they're also doing a law here in my home state of California where you can't ghost people. You can't give them fake aliases, or otherwise they'll charge you for that.
Yeah, they're doing that. I mean, dude, it's becoming more constraining. Like I say, like a majority of it is like you just have to move out of these liberal states. To be quite honest with you, that's where I'm heading. I'm moving out to Texas.
Yes, I agree with that, and that is a short, let's say short to medium term goal. But ultimately, I think right now we're just in the phase of there's still time. There's still time to run. Okay, I think we eventually, let's say in less than 20 years, we're going to become like Canada. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Eventually, we'll have to stand and fight. But right now, there's still time to run. What I tell young men is basically, get out, move to a red state, and then just live a Mgtow lifestyle. If you want to go hardcore, get into whore-maxing or get into escort maxing. Pay to play.
Or if you want to be an isolist, like what's called Better Bachelor, and have people come over your acres and men that need help and stuff like that, then that's great. Be in touch with nature. Get yourself out of social media, interacting. Go out there, explore, go traveling.
Yep. Yeah, because there's more to the world than just here. Like I just know from my experience in Illinois, it's time to get out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. Chicago is the worst of the worst. I don't know if you've seen the mayor. She literally looks like
that fucking Gollum.
Beetlejuice.
You're waffling.
Oh, man, I'll say this, man.
Didn't what is that one police program that got defunded in Chicago that couldn't? I remember RPM was talking about it, and he was saying, "Well, there you go, feminists. There you go. You want to be brave and strong and independent. There you go. Now you don't have us backing you. You don't have the police back. None of you feminists are talking about it."
Okay, my question is to you guys, won't you move out to the country? Move out to the country. There's plenty of country out there you can move to.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I'm moving out of here.
Move out to the country.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, dude, and I'd say this is the flaw with Mgtow, man. You're putting men in a state where they're basically cornered, when in reality, it's you're ignoring the choices you made. We're
not cornered. We're
No,
not
it's
cornered.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
No.
You
Please,
said
one
men
person
have
at a
to.
time.
Hold
We
on,
One
are
person at a
not
time.
cornered
hold on,
whatsoever.
hold on. You
We're
said
not
men
corner,
gotta
man.
fight.
It's what's called a reaction to
Oh,
the way society is now,
oh,
to this Frankenstein that they've created, as
oh,
Better Batch would say.
oh. Yeah, but dude, hear me out, man. Let me ask you something. I'm gonna ask you a simple question. All right, who's in the Matrix? The men or the women? Who doesn't have a choice but to be in the Matrix? The men or the women?
Man.
No, the women. The women are literally, they're given the law and they go with it. In fact, let me ask one more question. Was Agent Smith the villain in the Matrix? Was Agent Smith a villain?
It's called
Yeah.
choice.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's called
He was the main
choice.
source.
Hold up. This guy's correct too, but was Agent Smith the villain? You said yes. And if anybody said yes, you're wrong. Agent Smith was a program. How can a program be a villain when it was just
Well,
designed?
he detached himself from the program. He
No,
said, "Well, he's your antithesis. He's everything that you're not. Everything
no.
that you know."
But dude, here's the thing, dude. The women live in the state, and all the legalities they've been given were man-made. You know what I'm saying? Men have a choice. If
You
you
have
got
to
married,
At one
detach.
point,
if you got
it was
married
man
in
You
made.
have
At
to
one point, it was
detach.
man made. At one point, it
dude,
was
it's
man made.
all man-made. So let me ask you this: so what woman was in office during the 1800s when they removed, polygamy, and they removed in 1910 prostitution? What women were in office? There it
So
is.
you're basically saying you're basically saying ultimately it's men's fault.
Yeah, it's man-made. It's some dude. Feminism is the Trojan horse utilized to weaponize man's sexuality and man's need to have a child domestically against them. Dude, this is all man-made. If you look at it, for any man here to say this is woman-made, it's implying that we men are the weaker sex and we're on the same level as the women, which means we're inferior. You know what I mean?
Some
No,
men
it's
are
the
in the same level
laws
as
that's
women.
bringing
Simps,
the
the Simps and the White
men.
Knights are in the same level as women.
It's
No, dude.
laws. It's laws.
So the law was all man-made. Once you understand it's man-made and you have a choice. We men, for example, like QB was on here, you can go overseas. You have a choice to go overseas. But the women, if a woman goes overseas and if it doesn't replicate America in its situation, for example, the American woman wants to go to Italy, France, Canada, Australia, London, all
Spain,
Western,
Sweden, Dutch.
Sweden, westernized countries. Because if they go there and they're a foreigner, they don't have the strength or to face that country like we do. Me and you, any man here goes overseas, unless you go to fight another man or something, nothing's gonna happen.
It's
We
called
we have a choice.
society. It's
We
called
have a
Okay,
society.
let me. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt. I'm sorry. Just because I do not recognize you in the slightest. Who is this speaking? You look like it's a red circular. Who are you?
just hold the truth hostage, man. I've been
Hold the
since,
truth hostage.
yeah.
What's up?
Been,
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to speak with you. I don't think I've ever spoken with you. Can you take 2 or 3 minutes and just introduce yourself? I don't know anything about you. Who, what, when, where, why? Where are you from? What do you do? Are you a
yeah.
Mgtow guy?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I started in the Mgtow space. You know what I mean? Then I eventually saw that, and I've been doing this for like over 2 years now. I got introduced to guys like Coach Greg Adams. Then I had to move from there, and I eventually saw that I was telling guys more information in the Mgtow. Because the problem with Mgtow is you're telling guys to run around and play what I call infinite Frogger. Infinite Froggers, you're telling guys, yeah, avoid the women, avoid the women. Well, why? Dude, we know the law. At the end of the day, as long as you don't volunteer to be in the system, you're pretty good. We're
Well, I mean,
never.
it's like Hammerhand said. You can be cordial with them.
Yeah.
You can be pleasant with them. I mean, outside of that, You don't have to
You,
interact with them if you don't want to.
no,
You don't have to
no, you,
hold the door for them. I mean, sure. I mean,
well,
it's like instinct. You know, you do it because it's manners. It's
nah,
manners,
nah.
right?
Well, that no, we've been trained, man. The system was training guys to comply and be feminized. You know, the doors, dude. You're gonna interact with women. We have sisters, we have female family members, female workers, dude. All you can do, it's very simple. I'm gonna give you the answer. The answer is plain and simple. Look at the law, not her bra. Look at the law, not her ass. Always position yourself with the law. In America, you're here to do one thing. You're here to make money. And what the government has done with with feminism is they've removed the family from the option of a man being successful. You know, that's what they've done. Someone's echoing in the background. They've removed that option. You gotta look at America like this. You're on a treadmill where all you're allowed to do is work and make money. Everything outside of that is the point where you put your life at risk. You know, that means anything personal, children, housing, anything where you put your emotions into the country, you lose. Anytime you invest more than business, look at today in 2010, we've had more startup billionaires, millionaires, and so on. But what we haven't had? The birth rate is dropping. Everything that has to do with the personal is being destroyed. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's because men are opting out. They're not wanting to
Yeah,
get married. They already know the deal. They already know they get screwed at the end of
yeah,
the day. That you can say I love you and
yeah,
say, oh, I found my
yeah,
soulmate at my work job.
yeah. And here's the thing, dude. We're winning. Dude, I tell guys this. Men in America, you only got two votes. That's your money and your sperm. That's it, dude. And guys, the lower the birth rate drops, the higher the victory for men, man. You're not going to win anything else. What the government has done, once the government gave women the same level as voting as men, they buffered out the male vote. The male vote has no more worth in this country. You know what I'm saying? That's why the protest, men, the true protest of a man now is not having children domestically. You're taking away the future taxpayer, the future income maker. This is the ultimate power of manhood, man.
They're also not going to college,
Yeah.
universities. They're not putting money into that. They also made an article
Well,
about how men are not being more successful.
well,
Women are much more dominating the educational academia,
well.
stuff like that.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. We've been trained for their validation. I mean, for example, let's say you, dude, Space Cowboy, he's you went to forget what they call them type of schools. Vocational school. You came out as a mechanic, you're making over 80 grand a year, or you're a truck driver, you're making over 100 grand a year. They don't claim that success. The success in the system is defined by how deeply consumed you are by their indoctrination. Dude, you don't need to go to college. You know what I'm saying? It's not a necessity, it's a want. And they've defined a garbage man making 60 grand as a failure in the system. Anything that isn't involved in the system's indoctrination, you're a failure. So, and here's the thing I say, why would you want to be defined success in a system that literally is designed to devour and destroy male authority to begin with? I call it we're in a low value society trying to be high value. You know what I'm saying? It makes no logical sense. It's like you're trying to breathe in fresh air and walking into a poisonous gas room. There's nothing there for you,
Hi,
man.
can anybody hear me?
Yeah, you're on. Hormaxer, you're on. You've been on
Oh,
for the
okay.
last 2
No,
minutes.
all right. No, I was listening to this gentleman. He has a lot of interesting things to say. I don't want to interrupt him.
Go on, man. You're free to talk. Go, bro.
No, I was I was waiting on Mgtow Kaba. How are you doing? Everybody else in the chat. Good evening. I had some problems here, with some equipment. I had to get that figured out. But I was I guess my thing here was with this guy QB flexing in here, that I don't know what exactly his problem is. He seems to have a passive aggressive way of talking, which I kind of pick up on. But as far as like Mgtow and whatnot, I have to agree in a lot of ways. I said, you know, it's unfortunate in the society that you have to do what you have to do on these long-term relationships, or if you want to get married. But that's why I whore max or I want to use whores at least locally at a good price, because I see the situation. I see what women are today. I see the social media implications, and I don't think they're going to get better anytime soon. I mean, I was out there on the streets today. I posted a video, and these gassed up hookers that were not even attractive wanted $60 to do a 10-minute interview. So I don't know what any of you think of that.
Well, I mean that.
Okay.
Go
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, with that, it's because you're staying domestic, man. The ultimate trap, you know, the older, I'm gonna tell you this, man, older than prostitution, the oldest job in the world when it comes to the human species is it's wandering. I forget the word right now. I'm at loss for the word, but man's
Nomadic.
first nomadic, there it is. Yeah, man's first job was nomadic. Wherever the herd of prey we were hunting, we would go. If you're in a domestic land where, dude, it ain't good right here. You know, the veg here, it's overpriced, it's too destructive. Then why are you still hunting or trying to get some veg in a location where it's designed to unprioritize your own health, your own safety? You know what I'm saying? Even here, whore maxing, for example, I'll give you an example. You whore max here. What if a chick says, "Oh, I'm trying to quit," and you know, let's say you paid her 400, and she said, "Well, you know, he peer pressured me to have one more John." She puts you on Instagram and implies that you forced it on her. Then what? There is. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, the likelihood of that is very slim to none. I understand, like I said, you know, the implications. My thing is that, see, not everybody, they want to make it sound like everybody can just pick up. Some of these guys sound like you can pick up and go to Colombia, leave everything, and I guess you can in certain circumstances. It's not as easy as people think that is, that you just drop everything and you go live the party a lifestyle. Now, if some send money can and some can't. Now, I think the problems here are going to get so out of hand that if women are, and men are very weak, and I happen to agree with you. It is men that have caused this problem. It is predominantly weak, stupid, and greedy, predominantly weak men that have brought this problem upon us. And these men, you know, because unfortunately, and I'm not implying this at all, but the only way that I see to solve these problems that are only getting worse is that it will only be solved through a violent means. Now, nobody's going to do that.
I agree. We're talking about crash.
I disagree with that, because we've seen that already happen and nothing's changed. You saw Vietnam. We've seen riots in the country.
Yeah, but those are gender wars, because
but dude, I mean, it don't change, dude. Look, I'll give you an example. You have a state such as Georgia, where I heard there's 4 women to 1 man. You know what I mean? That's a low amount. You think the laws in Georgia in a family court would be different? The government does not need that many men to make a profit. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. We had wars. We had war in Iraq. How many hundreds? Over 10,000 men died. No laws changed. Because the government is less than 1% of our population, so they don't really need that many people to turn out a profit. You know, and the other thing is, the problem with us men domestically is, I tell everybody this: look at your cupboard. You'll see that you got spices from Brazil. You know, you got fruits and food from all over the world. And then America has bases all over the world. How come your country is global, but then you're still prioritizing domestically as though America's only here in America, when America's literally global? The problem with the American male is that men here don't prioritize their needs and their wants.
Well, they don't, and they're extremely. I prioritize my needs, And I wouldn't mind having a decent relationship. I don't need a woman to live with me at this point of time, or anything like that. I wouldn't mind having a decent relationship, but try to find that. Okay, I'm in the shithole state of Las Vegas, Nevada, and you've never met in a state so vapid, such narcissistic, dumb broads that I mean, they get dumber by the day. They are dumber. They are more gassed up by the day. So I would have to leave. I have to leave. So there's going to be no choice, because these can I curse on these streams? I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
Yeah, because these when I tell you, I said, you have a serious goddamn problem when a street hooker in the middle of the day with no clients, no Johns, nobody out there. And I'm willing, if these women are so fucking destitute, well, wouldn't they be happy to take my $20 and get a lunch and, do a 10-minute interview? They're not. They're doing just fine. It's repression. This society is a repressive, gynocentric, hyper-gynocentric hellhole on men. And men are weak. They're placid. They're little, by the time they get to 35, they're fops. They're fops, and they have no fight in them, and they never will. There is no future in this country. I tell you, if you're young, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, because there is no future. This soil is dead. This soil is dead. And you want to be patriotic? You want to be patriotic? Anybody is patriotic? Let me tell you something. Tell me what I would tell anybody that I see like this. What are you patriotic for exactly? Go lose another war? What? So you get another law passed against you? I don't understand patriotism in this day and age. In fact, the people that are doing that, I have to question their sanity.
Oh, that's deep, man. Well, I mean, to me, you brought up, son, it's that domestication, man. The problem, for example, you said you want a relationship. A lot of guys here say, okay, I want a family, I want a relationship. And here's the thing, there are steps. Going overseas, you don't even got to go. I'll give you an example. Let's say you live in Nevada, like you say, some guys live in Texas. There's nothing stopping a guy from, I got my family over there and I still work here. I hop over there once a week or every 2 weeks, and I spend probably 2 to 3 days with my family. In America, you don't even have that choice. Let's say you live with your wife and your children. Let's say you come out of work after 8 hours. You got to go through your wife to get approval to spend time with your kids. The amount of talking, the conversation, by the time you get home, you've already wasted over 2 hours, just to talk to your damn kids. You can't get that because you have no authority. The problem with us here in America is we've made it seem as though we're Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. You know what I'm saying? When in reality, all you got to do is take your money overseas where the dollar's worth over 30 times that. America's got bases. The true patriot is bringing America overseas. The patriot.
Well, yeah, that's a point, and I think, any man, especially that, I mean, at least don't forget, I'm a little older, okay? I don't know how old you are. I'm 44, and the changes that I see, because for the past month I have on my channel, I've been running an experiment. I wanted to see because I haven't been in bars or nightclubs for the last 15 years. Okay, and how the climate has changed, and I got to tell you something. It's quite frightening. It's not only the level of narcissism, which I guess has always existed in these places, but I mean, I see more women, especially in and these are, this one nightclub, I want to call it the Blue Martini. I mean, you got women now dancing with one another. And they're not there to meet anybody. I don't understand, even the mindset has changed it. I don't know if that's social conditioning to lesbianism. Some say it is. It's just not normal. It doesn't seem, normal to me. In fact, I get a little off put. I also went to a strip club, and maybe this happens, but there was these two women. I don't know if they were bisexual or lesbian, mid-30s, and they're like tipping the strippers. And personally, I didn't like it. Personally, I took it to an affront to myself. But maybe that's a little vestige of masculinity left, where a place that a woman shouldn't be, and even that's being infiltrated in the way, if you want to use those terms. It is. You buy a drink. You're seen as like almost weird today. There, like I said, the amount of gassed up onto these women and mind games in these places. That's why I said, I would like to have that. I'm still trying in some fashions on that. If it happens, it does. If it doesn't, and that's why I'm just looking. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to pay out here in Las Vegas. All right, if you spend $300 for a hooker and even have them out call, what you're going to get is generally a 35-year-old average-looking woman that's probably already drug addicted. Okay, that's what you get. You ain't getting what you would say, like you said, overseas, go to Tijuana, Mexico, Colombia. I'm going to have to go to Tijuana. But it's a problem because I like to screw every day.
Oh, yeah, but that, I mean, it is the thing. You know, I brought this up because from the black pill sector, what happened is guys need to understand, man, we're in the age of slut walking and all this. You got to understand there's a new thing, you know, I defined it called the point of validation. What you have is a chick will come to the bar. Let's say she dances with a guy. That's one point. That's the point of, you know, interaction. So she's interacting with this guy at the bar to prove she still has it. Then she goes home and swipes the guy she wants to bang her. There's multiple points of interaction. The problem with most guys, they're still thinking, oh, they come to the bar. This is the only place they're gonna get attention or validation. You know, why are they even here? It's to test that, you know, she doesn't just need to swipe right. They gotta come out once in a while and prove they still can get the attention.
Yeah, I see that in the validation. There's also something else interesting happened, and in a small part of the black pill, if you want to call it sphere, and I completely went through the roof with the black pill. Basically, I think I'm a living black pill. I mean, I'm goddamn at truck stops looking for hooker interviews. How much black pill is that? Now, it's terms of like what I'm seeing is though a lot of these local bars, it's not just nightclubs, mismatched couples though, where the male is actually, if you want to talk looks wise, if we keep it onto that, looks wise, they're 2 to 3 points lower, and they look what some of these guys call them doofy oofies or oofy doofy.
Okay, so now, right, I was just about to say, I'm sorry to interrupt you. So now
No, go ahead.
you're basically making the case that you think increasingly that you're seeing the oofy doofy theory, right? You're
I'm
seeing
definitely
this,
seeing a lot of it. I'm seeing a lot of it. I don't know how. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, no. I just quickly, I wanted to add. So I remember I came upon what's his name? I think his name is Red Pill Reich Red Pill Reich.
Yeah.
And I discovered his channel I think months before you did, and then he eventually discovered your channel, and I see that the two of you have been in communication. He sent me the link, and he told me he gave me his whole spiel, and I understand what he's saying. I have a very hard time believing that it's true. However, I listen to other people, and I'm constantly hearing that these women essentially are so dysgenic. They would prefer to have a flubby hubby, or a whatever you want to call it.
Oofy doofy.
The flubby hubby,
hubby
a
schlubby,
man, a schlubby hubby, whatever. They prefer a man who is literally, below, not as attractive as them, as long as they can control that man.
Yes.
So and then Red Pill Reich would basically say this is proof, and he says it's dysgenic, and over time this will lead us to lower IQs and just these weak, pathetic men who look like a fried egg in a chair, and men wearing dresses. And
it is. But let me tell you an interesting something.
Yeah, can we contextualize this with Hormaxer? I want to ask you a question with the oofy doofy, and you're in a club, right? Because me and Hold work in the entertainment industry. We're parts of the beast of that. Now, majority of the time, are these guys already showing up with the women, or are they actually getting the women while they're in the club? That's one of the questions that it was kind of glossed over. I wanted to hear your take on it.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your audio is perfect.
Okay, good. That's a good question, because when I get there, it seemed like I would say 70% of the time they were. Geez, it's hard to say because it's a good question. Showing up with them, and the other 30% dancing in the club. I would probably put it at that. Granted, this is not a ton of times, I'll be out again this weekend to a different type of style club. But I'm one thing that's interesting, and I tell you all this, the only time I ever had success on a dating app was on an app called Bumble. And I had a one-night stand, which was nice. But what this woman told me face to face, she said, listen, I want a relationship. And she was very forward. And she said, I want a relationship where I live with a man and, come home from work. But she told me direct, this is why I'm believing this more and more. She says, I want a guy that's weak in the face, sort of like has real kind eyes. He's kind of because I said, he's kind of like, likes Disney movies and things like that. And, she was describing a goofball type character, a guy that you would see out there wearing a Sesame Street shirt and, and be just like doofy. I mean, and she's telling me this and I'm thinking in my head, holy shit. I said, this woman wants a guy that's kind of overweight, has a weak face, droopy, and she said droopy eyes. I'm thinking to myself, is this woman mental, or is this a sign of what I'm? This was before I started going out, and she told this to me directly, and I mean, I never seen her again, and she got into a relationship with a guy.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Ormax. You got to ask, how old was she?
41.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
She's aiming for her target. It's simp hunting for another thing these guys don't bring. Red Pill Reich, he hasn't been in America in over 15 years. There's such a high rate of tech jobs. Like you go in the 90s, back in the 90s, the only guys that were built like a nerd were playing video games. Now the average tech guy making money and all that is a nerd guy. And look at her age. She's 40. Of course, she's going to look at the most desperate type of man. She's going to describe him. He's built soft. He's probably damn near, I won't use the word, but he's a cell, and he's probably a virgin, with glasses on. She just described the desperate, the simp. You know what I mean? The beta build. You know what I'm saying? Instead of build a bear, build a beta.
But I'm seeing this kind of though in other age demographics, younger. Like I said, I don't know of because you're in these dark clubs and the music's very loud, so you can't stop and speak to everybody in some of these places. But I'm seeing some of it, and before I really thought too, maybe like you do, that this is just complete crap. It's got to be some kind of crazy copium on steroids. But I'm seeing this, and I don't know if it's just social conditioning that's caused this, feminization, a combination, birth control. It's like a whole combination of some of these things. Now, Chad, he still gets laid, okay? When you're talking about looks, because I'm sure you don't know about the looks theory in Chad, because you say you're in the black pill and everything. Yeah, I saw a legit guy, okay? This guy was a black guy, but he was mulatto. Very white-skinned and tall, 6'5", dressed real nice, like a male model. And these two women, I was happy. I even talked about this in video. They came up to him, but these women were not on his looks level at all. Okay. And it basically, because it's so loud, I couldn't tell it, but he kind of brushed them off. So yeah, I'm sure he could have had both of them, but he didn't go there because I'm sure he knew he could get better looking women. But I'm just seeing too much of this.
Well,
what is the percentage of people you see, Hormaxer, that have this oofy doofy thing going on at the club? Would you say percentage?
Well, besides the amount of women dancing with each other, which is very to me, it just strikes me odd. You go to nightclubs to dance with your women friends, and validation, and I say, well, but the exact percentage is going to be very hard because I haven't been out enough.
Well, I mean, do you think it's high or low in general?
It's going to be higher.
Maybe it's an outlining thing you're seeing.
Yeah, but do you believe it's an outlier? Do you believe this is an outlier?
I mean, I haven't been to the club in a long time, but I can. When I used to go, I'm the same age as you. I'm 44, and I remember back in the day, girls used to do that shit, dance with each other sometimes at the club.
Yeah, but I'm seeing more of it though, a lot more of it.
Okay.
You see, the one thing I want to bring into this is because you're not able to talk to everyone. So you don't know if they're brought with a guy that they're already in a relationship with, which that could be a micro status thing going on with them and why they got in that relationship with that guy. That guy could be a lawyer or something. You know what I mean? A younger guy that's in a position of status. Then when you're in the club, you know, these other guys, they could be the DJ. They could actually be the promoter. They could be one of the bouncers in the club, and they're not that great looking. That could be a level of status too. I mean, like, if you dove deep into it, you could probably find more out, you know, but it's kind of hard in a dark club. I understand that. But I seen promoters that are oofy doofy, but they got the status, and then they're getting the women because the status motion is they're the guys that are letting the girls in for free drinks in the VIP. Then you got guys that are the DJs that just slay it. And they can be
I tried.
ugly as hell.
I tried to get in there with my camera, but of course, you know, I'm not a 6'2" Chad jacked up with models around me. So if I was, I wouldn't have had problem recording. They wouldn't let me record, even though they let iPhones in there, which you can record on that. But I did try to get in. In fact, on my channel, I tried to get into this place so I could show, you know, the differences, because, you know, it's hard to say the exact. But no, I still think good-looking guys get laid. I'm not saying that. You know, at all, you know, I'm just saying that a lot of these guys that are decent looking are there by themselves and still alone. And
let me interrupt, but you got to also add in, man, you know, today's age, you know, you got seeking arrangements, you got OnlyFans, then you got the rise of guys tasting the rainbow. You don't know who's there, and then, like you said, you haven't been to the bar in 15 years. You don't know what's going on with. There's so many arrangements these days, single mom rate, all that stuff. You know, the thing is this, man, with the whole oofy doofy thing, which is just a lie. Another thing is, dude, we you know, if you're in the black pill, no, we don't care. We already know the way the laws work in the system. You know what I'm saying? You're not going, unless you're a man that's worth over $1 trillion, you're not changing nothing. You know, we already know you're going against the corporations and the government. You know, we know the way the system works. Once you know the system works, the biggest delusion, this is why I say the man is men, like Hormax was saying, they're suffering from the most delusion because, dude, you know, you hear more men talking about romance, love, and all that bullshit when the women just accept the law. Oh, you married me? Oh, you gave me all the advantages. Well,
yeah, that's true. You know, that is true. I think men definitely, I would say, including in some ways, I guess myself, definitely are the true romantics. This nonsense that women are the men have the fantasy in their head. It is men.
I agree. I agree. You said it. You said it right. Men are the true romantics. We're told the exact opposite. The real truth is women are extremely pragmatic. If you have a lot of money, if you have status, they'll jump on your cock. If you're a bum panhandling on the corner, you know, it's not going to happen.
But it shouldn't, though. The thing is this, dude. We don't have the right to take or, you know, get what we want. It ain't that world, man. That's a state of delusion. The rules are simple, man. With the romance thing, is you gotta understand a man.
I'm gonna jump back in. I just have to take a phone call.
I got you.
Yeah, sure, bro.
You gotta know a man wrote the whole consumeristic. The thing that's changed is that the government in 100 years has weaponized the female body to lead you to the system. And the thing is, most men and some guys are divorced and all that, but you know, in the words of a guy named Tony Bruno, you got to be accountable. You are the one who said, well, she opened her legs. I like the way she opened her legs. I like knowing her. And I gave her a ring and I bend the knee to the government. You made all these decisions. The problem with the men in the manosphere and that jump into the Mgtow space, the red pill space, is it's become a state of delusion where you're running away from accountability. At the end of the day, like I remember Mgtow's freedom. You know, when they tore down his channels, that he said, I gave her a ranch, I gave her a house, I gave her all those things. Key word, you gave her all this stuff to open her legs. You know what I'm saying? And then you were upset when she took it and kept it, and then maximized her power with the court system. You know what I mean? We can't.
Sure.
The look at it is, I've learned this, man. You don't blame the women because you fell for your emotions versus the logic of looking at the legal system. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree with you. I really do. I agree. However, you know, you're right. You're totally here. Let me give you an example. I like using examples. Let me talk about my dad. My father got married and then he got divorced, and he lost everything. He had a house. He had a house that his Mexican father gave him, free and clear. It was paid for. And he lost it. He lost it in his first divorce. At the time, he also had not one, he had two multi-unit investment properties. And at the time, he got it on the cheap. It was cheap. It was in a bad area of Chicago. Now it's in, the area has since gentrified. Now we're talking about $1 million properties. Adjusted for inflation, I'd say he lost at least $2 million, maybe three. Over 30 years of rents, there were 10 units. We're talking about millions of dollars, okay? He lost everything. Well, guess what he did after he got divorced? After he got divorced, he got married again. He didn't wait 10 years to get married. He didn't learn any lesson. He got divorced and he was remarried legally I think within less than a year, within 9 months or something. What does that tell you? You know, and it's not just my father. There are other men who do this. This has been studied. I think there's a serious problem with men.
Men can't be alone. They have a
right,
problem.
right. Well, this is like what's it called? I think it's called male mother need in the world of psychology. And the theory goes like this: men are really young, or like when men are first born. Let's say for the first 6 years, they're very formative. The child is love bombed by society, especially the mother. Everyone, but especially the mother. That need, that again, male mother need is what it's called. The child supposedly gets used to all this love bombing, and even though eventually, once the child becomes older, that love stops. The relationship, frankly, becomes much more adversarial. You know, if the kid's 14, the boy's 14, he still wants to be loved, but the mom is, you know, did you throw out the garbage? Did you do your homework? That love is over. It's gone forever. But the man secretly, or you know, subconsciously, whatever you want to call it, he still wants that love. He still wants to be loved. And so he seeks that out. He transfers that male mother need to his sexual partners. So the theory goes, and that's what I think is going on. And I think that women purposely train men like this, and then we just hand men off. Men go to young boys. They go to school. Let's say they start in kindergarten. It's a woman, right, teaching them, right. Then they go to grammar school. It's a woman. 80%. Probably between 75 and 85% of all teachers now in elementary and secondary schools are women, right?
Yeah,
so we're
the
just
secondary schools, they should not be allowed anywhere near, especially after fifth grade or sixth grade, they shouldn't be allowed near it.
I agree. But again, we right now, we men don't have any political power. So it's the women who are in power, and they have solidified this power. Right now, they're expanding it. We're losing this war right now. And again, so we just hand off the men.
Yeah,
grammar school to high school to university. Now, increasingly, I think now the majority of university students are now women, and increasingly the professors are now women. And then eventually the young man graduates university. He enters into a long-term relationship. Now he has another woman controlling his life, and it's a woman. So it's like every stage. The point I'm trying to make is that every stage of life, the man is handed off to some woman who has authority over him. And there's this exchange that goes on where he's essentially trying to get love, respect, affirmation from these women. And the women know this. The women teach each other this. And they say you can use this like a lever to control the man.
Good point. Hey, Mgtow Cowboy, what you're saying about handing off our boys to these women at schools. But it's even more diabolical. It's crazy. I went to a Jesuit high school in California. And it was all boys school.
I also went to a Jesuit high school.
Right. So like maybe you had like mostly male teachers at your school. We had mostly male. And even though it's mostly male there, it certainly wasn't androcentric. It was there were some good teachers, you know, that were, you know, promoted the, you know, a good image of what a man should be. However, most of them were just basically male feminists, a lot of them. And also when we did have a woman teacher, the rare time there was a woman teacher, man, these guys would just be hounding her and just just acting like they never seen a woman before, you know. So it's, even when you have male teachers, it's still, because of the system that we're in, it's still pretty fucked up, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. To address that, yes, right. You're right. You're right. I think that's a problem that men have, though. I think that men, part of the problem is men need to conquer their own biology. Yeah. When you're 18 and you see a chick with big tits and she has the right proportions. Look, okay, I've told this story before. I'll tell it again. I consider myself a hardcore Mgtow, but there was a time when even I was under this spell. This is a true story. I was in university. I think I was 26, 25. I was very happy with myself. I was like the big man on campus. I had a job, my own apartment, and I had this job. And there was this girl at this job I had a crush on, and she was just a tight little thing, just this tall. She was just hot, right? And so anyway, one time she came up to me and she, like, really quickly, I know she did it on purpose. She lifted her shirt, like her midsection. And I don't know why, but like I like involuntarily started to like spasm, but I know why, because because we are, essentially she did that on purpose to get like a rise out of me, and she did. And in retrospect, I can look back and say, wow, I can't believe how controlled, how almost animalistic I was, that I could not control my own sexual desire for her, and it was so obvious that it manifested into me like. I obviously, you guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Biology, man.
Right. I'm sorry. That's really all I'm trying to say is there is a problem on our side, and our side is our biology. We need to get control of our biology. I just don't like how.
That's going to be, you're going to lose that battle for any male that's healthy. That's why I got a problem. If you ask me, because you want to know, what my qualms were with Mgtow, because one time I had a fairly large Mgtow channel, and one of my problems with Mgtow, at least online Mgtow, not some of the core philosophies, is that a lot of these guys making Mgtow content that are on video are really more incel in denial. Okay, I don't think these men. I'm not getting anything. I admit it. I get, you call me an incel in denial. And he's doing that because they have this thing. They want to pretend like they're these lone wolf alpha males, get women anytime they want, and that's nonsense. They lie to themselves. Okay, they lie to their audiences because it ain't happening. They have whatever it is, an inferiority complex. Okay. There is no way, at least the men that I have seen, that, and they believe that. They believe that. A lot of them believe that they are these alpha males and can get women anytime, but they've left. The truth is they are sent their own way. You are sent your own way. You are a Mgtow. Mgtow is head, and no, they don't like to. I mean, there's a guy who makes 50-minute videos. This guy called 1 year or 5 years of freedom. I think it's 5 years of freedom. This guy will complain every day for an hour on end. And I think he would be a much better off guy. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can
yes,
hear
your audio is perfect.
Okay, yep. Yeah. So this guy, instead of complaining, I think he would have a much easier, at least an easier time in life if he got himself in shape, got on some TRT, got himself a rotation of whores, and start living his life instead of taking hours of that to, or put into a hobby or whatnot. Because you can sit there and can complain about feminism all day long and about the laws, and let me tell you something, those laws are going nowhere. Those laws are only going to get worse, and unless you're willing to talk violence, unless you're willing to talk bombs and guns, that ain't going to change. Okay.
Well, hey, Hormaxer, can I ask you something? Would you kind of touched on it, would you say Mgtow incel by relationship? You're an incel because you're wanting a relationship.
Well, I can't even. Well, if you're even talking about short-term relationships or a friend with benefits, I can't get that. Okay, now you can see what I look. I'm on my channel. I mean, I'm not like a male model or anything. But
hold on. Here's the thing, man. We don't rate other men, but Man, not to interrupt you. The thing is this: the incel. And I've been saying this for over a year. The reason and what self-made was about to say is incel is literally just the wrong, the wrong cinnamon or whatever you want to call it, involved spoken incel. All of them talk about I want to be loved, relationship. That has nothing to do with celibacy. Celibacy is simple math. You're celibate, you're not sexual intercourse. So if you're a relationship and your problem is you can't relationship, what does that have to do with celibacy, aka sex, when that could or be it fake disease that can be rid of. The problem we have is what Mgtow Cowboy was talking about. I figured this out of the pill community. I call it the pink pill. What's happened? Average man has been feminized to the point where he's a woman on an emotional level, a connection level, where he abandons his ability as a man and places it all on her. That's why you see guys literally, their wife tells them, and what we have in America here, figured out until months ago, is we have a trifecta in the red pill community. Red pillars are basically guys that are single, that bang out a lot of women. Then they eventually transition to the purple pilled men where they get married and in a relationship, still got their manhood. The purple pill guy still wants to play football with his son. He still wants him to be a man. But America is.
Yeah. I don't know. You were breaking up on my end.
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
You're cutting out a lot, bro.
But basically,
okay. Well, yeah, on the incel, but these guys can do what I did. Get your guy, like you said, it's a masculinity problem too. Get yourself goddamn in shape. I don't care how old you are. I used to not be a proponent of that because I do a lot of health things. I'm a big proponent of testosterone and other anabolic compounds now. Now I'm a little older, but even for guys over 25. First of all, it will help you in many which ways, not just sexually. It will help. These are neurotropics, if that's the term you want to use. Most men have been brainwashed that in this society, again, because it's hypergynocentric, that testosterone is bad, testosterone is dangerous, and they show you the pictures of a 280-pound bodybuilder. Of course, he's going to drop dead.
You know what?
45.
I think that you make a lot of very good points right there. That we've been portrayed as being bad people, this, that, and the other. Yes, going to the gym and getting strong is good. But, to this other guy that we're talking about, guys, I just showed up. So please forgive me. I'm just showing up in.
Yeah, right. Welcome everyone. This is Angler Mgtow.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Cowboy, good to see you. All right.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'll keep going.
Please.
But I think what's more important than that is for men, things that we were not taught. That we got to.
True. I understand completely what you're saying.
Hold on. Okay, just let me finish. Okay. And I think if guys show up to the Mgtow community, they found it for a reason. Okay. So moving forward from that, build yourself first, and then maybe worry about a woman. Being incelibate or anything like that. I'm sorry if that's causing you pain or anything, but instead of focusing on that, focus on, taking care of yourself. Who gives a fuck about a piece of pussy?
Yeah, that's very easy for you to tell a young guy. I don't know how old you are, but
I'm 45.
Yeah, you're my age. You're my age. That's very, that's a problem I have with Mgtow. Mgtow wants to tell a young man, a young healthy man, to don't worry about pussy, don't worry about women, just build yourself. Well, you're going to go against millions of years of biology, so you have a big problem right there. Okay,
no, bro. I also preach about, I know that a man is eventually going to get horny and he's going to put his dick in something. I understand that. I mean, I do not distract that at all. I mean, I'm trying to raise a son, eventually he's going to get horny and he's going to put his dick in something. And I know that's going to happen. I'm not saying don't put your dick in anything. I mean, you got to.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry to
part of
play
coming
devil's
up.
advocate. I'm sorry to play devil's advocate, but that's what you just said. You just said, you don't make such a big deal about this pussy thing. I mean, are we going to pursue pussy? Are we going to pursue pussy or not?
Pussy has built civilizations, okay? Any man that wants to deny it at this point and thinks, and I understand what you're saying, and this is not a point of being rude to this gentleman, it's that when you tell a young guy, and yeah, it does going to happen, and it is, and yeah, there is some self-restraint, especially to a younger guy that you want to apply as a father. I'm not a father, so I don't have to worry about that. But like I said, to tell young guys that, and I hear these Mgtow, I had a Mgtow channel with a lot of subscribers at one point, and to tell a young guy that's 20 years old, just ignore it. It does. That's cognitive dissonance. Now another problem.
I completely agree. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, the other thing is that the other problem is that you can tell a guy, even because you said and I do, every man should be in a goddamn gym. And not only should they be in the gym over a certain age, if their testosterone is even slightly near the middle to lower level, they should be on TRT, testosterone. Testosterone has been demonized in this society. It is an absolute sickness. You can go into Thailand, Mexico, and walk into any pharmacy and buy all the testosterone or other anabolic compounds you want. They do not like anabolic compounds because it makes males stronger. In some ways, it makes you smarter. It's made me faster. It makes me think faster. It makes me stronger. It makes me feel good. They do not want that. For not everybody, I think there's a lot of stupidity and ignorance with testosterone. If men started taking TRT even at a younger age, you would have a different type of society because it is very powerful. I know it's very powerful. I inject it now every 3 days.
So you had a Mgtow channel and now you don't?
Yeah, I had a Mgtow channel, 20,000 subscribers, and it got banned at the time under the guise of hate speech. But then my problem with Mgtow is that I was trying to tell a cowboy here is that a lot of Mgtow, at least that put themselves videos, these guys are not alpha lone wolf males. They are not. They spend their fucking times talking about women constantly. They are spending their time on TikTok videos of women, complete and utter nonsense.
You know why? Do you know why?
Well, they can
because there's nowhere else to talk about it, man.
Yeah.
Do you have children?
No.
Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt both of you. Yeah, I know why. Because these men are not getting what they want. There's something that they want, and they're not getting it. And in this particular case, I agree. I agree with he said it. It's cognitive dissonance to tell men, oh no, it's okay. And okay, for example, I'm putting my neck out there, and I say this with all due respect. Let me preface all this by saying I have a lot of respect for Hammerhand. We all know who Hammerhand is. Is that right? Everyone here know who Hammerhand is?
Oh Jesus.
Okay, all right. Okay, Hammerhand says, men, get your biology under control, and I agree with that. However, I also think I agree with Hormaxer that it's essentially cognitive dissonance. So this is essentially a criticism of Hammerhand. I think when you're a young man, let's say you're 18, 20, 22, you're in your early 20s, okay? You cannot even think straight when a young, beautiful woman enters the room. To deny your sexuality, I think is, like he said, it's cognitive dissonance. So what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, Hammerhand is another type of man, another type of Mgtow that thinks he's one of
No. No. Please listen. I have great respect for Hammerhand, but see, you have to understand, Hammerhand. What was he doing? He has a child. He has 2 children. How do you think he got those children? Because when he was young, he was also doing what he does. But the point I'm trying to make
what needs to be. I think there's a relearning that has to happen, like a relearning. Having sex. Ultimately, what is sex for?
well, reproduction, but obviously
it's also for pleasure, but at the same time, we got to relearn how to not be so reckless with it, because it's become very reckless. And there's a lot of people out there suffering because of that. These kids
but why? Well, hold on. Let's analyze that for a second. What do you mean it's reckless? How is it reckless? Now, I understand. There are things like syphilis or AIDS or something like that. But let's say the STDs aside, how is it reckless? I disagree with you. It done carefully, it's not reckless. And now let's say you get like, for example, I'm not.
It's so reckless, brother. It really is. I mean, these people out here banging everybody, banging each other and doing all that shit. They're
Do you believe people are monogamous? Do you believe people should be monogamous, or do you think people are monogamous by nature?
Nowadays, people are not monogamous.
No, I didn't say nowadays. Do you believe monogamy is a biological? People are born monogamous.
Yes, I think that's
you're wrong. You're wrong.
I don't.
You're wrong. You don't.
I think that's the core of the nuclear family.
Okay, maybe it's the core.
If you don't have a child, you don't understand.
Well, no. But that's my question.
Hey, bro, I got 2 children, and dude, I do understand. Like, man, let me tell you something. I wanted to touch on something that Hormaxer said, which he said for change. We were talking about guns and violence and stuff like that, but really, we have different communities. We all come from different communities. I'm associated with the Black Pill community, but here's the thing: we have all these communities. Why hasn't any of these communities, except the MRAs, ever pulled together lobbyists to change the laws?
Yeah, but what have they ever accomplished? Nothing.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Hormaxer. Why hasn't?
That's a very good question.
Why haven't we lobbied and get lobbyists, put our money where our mouth is? Because that's the only way change will ever happen.
That will never happen. You could do that too, and you could do it tomorrow. And know what? It will still happen. Absolutely nothing, because you don't have the type of power, or you don't, or the Mgtow, or everything combined. Listen, they talk. There's a lot of talk, and that's fine. But unless people are ready, which they're not, because for a system to change will only change through violent means. Nothing else will change it. You can tell yourself fantasies in your head about going to the Congress and everything. That's
no, man. No. I'm not going to the Congress. You just buy some lobbyists out. You pay for them and put them where your money, where your mouth is.
If you could get that type of money, to get that type of control in Washington takes a lot of money.
Yeah, I talked about this in one of my videos. Big John, he got interviewed on mainstream media. And they set him up. You know what I mean? They made him look like a dipshit. Now Mgtow in the manosphere is getting so big. There's going to come a time when somebody else is going to get interviewed. It could be Hammerhand. It could be.
You'll kill your cause right there. Let me tell you something. Listen,
but hold on. They fucked over Big John. That kind of fucked us for a minute. But Mgtow and the manosphere, it's getting so big that it's going to enter the media once again, and they're going to interview somebody else. They might pick and choose.
Nobody cares about that.
Angler, it already has come into the mainstream. They use our language now. They talk about the red pill and stuff like that, and about they even mention.
Sure, there are some things that soaked in.
Have you guys found that just talking to guys on a day-to-day basis? I mean, just somebody you meet at the grocery store, somebody that you work with, that they actually have the philosophy, but.
Yes. Let me, if I may interrupt just quickly. So I went. Today was my day off. I went to the gym and I spoke with a man who never met him before. He was 5-6 years my senior. We were hanging out in the hot tub at a huge gym, dozens of people all around. Guy's in his 40s, no kids, no wife, and he's like, "Yeah, blah blah blah. I would never get married. You know what happens if you get divorced?" I'm like, "Oh my God, is this guy a Mgtow?" I think it's. I think it's getting out there.
Okay, you know what? That's a plus 5 homo suspicion points, Cowboy, for hanging out with a dude in the sauna.
It was a hot
hang out in the
tub.
sauna, but I hang out in the sauna. but
First
I'm
off, it was
fucking
a hot tub. It was a hot tub.
I'm just kidding, Cowboy. It's
I know. And there were people all around. But I wouldn't be surprised if
that's
that
an
aroused
extra 5 homo suspicion points.
You know what you'd be better off with, and I think more men, if they did this, if you want to collapse that complete gynocentrism, of course, because most men think that whore-maxing and using escorts and prostitutes, it's above them. They got like some kind of chip on their shoulder.
Horror-maxer, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
I remember your voice from back in the day. What was your old channel?
The Mgtow channel was Hard Hitting Health Mgtow.
Hard Hitting Health Mgtow, yeah, and I remember your accent too. So
yeah, I have a new channel. It's up there, but I've kind of shifted, because I went from all that red pill Mgtow, then into black pill, and then into complete, if you want to call it androcentric black pill.
You know what? I got nothing against you, Hormaxer, but the thing you did about Vention kind of hit hard around.
Yeah, but no, I never talked bad about Vention. I talked about his lifestyle, which was a goddamn waste, and I'll stay to that, and I'll tell you why.
Whoa!
I don't really want
goddamn
to hear it,
waste.
Yeah, it was a waste.
I don't think any of us want to fucking hear that.
Well, no, you don't want to hear it because you don't want to hear the truth. And I'll tell you exactly what the truth is. I'm not talking bad about Vention as a person.
Bro.
Well, don't
tread carefully. Tread carefully.
Yeah, Hormax. Talking bad about somebody after they've already.
Do you understand the difference between lifestyle and the person? You don't seem to get the difference.
Well, you don't want talking shit about somebody.
I understand that perfectly well. He's dead, bro.
I have two people talking at me. Well, that you can have yours. I'm going to tell you, living that type of lifestyle in a garage and then waiting to die of cancer and not spending a dime, at least building. If he was concentrated, and here's the truth, and maybe you all need to hear that. If he was concentrated on his health beforehand, working out, whore-maxing, not living, but maybe traveling overseas, overcoming his social ineptness to a certain degree, he would have had a more fulfilling existence. And I'll maintain that right now.
Yeah.
How would any of that prevent his cancer?
I'm going to drop off, Maddie. Hey, in the private chat, I put my email in there so I can get you into the Discords and the other channels of all the other guys. Yeah, it was good being on the panel and talking with you guys. I'm going to cycle off. Hold the Truth Wants back on. All right, guys. Have a good night.
All right, that sounds good.
Please drop your link. I'm trying to find new people. So, please,
Maddie, before you go, you still there?
Yeah.
We're gonna do our open thing is gonna be over by Bourbon Street, over by your area.
Oh, y'all know each other?
No, we don't actually. We just met.
Okay, I guess you're about to then.
Yeah, no, but the meetup is gonna be not too far away from you, so I'm sure you can make it. All right.
Go shake
I guess
bro.
I guess that's Polska Bob's way of inviting you if you're so interested. On the third week of June, we are having a Mgtow meetup in Chicago, and we are giving people the address and times and all that through back channels. But yes, if you are interested in coming, you most likely would probably be welcome. And so, yes, consider it and consider coming and blah blah blah. And it was a pleasure to meet you. It was a pleasure to speak with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys got my email. It's in I put it in the private. Holden wants to come back up. I'll let him back up.
Sure. And I was going to say, if you can, because and I say this because I am very I'm lacking. I'm not very tech savvy. After the stream is done, if you want to come back in tomorrow, a week from now, whatever, a couple days from now, and in the comments section, just leave some way to contact you. That would help me as well. That's what I ask people to do.
Yeah, man. If you're in the area, go shake hands. I mean, I think that's the ultimate outcome of doing this stuff. Go shake hands. Go meet people face to face. and for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. All right, guys. Yeah. You could just hit me up at Selfmade. It's spelled like SELFED. Made.
Okay.
MAADE. You know, just the regular way, but Self with an ED at the end, all together, and Gmail. You know, so you can hit me up
Okay,
there.
and again, like I said, if you just leave some sort of comment in in the comment section, and then I wouldn't mind. I would take a look at your
Drop
content,
something.
and if I like it, I'd most definitely subscribe.
Yeah,
Drop an email.
my content's pretty tongue in cheek.
Drop
I'm the
something.
one that takes shots at the dating coaches and stuff like that. So like I'm the one that put the exposed video out on Alex being a cuck that his girlfriend actually sleeps with other men, shit like that.
Well,
Yeah,
Good
and
for
that's
you
why
on
that's why you
going
shouldn't
after
even
them
bother
people.
having a girlfriend. Just get in shape, get your money right, and then go to Tijuana.
You trust me, my
All
money's
right.
right. All right, guys.
All
I'll talk
right,
to you
all right,
later.
man.
All right.
All right,
All
take
right,
care.
peace out,
bro.
bro.
That's exactly, and that's another thing with a lot of these Mgtow, like Hammerhand. They want to pretend they want us to have them be a monk. Yeah, the guy's 55. Great, he could be a monk then. Tell that to a young guy, and you're right. You should. I don't know how old you are, cowboy.
Can I stop you right there and say that you just said that Hammerhand is pretending? That man is not pretending.
I didn't say he's pretending.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Don't tell me what I said. Pretending of what? That he's a.
Okay. Let me interrupt both of you. Let me say this and just hear me out. Let me speak for 15, 20 seconds. Again, I'll say it again. I'm just going to repeat. I'm just going to reiterate
Do
what I
you
said.
think a young guy should be a monk for the rest of his life? That's
Right.
Should you
You
just
already
be a
know.
goddamn monk? Listen,
I'm
the guy's
not-
incel. He's not.
I don't suggest that at all.
That guy would grab a piece of pussy faster than that your head could spin if he had the opportunity. Now, if you want
Okay, if that's your deal, what are you doing in a Mgtow stream?
well, because a Mgtow cowboy, I happen to like him, and he happened to invite me a couple times to be interviewed.
Oh, that's right. My bad. Yeah.
No. It's okay. It's okay. Look. So I've said this openly and publicly to Hammerhand. First off, let me preface all this by saying I don't agree with Hammerhand on everything. I agree with him on most things. I don't know. I don't know what percentage, 70%, 80%, let's say 85%, but I've said this to him openly and publicly. I make no bones about it. I disagree with him when it comes to men having sex. I actually think that men will become mentally ill, especially if they're very young, if they're not having sexual activity. I think it's perfectly normal for men, let's say men under 35, that sweet spot between 18 and 35, let's say.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Men should be having sex, and I would say to Hammerhand, hey Hammer, you have children. You obviously were not monk your whole life, right? And but now he's monk. But now it's easy for him to be monk.
Yeah,
Cowboy. I totally fucking agree.
Let me finish. Please, let me finish.
Okay.
He has fulfilled his biological imperative. He's had kids. It's easier for him to be a monk now. I respect that he's a monk, but I just think that it's a losing battle to tell a 22-year-old man who's raging with hormones to stay away from women. So if that's the case, and it is, what are our other options? And I think that escort maxing. I think that escort maxing is it's the way, it's the truth.
Whore maxing is the original. Whore maxing is the original androcentrism, and men have been so brainwashed through years of this indoctrination from many different facets, from religious facets, for a very long time. Okay, you want to tell me then all the ancient Romans and all the ancient Greek men, they were just, they all used whores constantly. All the Persian, it goes on and on. Just recently, so men have the problem that whores don't use a whore. It's beyond me. It's either dirty or from a religious perspective. If you can build your, I don't care how old you are. I'm 44. I decided to get on anabolic steroids and start lifting, and I feel fantastic. I wish I would have done it 10 years ago. Okay, anybody, especially you, cowboy, I said you want to lose weight on that, have your levels tested and get on testosterone. I don't care how you obtain it. I get it both legally and illegally.
Yes, I agree. So to that, okay, so this is a point that you had made earlier, and I wanted to respond to it then, but I'll do it now. So I don't know, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, you said, you made this imperative statement where you said, I don't care how old you are. If you're a man, you should be in the gym. I agree with you. My father was a United States Marine. He would tell me all the time, Joe, no pecs, no sex. He would say that very often. When I was, okay, a very quick anecdote. It was my first semester in high school. I walk outside and first what's it called? The first hour is over. I step outside into the hall, and who is standing before me? Both of my deans, my father, and my first period teacher. And I'm bamboozled, and I'm scared. I'm a young little punk, and also I was fat, and I'm like, Dad, what are you doing? And he's in full regalia. He's in his police uniform. He looks at me. He says, Joe, you're on the wrestling team now. And like Rick and Morty, I'm like, oh, I am. I'm scared. And he's like, Joe, shut up. You're getting in the wrestling. This is what you're doing. It transformed my life. I know my weight. At my lowest point, I was 161.25 pounds. How do I know? Because that day I had lost so much weight, I fainted on the mat, and I wake up to like 2 or 3 people fanning me. I don't know how low I probably was at less than 10% body fat. I had a 6-pack. I had women throwing themselves at me. I really mean it. I was, I have beautiful green eyes. I wear boots. I'd be like 6 feet tall. I used to get girls throwing themselves at me. I'm a fat ass now, but I'm telling you, how you look makes a difference.
And there's no reason why.
Cowboy, I would like to go back to one of your talking points. We were talking about monk and how, at 45 years old, yeah, I'm a monk. I don't need it no more. But I agree with you.
You have low testosterone. You have low testosterone. You're not healthy male. You need to get on TRT and testosterone. Okay, a lot of men think
it doesn't take goddamn supplements.
No, we don't
talk.
I'm not talking about supplements. Actually, I'm
Can
talking
I talk, please? Back to the whole thing about the monk and what we preach and what we're spouting out to these young boys, and I agree with you on that point. We got to be careful with that.
Yeah. Well,
these boys, hold on, bro. These boys, they got to go out and they got to burn that shit off, and y'all know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's fine. I mean, they could spend too. I mean, it doesn't have to be sex. But yeah, they could spend a lot of time in the gym when you're young, and you should be doing that. But listen, even though, you use the excuse that you're 45, and I'm a year younger.
Hey, look. Don't even put that on me right out the bat. I don't know what you're talking about with
do you exercise?
That being some kind of excuse.
Do you exercise? Are you exercising? Are you building your body?
I'm riding my bike. I got some dumbbells, man.
Okay.
Guys, hold on. Hormax, hold on. Here's the thing, man. What we was saying, what Hormax was saying, and he's absolutely correct on this, is that if you're a young man, and this is
like lying now.
This is why Hammerhand, I say, is 100% wrong on this. And here's the thing. Let's all be honest. We don't see what guys post unless they show you what they want. The guy's a truck driver. He's doing something over there, whatever. But a young man, like Hormax is saying, has his raging hormones. The thing fathers used to do is they would get it out of the boy's system through currency. They would teach the man that sex is a currency exchange to numb that man's emotion. The problem we have in the United States is that the average boy is being demasculized and feminized. Where, I got to do it for love, relationships. Let's be honest here. Even if you got children, you want to know something. What is children to a man? Did your body go through changes? It take 9 months. Did it affect you in any shape or form? Your accountability,
no.
Wanting to raise those kids. There's nothing stopping a man from.
If I got to answer that honestly, no.
Hold. There's nothing stopping a man from having more kids. And the solution for the younger men is simple. You have to hormax. You have to remove that need for emotional validation that clouts your mind from understanding that this is nothing more than a sexual exchange. It's just sexual intercourse. And once a man numbs himself from that emotional standpoint, and here's the thing with the incel thing is that most guys that are quote unquote incels suffer from a lack of social development and social awareness. But for the men telling men to go monk, it's you've given up on yourself as a man.
Yes,
You've given up on your needs and your desires.
No.
Giving up, man.
It's not that we've given up.
It's giving up, bro. So
No,
you're
it's
telling me
not.
you have no sexual needs or wants at all.
If he got on,
There are so many things that go into that. Hold on. There are so many things that go into it. You know, once you get older too, you know, your testosterone levels drop.
Exactly.
So
Why aren't you on?
you're not in need of sexual.
No. Dude, a man can breed until the day he dies. It's not about need, it's want.
I don't want no more than one.
Dude, you don't need no more kids, but the problem you have
in
the
male hormone testosterone.
But you agree. You agree. You do see the point, right? He just said, you know, a man can have children till he's 75. A man can have children till he's 80. Charlie Chaplin had his first child when he was 81 years old, right? You can see that.
I heard that. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you could keep going. The problem is this, and this is the monk thing. I call it false monking. The problem we have in the Mgtow spheres, we have a lot of false monks. It's men that have turned women to a deity. Oh, I'm waiting for the return of the virtuous woman that never existed. She didn't exist in the 1800s. Didn't exist in 1900s. So they say they're going monk instead of them prioritizing their needs, taking it overseas, wherever. Because here's the thing, guys. Pussy is pussy, man. It don't matter if that pussy's in Mexico, that pussy's in Puerto Rico. Vag is vag. The problem with most men going monk, especially in Mgtow space, they're going monk because they've deified women. They're waiting. There are more men in the Mgtow sector waiting for the return of the virtuous woman than Jesus.
Oh, that's the truth.
Well,
oh my God, is that
I think a lot of it, you know, that's not talked about in the Mgtow community or the manosphere is that how much of that stems from childhood. You know, when you seek out the wrong women, it's because, you know, if you're seeking out wrong women, that had something to do with your childhood. You know, it ain't just going out there grabbing some random fucking woman. It's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if it's just for sex, here's the thing, man, and this is difference with the, you know, and I know some Mgtow and red pillars would know this, but the thing is this, there is no right woman because you can't predict how long she'll stay right. The problem most guys don't get is your incentives do not outweigh what the corporations and governments. The governments are literally saying you could slut walk. You could have as many kids as you want. The advertisement is telling her she's missing out on being married. There's nothing a man in the West can offer a woman. That's why I say LTRs, long-term, short-term. We're in the age of interaction. Men just have sex, might talk to her, and they leave. There is no longer.
I think the wisdom that you're talking about right now, that's what we got to be teaching to our young boys coming up, because that's what they're going to have to face.
I'm sorry. Hold the truth hostage. Hold the truth hostage. 5 minutes ago in the private chat, you wrote a sentence. I want you to expound upon that. You said, "Man, I'm trying to get on the solution for young men is simple." Can you just lay that out? You have 60 seconds. You know what? How is it simple?
The solution is simple. You have.
What is the solution?
The solution is simple. You got to take your sons to a country where they can be exposed to manhood, which means, for example, you got a son.
It's called androcentrism. That's the problem.
Take him to Mexico, for example, which is right across the street, and you show him where men have authority. You got to show him this as soon as possible, and you show him how to be treated like a man, and and you teach him from an early age. And what I'm saying isn't new. You teach them that sex is all about currency. It's a interaction with currency.
Transaction. Transaction.
Yeah, transaction. Your wife wouldn't marry you if you couldn't take care of her kids or, protect and provide. You have to take your son overseas. You got to break that mold that the West has on them. You got to take him overseas as soon as possible, just to expose him to a country where they're going to treat him like a man. Then he comes back here and he doesn't see it as a dream or some type of imagination. He sees it. I was in Mexico. I was in Brazil. And they treated me like a man. Then
That's right. They treat you like a king over in those countries.
Treat you like a man, and you teach him. If you really want to save him sexually, you got to pay for it overseas to get rid of it and numb him of the emotion that they're training men to be obsessed with overseas. I mean, dude, you guys that are older, there are more men today talking about, well, she doesn't love me. They're not even talking about first base, second base anymore. She doesn't love me, man. How do I get her to love me? What the fuck does love have to do with you just busting something? You know what I mean? It's the man has been over feminized, and the only way to cure your son, if he's, I don't want to say the age because the way YouTube is, but if he's under 18, you take him overseas and you show him how a man is treated. Respect. No yelling or cursing at him. It's this country when it comes to long term, it's done. Not one man on this panel could say, well, you find the right one. Well, let me ask you, how long is she going to stay right? But
especially in the digital age, that's going to be very difficult.
My boy, he's 7 years old, and I do not have the funds to take him, in the places that you're talking about.
Yeah, but
but I have the wherewithal to surround him with, tough men. And one of my neighbors here, made him cry over the weekend because, he got in his ass with his words because he did something wrong, and I just let it happen. And, my kiddo started crying and all that. But I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, yeah. But here's one thing, you can locate, even in, they call location max. You could take him to the southern sides of the U.S. to farm, fish. There are still sections of America where you can just keep it in him where he goes to more of the southern area where there's some level of male authority. Because the cure for this whole anti-masculinity thing is you have to feed your
patriarchy,
masculinity. You got to take him to like a farm where he's working or something. You have to train him that, dude, there's nothing wrong with being a man, strong, working hard. You have to, if you're in the city, let's say you're in the East Coast, take your son to the farming towns, the farmer towns, have them visit areas where they really practice that patriarchal thing. Then when he gets older, you take him to a trip, even if it's Nevada. If you can't fly out of the country, you're gonna have to pay to numb him. The killer of the man in the West is the lack of being numb to his emotions, man. Once you're numb to your emotions, you're free. That's the true essence of a man, is that emotion can't clout you anymore. We're mathematical. We're a walking calculator. Anybody invest in love. Think about it. I gave her a house. I gave her all this because I loved her. I ignored the law. I ignored the system. I ignored that there's $1 trillion corporate and government industry that literally has more incentives to offer. You be free, man. Freedom.
Yeah, bro, take that boy out. You just got good advice. Get him a job baling hay. Get him a job throwing bales of hay up on a wagon and earning, $6-7 an hour. Teach him what it takes to earn money. Do that. You just got really good advice.
Brother, just teach him to be a man and proud, man. It's because the schools, they got to beat it out.
Why don't you build yourself as a father? You're not an old man. You're 45 years old. That's why I preach to men. They don't know the power of testosterone. And I know I'm harping on this because most of you do not.
Yeah, you are.
Huh? Yeah,
I said, yeah, you are.
Okay, well, you seem to be against that. And
I'm not against it.
Okay. But what I'm telling you is that you could set a real good example for your son right in your own presence by just building a real, what you would say, a masculine body. And because you're 45, yeah, when they didn't have these things, sure, it was a lot harder. But today you can do it. You can get it easily online. You can get it legally if you want to go that route.
Brother, my bottom half is breaking down. So all I have is my upper half.
Right. I'm sorry. So let me interject. Hormaxer 2, you may not be cognizant of this. I am because I've spoken with Angler. Angler has pre-existing medical conditions that he's basically on disability for life. So.
Oh, okay. I see.
Anyway.
Respect, man.
Yeah, no, there are circumstances where certain things can't be done. I didn't know that was this.
I ain't broke down yet. No, I got dumbbells. I got a bicycle. So
you can.
Good, man.
Is your lower body? Are you able, or is it just like? Are you like wheelchair bound, or what type of disability?
Oh, I ain't in a motherfucking wheelchair yet, but
because there's still, like I said, through these use of these compounds, there's a lot that you can do. I was shocked myself, and a lot of people, and through the use of just working out, even your upper body and going through, I don't know exactly how much, what percentage of your lower body you cannot use, but with the use of the compounds, especially any men over 35, are insane not to use it. I really view them. They just don't know. They just don't know. It's not into the mainstream yet. It's getting there, but.
Well, it sounds like you really believe in it and that it's really helped you. I've not put it in my mouth. I've not swallowed it yet. So I don't know.
Yeah, man, you could do it natural. The thing is this, man, to me, you're in the
you can't do a body naturally with testosterone and anabolic.
Yeah, but the body, to me, this could be another talk, because to me, we're going to fitness, but the problems going on is a lot more mental.
Well, but testosterone does affect you mentally. That's why I'm very big on
I know that. We could get to that later, but he's trying to pinpoint his, fatherhood and all that stuff. That we can disagree and move on that one for the time being. But to me, I'll say this, man, is that another thing men got to do, and I'd say this is big, is you got to start going back to your minimalistic ways, man. You have to minimize. The problem is we got a Mgtow spaces. They're teaching men we've lost. We've never lost. Even if you're a father too, guess what? Your wife, your ex-wife or baby mom, her body changed. Her bodies will never be the same. And then if you're out of her life, the leader and the man who's built on minimalism, you have to minimalize your life and start prioritizing mobility and freedom. And here's the thing, you can eventually flip your money overseas to other countries if need be, or cheaper towns. You can always move to a cheaper state and a cheaper location if need be, and start minimizing your life to your wants and necessities. Because the most thing I've seen in the Mgtow space that's dangerous, and I say really hurts the children, is when men proudly say, well, I gave up everything for my child. You know what I'm saying? You literally put the hurdle of this kid that you went homeless or poor to fight the courts versus, now this kid has a dependable father, even if the time is limited, or if not until 18, whatever it is. It's better that kid sees their father standing up instead of, hey, I went broke to have you in my life, meaning you destroyed my life. There's such a psychological level of damage that's being done when men go in a family court without thinking about that kid,
Yeah, that's something that I'm trying to be super careful with these days. Like I said earlier, I got a 7-year-old son, and I think he's good. He's 7 years old. He's got a temper, which he's learning to control. And he's also a bit selfish, which I'm having to work with him on. But I'm working,
Hey, Angler, bro. Where's mum, bro? Where's the mum?
Well, you're in his life. In his life as best as you can. And to me, that's
where's the mom?
And then at the same time, you got to be careful. because the way I look at it, until your kid is about 21, you got to look at this as psychological warfare. You know what I'm saying? Where the mother, for example,
That's the thing, man. Yeah, I agree totally.
Accuse you of giving a kid alcohol, drinks. You got to, as a father, even if you got time or custody, be extremely careful, because at any time, depending on how psychologically damaged the woman is in your life, be aware that there's certain things you can't do. You kind of have to treat your kid like you're always in public or some place with them where you could send them home, and you got to your view of them, because it's happened where the man had his kid at 18. Oh, he's 18. He's in your house now, and out of nowhere, the mom accused him of having the kid drink alcohol. Underage.
You don't know what the fuck's going on at mom's house, but yeah.
Oh, go on, bro.
No, that made perfect fucking sense.
Hey, Angler, bro, and by the way, good to have these boys here. Hold the Truth Hostage has got a good channel. Followed him for a couple of years. Angler, your son got an anger problem. Are you still with the lady, the mother of your son? Man?
Oh, fuck no.
Okay, they're bad. They're toxic.
Nope. I'm single, single father on my own, bro.
I'm sorry if I may interrupt all of you. Is Juliet Lewis here?
Hey, what's going on?
Juliet Lewis?
Well, that's his. He is one of many pseudonyms that he goes by. I believe his name is Joey.
Is it Polska? I don't know.
Polska? Oh shit! Yeah, bring in Polska if he's around here. I know you guys got like a north-south thing going on there.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to have Joey or Juliet Lewis maybe talk for a couple minutes. He's been rather quiet. I know you've been on the stream for probably over half an hour now.
Oh yeah,
you're still there, right?
I can pop out, man.
Yeah, I can go.
Sure, if you want to, you're welcome to stay. But I guess also keep in mind, I'm allowed up to 6 people at a time.
No,
Cowboy, it's your stream. If you want me out, kick me out. I'll be all right.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't want you to leave. No, I prefer if you do not. What I did prefer is I wanted to cede the floor to Juliet Lewis for maybe 2 or 3 minutes and have. I'd like to have you. I'll call you Joey if that's okay.
Yeah.
Can you introduce yourself? Actually am not too familiar about your story. I know you and Traversable. You guys co-host a stream pretty often, but I don't know too much about you. What's your backstory? Were you married? I know you're in your 40s. What brought? Can you give us your Mgtow story? What brought you to the red pill?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm Joe too.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, no. First of all, I want to say Hormax was absolutely right about the testosterone, but I think he's missing out on the pheromones women give off too, and how that kind of makes men effeminate as well. So you got to look at that. And then I think another thing too, I'll get into my story in a second, but another thing too, I think it's really short-sighted for young men to put sex at the top of their list. I mean, you're setting yourself up for failure in life when you're not, you know what I mean? When you're just sticking your wee in every little hole, you know what I'm saying? So
how old are you?
Late 40s. I've been a Mgtow for about 15 years.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what, I was one of these guys in school. I played every sport. I was, best player on the team pretty much. I played a little college football, not any big schools, but if I had some better coaching, I probably could have played somewhere, bigger school.
Dude, if you made it into college football, that's a big deal.
I played a little bit, yeah, but on the East Coast. But the thing is, so I'm this 6'1" guy, 220, 240 in college. So the women just kind of came to me, right? So women kind of just came to me. So it wasn't
You've got to be 6'2" plus these days, man.
Yeah.
6'2"
Yeah. So it's not, it wasn't a big deal, right? So when I was 18, 19, 20, they came to me and, whatever, right? So I just got lucky not to get married. That's the bottom line. Never had kids. So the thing is I've gotten older I've been lucky not to get into those entanglements, and that's helped me a lot. So I kind of disagree. Listen, all you guys are really smart. Okay, I'm gonna give you that, but I just disagree with the concept. So anyway, I've been in Mgtow for 15 years. Okay, so almost got married once. Thank God that didn't happen. But I think it's a little short-sighted to kind of put sex at like that high of a pedestal. Where okay, you're with a woman. Let's say so 5-10% of the time you might be thinking about sex or having sex, but what are you gonna do the other 90% of your time? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that's kind of where I disagree with the panel a lot, is overemphasizing sex is pleasure.
He's going to be in there jacking off and making crusty socks.
Yeah, I'll just tell you an example. My father, who's gone now, but the guy was really smart. He was a really smart guy, and one of the things he told me, if you get that urge, just shut the door, take a hot shower, take care of your business. I mean, whatever. Listen, when I was in my I was really disciplined in my 20s, even though a lot of these chicks came at me because I was making, I make good money. I have advanced degree, all this kind of shit, right? But the thing is, I started chasing a lot of, I'll be honest, I'm going to be transparent. I started chasing a lot of whores in my 30s. So, because they were cheap, right? It's cheap. It was, and I go to massage parlors and all that kind of stuff. But now as I'm getting to my late 40s, and I got lucky because I would take Joe's, we would have this saying, Joe and I at Traverse will have a saying like, if you want to take care of that thing, get 200 miles, go 200 miles and get a fake ID. Okay. So you don't have those entanglements. So as I've gotten older, I realize I see the wisdom in what he's trying to teach. What Joe tries to teach me is, you don't want to get in those situations when you're young, where you're getting a woman pregnant. You're putting yourself at risk for rape accusations, Mgtow accusations, all this kind of stuff. So that's the only thing I disagree with you guys. But other than that, you guys have been great. So yeah, that's all I got to say.
So what I'm trying to accomplish is that my son is not, when he's 45 years old, that he's not on his goddamn phone having these conversations.
Well, it's going to be a lot of worse.
That's what I'm trying to accomplish.
Oh yeah, if we get there.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing, Joe. You got it wrong about it. What we were talking about is at a point of power. When you pay for what you want, get it out of the system. You're teaching that boy when he's about, the right age. You're teaching that he can get into this. You don't have to build on
You're
one.
cutting out, man.
I'm sorry. You're cutting out real bad. Are you still there?
Is it Joe? Is your name Joe?
Yes.
Who's Jay or Joe? The guy who was just speaking.
Is it better?
I think we got two Joes here. I think we got two Joes talking.
The Joe who's like 49.
Wait, is it better?
Well, I'm 45, so that must be the 49.
The other guy who was a football player.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Joey.
Yeah, Joey. Joey,
Oh,
do you take testosterone right now?
Yeah, I've taken it, but my doctor, and here's the thing too, and you know, Whoremaster, yeah. Did I say it right? Yeah. The doctors don't prescribe. Yeah, they don't
like to be a whoremaster. I'd like to be a goddamn pimp at this point.
No, they don't prescribe the right amounts, right? They don't know how to prescribe it correctly. So you're absolutely correct. You have to take the right doses. Yeah.
You got to go. You go to
eroids.
Go to eroids.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what. I got tested. Like I was shocked because I'm very aggressive, very competitive person, and so I was shocked it came out like 350 or something, and I was like, man, this is not something going on. But I noticed that's
incredibly low. That's incredibly
it's very low, So this is like about a year ago. So doctor prescribed a real low amount, and my buddy
did he give you 100 milligrams?
He gave me that would just whatever it was. I forget what it was, but my buddy knows a lot about it. And he was telling me the amount that he gave me, like you have to maintain those levels. So yeah, I'm not taking it now, but I'm going to start it up again because I think you're absolutely right. You know what you say.
But here's the thing I was trying to say is that what we're trying to teach a man, and this is what Hormax is saying, is that, dude, you got your hormones raging. If you train and bring a boy to a point where, let's just say Vegas, you train him that he can actually pay for it and get it out of his system from a point of authority and getting what he wants. And then remember, these are brothels where these chicks are getting tested every week and so on and so on. You're numb. You're training him not to be a slave to his hormones, but a master. And a master is, I want something, I'm gonna pay for it, get it out my system, and I'm back to work or whatever he's doing. You telling a boy, especially in this age of Instagram and thirst traps and all that, to just hold it. You know what I'm saying? Like Hammerhand is saying, hold the line when, even with talking about body and all that, Hammerhand ain't taking care of his body. And
I'm sorry.
Boys are older.
If I may interrupt you quickly, I'm sorry. I just heard someone cough. That's not a trend cough. I detect.
Oh no, that ain't me. I can't.
That was me. It was me, Cowboy.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Trent is a great. Trent is a great compound cowboy. The only thing with me, what happened was I started raising the dose on Trent because I wanted to test it, and unfortunately, and it happens to a lot of men, even younger than me, they get high blood pressure. So I just lowered it, backed off of the trend. But trend coffee is very real.
Right. No, I was afraid, or I follow your channel. It seemed like maybe it got to the point where you were running multiple cycles. I don't know. It's just a joke. I'm sorry. Please continue, sir. You were saying.
Oh yeah.
What I'm saying is, man, you're training him. The problem with the domesticated man is that we're in a country where they tell men to not prioritize themselves, not even be secondary. I call it the average American man is no dairy. He's existing at a point where he's absolutely in the bottom. So you going to pay for it is you taking ownership of your sexuality and your needs. So you're like, I'm just going to pay for it. I'm not going to go through all these hurdles and all this bullshit. I'm going to just go through the currency. And if you put that into a young man's mind that if something's out of his authority, it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? You should be able to get sex when you want it.
Oh, yeah.
It might cost something.
He'll go after it harder if it's out of his. Yeah.
Yeah. You train him to not chase tail, but own it. Once you own the tail, I get it.
You strip them of their agency. Absolutely. Women need to be stripped of a lot of the agency that they've been allowed into the society, which is far too much and far too great. The power structure is completely out of balance and so out of balance. And I don't see it coming back anytime.
But what about the risk, though? What about the risk these guys are taking, though, when they're engaging in those things? You know what I'm saying? Like the risk of getting somebody pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
No,
they don't want to get pregnant.
No, that's their money.
They don't want to get pregnant.
No, they're professionals.
They don't want to, but they might. Yeah.
No, the brothels, you gotta wear condoms, protection. And let's be honest, guys, we're in the age of the slut walk. The society has stripped women to the point of their subject. You know what I'm saying? We're in the slutathon, slut marathon, where they've dehumanized the average woman. The corporations and government like to say we men are sexist, when in reality, it's the corporations and the government that told women you're nothing more than, you're perfect being overweight. You're perfect being, slut.
Oh, Jesus, are they getting fatter too? I don't know. But even I noticed on the escort sites, the weight of these broads, I said, are you paying by the pound? Because it's really getting to be problematic, because now I'm starting to notice on these sites that 1 out of every 5 of them are getting to be overweight or obese or want to call themselves BBW. And it's a big problem, literally.
And men are still paying for that shit?
Yes, unfortunately they do. Men are the sick ones. Let me tell you something. They are so sick. I had one guy that I talked to, and he's a wealthy guy. He's a black guy, and he would go and pay these BBWs, outrageous sums.
Oh, you're talking about Key? You talking about Key now?
Yeah, Key would pay them outright. And I told him, listen, Key, I know you're into that. I tried to tell him, stay away from that. Don't get these animals on you. Don't let them near you like that. And know what happened to Key? Key had a BBW sit on him and break his goddamn pelvis.
Damn.
No joke.
God. Yeah. That's how low in the totem. I call it I tell men it's called
that ain't worth the snatch.
No, but it is when the man has lowered his level to the point where the priority in life, I call it the finish line wife. The woman has become the finish line in a man's life. In the manosphere, most men don't talk about the fact that some men just have children to keep the woman. As in, he had the children as a accessory for her. He doesn't even give a damn about the kids. It's just to be close to their mother. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of men today have normalized that bottom line lifestyle, and the woman is their finish line in life. So that's to be expected. That should be even more normalized. I mean, the obesity rate in America is, man, it's insanity. And the reason why is that the fast food industry, any guy from the 90s knew back in the 90s they didn't carry certain sizes for women's clothes. Like they had to go to some special spot to get their clothes. But the fast food restaurants and the fashion industry got together and realized we don't want them to go to the gym. You want to know why? They're not spending money on fashion and clothes. So we have to put fat shaming. You have to say you're fat shaming them. It's all to increase the consumerism. Forget losing weight. You can still look good. You can still buy these dresses. So they've normalized obesity. I mean, I saw an Adidas commercial where they had some fat chick running in the mountains. Like, that's possible.
Yeah, and they love to walk around in yoga pants too. The fatter they are, the seems the more yoga pants they want to wear.
Oh man, I'm seeing some big fat fucking asses. In yoga pants.
They're proud of those fat asses in the park too. You notice that?
I said, don't you?
Hey man, hey,
you
gotta understand, guys. We're in the age of Captain Ahab, man. Most men are well hunted. You know.
Maybe dick.
Before I do that, because I could probably get one of these land whales, one of these animals. But before I would, I honestly, if that was it, I would just choose to be celibate or just leave, because at that point, I'm not going to do that to myself. I work. I'm not a bodybuilder, but I work on my body. Why should I have some fat pig woman allowed to be around me that looks like that? I don't want them around me.
Goddamn, that's a good point. And talking to y'all tonight, this makes me realize, the Mgtow monk thing, and that but maybe I should be more careful with that. And, not scaring guys off. I mean, they got to get laid at some point in time. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think you have a good intent. I think your intention is good. It's just, if there's a better way, try to reconsider your tactics.
Yeah.
The thing is, dude, you gotta understand, man. You gotta be. There shouldn't be a such thing as a monk. A monk is usually a religious thing. Body, mind. The thing is this, man. If you want the sex, you go pay for it. The men that don't want it by payment are men that have been.
It's gotten there.
They've
it's
been
become
feminized.
religious. It's become. Anyway, keep going.
It's that men have been feminized to think that sex has to come with emotion, when in reality it just has to come with a transaction and action. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that. But the thing is, I would say get that fake ID and go to the next city, next state. Like engaging in those things in a local level is not good, because you could run into somebody, they could talk shit, they could come after your assets. There's a lot of risk, but yeah, in general I agree with that. But I would say get a fake ID.
You think the escorts will
miles,
come after your assets?
And another thing I would add too is don't tell anyone your business. If you're going out going around or you're doing whatever, just don't tell. It's nobody's business, right? We're having a panel discussion, but it's nobody's business if you're banging a whore, whatever. It's none of their business. None of their business that you go to a brothel. It's none of your business if you want to travel overseas and do your thing. That's just between you and you. You know what I mean? So that's another thing I would advocate as well.
Yeah, but Joey, if some men are looking for a solution, like Ormax is helping a couple guys, just telling them, dude, just go pay for it, get it out of
and
your
build your
system.
body though. Hold hostage. I'm going to emphasize too.
Man,
not only to Hormax,
I can agree with paying for it.
Yeah, not only to Hormax, but to Mogmax, meaning building your body. I believe a man should even mog a whore. Mogging, I don't know if you're familiar with the term mogging, just building up where your body is superior. And women, and I believe a man should do that because it will build his confidence. It will build his self-confidence in society. You want some solutions. Okay, let's talk some solutions that can be done personally. Let's start with the body and the body building. That is a must. That is a priority. Being built like a little twink or being fat and obese is unacceptable, and it should be made that way. Unacceptable. Next, you sex the transaction. Now, can you cut out complete emotions? Yes and no. You would probably have to train from, like you said, a younger age to be more of that mindset. Unfortunately, I was not. I was severely raised in a gynocentric environment, so I did not, but I have. But unfortunately, those do exist, but it can be remedied to a certain degree. Telling no sex is ridiculous. That's out of the question as terms of I'm concerned. You mogmax your body and you hormax. Today, there is no other solution. If you think there's other solutions, I hope you find it. I hope your son is lucky enough to find it. Truthfully, I don't think the problem is going to get better. I see it only getting worse. I observe this every day now with my eyes. And those are what you do. You mogmax, you hormax. You pay for sex, and if you have a lot of money, have orgies too. If I had the money, I'd be having
no, that's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, I would have Caligula style orgies, the likes that would make Rome and Greece blush.
How much money are you talking about? How much money are you talking about here?
Well, for me, honestly, those type of lifestyles would cost a lot of money. That's not cheap.
Domestically,
domestically, it would cost you do you know, hostage, that out here, if you're in Las Vegas, because they have this strip and these absolute morons come in from out of town and get a $500 covered blowjob with a condom, no BBJ, nothing, and they think it's the greatest thing because they got some fat wife at home that won't fuck them, and they screw up the whole market.
Dude, when I was in my mid-20s, I bench pressed 360 fucking pounds.
That's
I could
me.
250 pounds over my head. I could deadlift 500 pounds, and I could leg press, a lot more than that.
800, yeah.
Well, the thing is this.
It ain't there no more.
Your body adjusts. You got to adjust to the body.
Yeah, you're not going to lift at mid-40s like you are at 20.
No, it's right, Angler. You won't be the same.
Sorry. You got to adapt with it. But, my thing is this, man. We just got to accept the solution. It's going to hurt you. Like I tell most guys that most men here have more experience simping and being part of the system than not being part of the system. You shouldn't be ashamed of it. But, you just
how we wound up here. Yeah.
Well, you just got to be aware, dude, we're men. We never lost. You were born a man, AKA you were born a winner. You know what I'm saying? The world is ours, and all we got to do is still live by the law of math. The first man was nomadic. Men weren't arguing, well, the herd of deer have left. I still feel like this is my home. I love it here. No, the men that survived, our ancestors just said, fuck it. They moved. We're gone. You know what I'm saying? Pussy is no longer allowed here. You no longer have authority in America. You could just make money. Let's make our money. Go overseas just like our country did. I mean, America has over 100 bases all over the world. Why don't we? Why don't we take ourselves all over the world, man? Prioritize your wants and desires. Just understand that you're not losing nothing leaving here. This country don't even want you here. They just want your money. You know what I'm saying? They want you to work and grind yourself into a fine flower. You know what I'm saying? So they could blow you away like some dust. Make your money.
That makes a lot of sense. Not all of us can just, pick up things and go. I got a boy here.
No, not now. Not all. You gotta understand. It's all timing. And you could even go to other locations, cheaper states, travel. You're free, man. You just gotta work within your means. I told a brother this: just because we all can't get the solution, don't mean it's not the solution. It's just like if there was a cure for AIDS and some of us can't afford it or can't get it soon enough, it's still a cure. The solution is still a solution. It just, some guys could go straight to the solution. Some guys might go to a state close to it and have to hop back and forth. You do what's within your means. And as a man, you start living your life with simplicity and minimalism in mind, because the women can't cut back. They can't. A woman literally lives. We're in the age of female. Women literally rent their bodies. The amount of money spent on makeup, hair products, she's renting her own body. You as a man, what are you spending on? I could wear a white, 5 different white or black t-shirts every day. They don't mean nothing.
Oh yeah, that's true. Women are.
I'll tell you what too.
If I may,
things that we look at that cost money. And like you were talking about, these women and everything, we got to start looking at, our expenses as, it's liquid, it's not it's liquid.
Like
It
investment.
constantly changes. Yeah.
It's got to be liquid. Yeah, liquid is good. Yeah. Liquid's good, fellas. Yeah. Sorry, Cowboy. What's up?
Oh yeah. Quickly, I wanted to mention because it was a good time to say. Did you guys know that apparently there's a vaccine now that prevents?
Oh, you don't want to use that word, man. You don't want to use that word on YouTube. Use the word serum. Serum. You don't want to use the V word.
Were you guys aware? Are you guys aware that apparently this is already old? It's like a year ago. There is a poke or a jab now for the prevention of AIDS. It's not. If you already, it doesn't work if you've already contracted it. But if you have not contracted it, you can get it. And whatever, I'm no scientist. I don't know all the details, but apparently it'll keep the what's it called, the caseload. It'll keep the load of the virus so low that you will never actually detect having it. So, and I'm sorry, I just bring that up. I just bring that up because of course, when it comes to hormaxing, you can get whatever, herpes, gonorrhea, syphilis, strike, mono. But the big one no one wants to get is AIDS, right? The reason why I bring all that up is because please let me finish.
I'm sorry.
The reason why I bring that up is because of course there's sexually transmitted diseases, but I think we're moving towards an age where essentially a lot of these diseases can be cured or prevented or treated if you get them. And I just wanted to make that point in defense of hormaxing or escorting, if you will. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Cowboy, man. The average chick, has been trained by the time she's in high school. She's already had 20, 25 up. At least the chick in the brothel been trained to
she's
value
done by
that.
then, man.
Work out in the brothel and all that. And the thing is, I'm being nice. I'm being kind. But Cowboy, I'm going to tell you this. A BBW told me, just put a Hershey cup in the condom. And, you can fit in the
STDs. Look, I'm from a different country from my 5 gentlemen and the other people in the chat. Different country. We have different rules here. I'm not going to say anything because it's a public forum. And for our private, I'd tell you fellas, but they are some of the cleanest people, and you're not going to get any dramas. You're not going to get any dramas from. I'm not saying anything. This is a hypothetical.
Are you talking about women?
Oh, you're talking about
I'm talking about professional players.
Boys are cleaner than bar women.
Okay.
Those bar girls, man, they can run through. They've been the Holland Tunnel, as Greg would say. No, they've been run through. But the thing is, I'm not endorsing anything. All I'm saying is that, look, you got $200 in your wallet, or you got maybe 200 grand in your bank. Hypothetical. This is all hypothetical. $200 or 200 grand, which someone can take half of that. These odds, not good casino odds, fellas. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, man, I get what you're saying. 200 grand in a divorce or $200 with a pro. The thing is this, man. You gotta understand the brothels. Which chick sounds cleaner? The one that works at the brothel, it's her job, or the one that got drunk and blacked out and woke up with some dude in a bed?
How do you know?
Yeah, you know what I mean? And they test them. And to me, Italy and all of them been doing this. I mean, Amsterdam, dude, America's on its way. New York is just stepping up to legalize.
I don't want them to legalize it. I don't want it to be legal, though. Once the government gets into legalization, you'll have more laws, believe me, in this country passed against men and women's protection. These guy escorts, you believe me, they're already gassed up beyond belief. It is beyond comprehension and beyond belief. And once you because this government is gynocentric, and if they do that, which they may eventually, another 5 to 10 years, it wouldn't shock me, they will come on the side of them. Men will have no rights. You will be limited to everything dictated to that. I want that government. Keep it illegal. I'll Hormax in other countries. I'll Hormax here. I don't need the government.
Well,
I think that's a very solid point. It's one more thing to use against a man.
Well, here's the thing, guys.
They are pushing us out like a motherfucker.
No, dude, you gotta remember Conan 19 happened, and Conan 19 is pushing for the legalization of prostitution because the amount of jobs from that sector that were eliminated is now, and notice they call them night workers now. They don't have a choice but to push towards that. And the fact that it's well known on Instagram, and look at that, seeking arrangements. The government eventually is going to step in and it will liquidize the price. The price will drop because the government doesn't care about you having a family. The government just wants the sexual activity, the money to continue. And right now, the women, the ones that lost their jobs, that have been trained since 2010 to be the slut walk and all that, they don't have any other skills. The government, at the end of the day, has to provide a job.
That could be true what he's saying, but the only problem with that I won't say if you only say the virus. During the virus, there was a guy named he doesn't make videos anymore. It's Trick Lessons podcast. He's another whoremonger, and he thought the prices were going to come down substantially because the women are going to have to turn. They're going to have to lower their rates. And know what happened during it? Not only did that, the opposite. The rates went up, and they keep going up.
Mm-hmm. I talk about this a lot on my posts. Psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists, and people with Machiavellian type behavior.
Cluster Bs, Angler. Cluster Bs, yeah. The whole lot.
Exactly.
The women are all completely like that. Almost completely like that. Yep. Shame, but it's what we've got to live with. It's what God gave
Amber
us.
Heard. You've been following Amber Heard?
Oh, what a... Joey.
Yeah.
What a piece of cake. She got destroyed. And the funny thing is, the psychologist lady who was testifying against her what is she? Borderline personality and histrionic. She was prettier than Amber.
Amber Heard is nothing, man.
Yeah, in that profession, you're going to find a lot of that.
Man, other things, dude. To me, the thing is, you gotta understand, man. I checked out the channels, dude. This thing is black pilling, red pilling. A lot more young men are heading towards the manosphere in stampedes because you had the Will Smith, the combination of the Amber Heard. The combination of, if you follow rap, there's a rapper named Megan Thee Stallion who framed a guy, said he shot her in the leg when he didn't, and they demonized him guilty without. Dude, a lot of men are evolving, and trust me, I'd say by 2030, the average men are going back to what we were, man. We were just calculated, mathematical, non-emotional investment. It was you lead with your math. Like I tell guys, you want to know what a beta is? I'm gonna tell you what a beta is. Most guys in the manosphere get this wrong. They say, "Oh, the beta is the guy who's begging." No, a beta is a guy who leads with good intentions. If I'm a good man, everything good should happen in my life. You know what I'm saying? You're leading with the intention and emotion of good. That means you're ended by your abandoned.
He's got the wrong mindset. Yeah.
He became a beta.
Unfortunately, he does. Yeah. Sorry.
But brothers, man.
You seem to have hope for men in this country, and I don't.
No hope, brother.
That's the fantasy fictional world. Traversal and I talk about that. The fantasy fictional world that we live in.
Yeah.
There's no hope, man. There's only solutions, man. Any man living off hope is the hope. And I've accepted it for what it is.
Yeah.
Once you can accept it, you can move on. You know what I mean? I learned to live by a new code. I call it the flat line. Don't worry. Be aware of what you can't control. Don't stress yourself. Dude, you're not changing. There's not a man here that has over $1 trillion to combat the government, change laws. You got to just let it, and we're winning anyway. Every time the birth rate drops, men are winning. Every time a man steps out of that dating market, that's potentially 50 to 100 women not getting money or whatever per date. Dude, we're already winning. And here's the thing, even if the law changes, let's say the law were to change, it remove no fault in 10 years. That means a lot of women have already aged out from reaping the benefits of that. So for 10 years, men didn't get married. Now you got 40-year-old men getting married to women, let's say 20 to 30. And the women that before the law was passed are now 40 to 50. They've aged out.
Well, I don't know. You think women have no sexual options at 40 and 50? I would highly
No,
disagree
I'm not
with
saying
that.
they don't. I'm saying the mass majority of men that would have married her in 30 in the law, if the law would have changed when she was 30.
Oh, okay.
I think Max, they'll just get more run through, more pipe laid down. That's all, and that's going to destroy them already.
Yeah. I think that's also a very important thing to look at. This is why one other thing that I talk a lot about is, really trying to meet men where they are when they show up here. Some of them, they got shit going on. I mean, me personally, I'm diagnosed with a complex post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, Anglo.
So I think it's very important to try to meet these guys where they are when they show up, to really try to give them an opening hand and be very welcoming to them.
Yeah. Anglo, that's over a long period of time too, isn't it? CPTSD is a long period of time. That must have been one real heck of a person that you were with, bro, or whatever you've gone through. But that's I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
It was a wild ride. Don't be sorry, man. I'm trying to make good from it. So,
brother, you made it, man. To me, you've overcome. You're aware of it, and now with a clear mind, the fog is gone from the windshield.
Yeah.
You're driving on that road, and you know where you're going. But guys, man,
yeah, we can't change that. Men are like our ages. I'm sure we all would like to have years back for one reason or the other. And I think about that, at least myself personally, I think about that constantly. But if I dwell on that right now, I would get very depressed. I'd become a more depressed person if I dwelled on it, which sometimes it's not easy to do. And I fully admit to that. But I said, if you can do, like, that's why I said it may not be the perfect, there's not the perfect solution. I never said that, just building up and maxing and maxing is going to be the panacea to everything, but it sure beats what's going on right now, and it sure as hell beats this insane dating, this gynocentric, whatever they want, whatever it is today. In my day, we call it dating. I mean, I don't, even know what we call it.
I agree. Please go ahead.
Dude, dating is, if some chick, the problem we have is the women have evolved. They've accepted that. That's why I say women, in my honest opinion, they don't lie.
Here we go. You ain't bullshitting. Yeah.
Listen, they're a reflection of the laws in the system. If me and Max are playing basketball and they tie a bowling ball to his legs and I'm still playing to win, I'm going to play with my advantage. The thing we got to understand is we're in the age where there's no longer dates. There's interactions. Okay, you're with a girl on a date. She literally has a phone. One question I like to ask guys is, are you faster? Hold on. Are you faster than a text message? Are you faster than a phone call?
It's so true.
Are you faster than a direct message from a social media account? You're not.
Social media truth destroyed them.
You're not faster than any of these things. Social media to destroy the law. It's the compound of there's no legal male authority. If you literally still had male authority, because a lot of guys like to bring up it was social media. No, people were socializing. There were concerts in the 50s, 60s, town hall events. But those days they were male authority. You know what I'm saying? Once you remove male authority, everything else. So
TFM came up with this. That was the first time. No authority, no responsibility. We are absconded from all our responsibilities because we can't do anything. We go to jail and get raped. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Whoops.
That's okay.
It's a bad word.
Was that a lie?
Can't use that. You gotta use the
The problem with TFM, and I know who TFM is TFM though decided to live his. I mean, I guess if you want to do that, I think it's very unfulfilling, banging plastic dolls and remaining a recluse, and instead of building his body in horror.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, dude, like Ormax was saying to me, man, he made a stream, and to me, this is where I stopped listening, and he lost his mind a little. But he said, man, if only it was an event where 50% of the men were eliminated. But here's the thing: the laws don't change. A fine example is Georgia. There are more women than men, yet the laws did not change. Nothing matters when the law remains the same, and that's what men need to wake up. The law has no emotion. The law is just what it is. So you as the man, how do you counter and live in this world? You accept and move on like the law. You're unemotional. I don't lose sleep anymore. I just accept it for what it is, and I keep moving. I don't even look back no more. Even the past.
I think the law is a big problem. The law has been taken out of our hands.
And it will remain that way. You go down.
Here, all of you guys. The law has been taken out of our hands. These people, they don't work for us anymore, and that's how it's supposed to work. These motherfuckers are supposed to work for us, but
they never work for you. They may tell you that they never work for you. You don't have the type of power. They never work for you. If they want to, it's just to show you an example of how they want to keep men in line and check. Even down if you go to the stretch where they still have streetwalkers here in Las Vegas, and you go down there, they got these hubs and cameras. I have them on my videos, and they go up about 40 feet. They're towers with cameras by Metro Police out here, and it's so they can keep track of the Johns and the Tricks out there, looking. So they keep them they keep them in a state of fear. I don't give a shit. I go down there I get out of my car because most guys just drive with their GoPros when they do these type of videos, but I don't care because I know it's just a deterrent. But they want to keep these guys in a state of fear and anxiety, in a mindset that this is horrible criminal activity. And I said, fuck them. Fuck them.
You know what, man? This makes me think about a lot. I live in small town Indiana. I'm surrounded by cornfields. I live in a small town, and you're out there in Las Vegas talking about this shit, and it's crazy how different it is. Just by simply going across straight line or state lines. Yeah.
Yeah, brother. Well, I mean, every state is a different country. I mean, Jersey, no self-defense. Florida, what is it? A battleground law, whatever it is.
Stand your ground. Stand your ground law.
Stand your ground. The thing is this, guys, you gotta understand this, man. This country, any country founded where there's no countermeasure. For example, we have the government. This is how you knew it all started with the end in mind, is that, okay, King George, a tyrannical leader, started overtaxing, disrespecting the settlers in America. Then what does George Washington and them say? You know what? Why won't we create our own one rule and one powerful government domestically? As in, why don't we create our own King George called democracy? Instead of, okay, we got the government, and we have what I call a people's association. We don't have a yang to the government that's a yang. I mean, this is how corrupt things are. We ask the government to stop corruption. The same people that broke the law and corrupted it, we tell them do better. When think about how corrupt it is that when you describe a politician, you say, yeah, they're politicians. They're supposed to be corrupt and stealing. This is how fucked up it is right now. You know what I mean? It's been
you
like
should
this
break the law. If any man, I tell them, you grow with this with age. Any man that wants, unless I don't believe in hurting other people or putting other people into danger. You should not put, for instance, I'll use this as an example. Testosterone, they make you jump through hoops. They make you to get to doctors that won't give it to you. You buy it underground. You get it on the line. You don't care about their laws. Stick their laws up their ass. And that's how I view them. Like I said, I will not abide by those type of laws that will put my health and my sanity above Who are these people? What the fuck do they even do? They honestly do nothing. And once men start to realize that, and I'm not saying break it, become violent or go, you're becoming well, but that's the perfect example. Okay, you need that. You need a medication that's cheaper. Oh, that's illegal in this country, or this dumb, stupid. Doesn't even make any sense if you think about them logically. Shove it. Shove it. I find a way around it. And that's what every man should do. Whatever you can, whatever it is, find a way around it.
Yep. That's a big part of Mgtow, man. It's not just about fucking women. Fuck them women. Fuck them.
Fuck them.
They can go. They can go piss up a rope. I don't care.
A lot of Mgtow. Use that word, man. Don't use that. YouTube got a few things, and after that thing happened in New York, you gotta.
Oh yeah.
Tone it down.
Yeah, YouTube has become so insane too. It's so unfortunate where YouTube once was. Now look at YouTube today. I don't know how you think about it, Cowboy, but when I see YouTube today, it's like one big television commercial. I mean, look at this shit. It's it's like TV on steroids. And I said, and I use it because if you want to have a channel, you have to be on YouTube.
No, you could link it to Odyssey, but
but Odyssey's a streaming site. They won't even let me put Odyssey won't even let me put my GoPro footage on there, and they won't let me put my Logitech even here that I have at my desk. It won't. It's not compatible with the site. It's too large.
To comment on that, I love using examples. I remember 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. I remember Hammerhand was saying the same thing. He said, "You know what? I'm sick of YouTube. And this is too much, and I'm leaving. I'm never coming back."
Yeah, it's impossible.
He came back. He came back, and you know why he came back? And I don't critique him for this. He came back because he realized this is where it's at. This is where the numbers are. This is where the people are.
If you're going to want to have an audience,
people don't leave YouTube. There's a philosopher that I listen to. I used to listen to him a lot.
Stefan.
Yep, Stefan Molyneux.
Didn't they ban his channel? I think they banned his channel a while back.
Yeah, killed him years back. Yeah, sorry.
They kicked him off YouTube, and he's asking. He's got a. I'm on a Castbox, which is a podcast, app. Mm-hmm. But yeah, these motherfuckers kicked him out of fucking YouTube.
And there are so large.
He wasn't speaking anything evil. You know what I'm saying?
Because if you just go against their narrative, as you know, it's a very leftist, far leftist, especially at the top. And that's what you look at these sites, for instance, because not only will I have to worry about YouTube itself, I got a nasty, vindictive troll. Crazy one. I made a video of it because I managed to get his number. Crazy little fucker. But
I have him lately. I don't know if we'll have him.
And I said, I don't know how you feel. I would ask everybody here, Cowboy. I don't know how you feel, but when I saw, because I've never used Twitter, but I said, well, what happens if Elon Musk bought YouTube? Would that change things?
Well, here's the thing, Max. YouTube's already changed because when Joe Rogan moved to Spotify, it changed landscape, and now Elon Musk bought Twitter. YouTube, and you gotta look at guys like that and other guys that get views, is that YouTube has actually removed itself, stepped back. But here's the ultimate thing: it's their website. It's just like you have a house. This is their house, man.
Yeah, but when you start kicking off everybody, I mean, that's going to add up over time.
You look at how grown, and even Mgtow.tv, a lot of channels have grown. I mean, YouTube has lost over millions of views per day. A lot of guys have left.
Yeah, but they're in those millions because it's so large, and they feel they can do it. They feel they can do it right now. But eventually, there will be a site, because if you ever look at these other sites, Odyssey, BitChute, it's like BitChute, they're not going to allow you over 2 gigs. And my GoPro footage, that's like 1 minute of GoPro footage. The sites, they're not viable. They're not viable because either one has good streaming or one has just good video, but don't have both, and they don't function like YouTube.
Okay, to address that, and yes, I agree with you. A couple points, 2 points. I think BitChute is of course, it's far behind YouTube. but I think when it comes to alternative platforms, that is the best that we have. Point number one, and that's sad but true. It just does not work as well. It just does not work. Not as much storage. There's a ton of stuff going on, but that's the second best. The second thing I wanted to say, this is a technical thing, but and you'll learn, as you play with your camera.
About to say the format. Probably format.
You know what? It is what it is. At least for right now, we're able to talk with each other. And you guys are all over the place. I'm all over the place. And technology is very shifty, but it also allows us to sit here and do this tonight,
Yeah, it's true. But with our channels, and believe me, they will. If you have a Mgtow channel, and if you start getting a little too bombastic, which I am just by nature, they'll come for you. They will remove you. And I was taken off because too many people were seeing my channel, and I was flagged constantly for hate speech.
You become a threat. You become a threat.
I'm starting to see that. I think I've got 66 people that are watching me. That's what it says. And, I'm really not holding anything back, but trying to get on YouTube lately has become difficult.
Yeah, well, it's just a matter of time. Like I said, when I do a channel and I'm out there, because I'll go out to the actual tracks out here, I talk about maxing in open, and because it can actually change a person's mindset. And once if it gains traction like that Mgtow channel, they're going to come after me again. And I'm trying to find a viable alternative. And right now, I don't know. Some people say Rumble. I have to go to it now. I don't know.
Well, here's another thing you could do is, to me, you can always edit it to become like, some guys are turning it to some podcasts where they just cut out the video, and then you can always lower the quality. One problem we got in Manosphere, there's some guys saying you need a 4K. Guys, we're just men talking. I could upload a video at 360p 480. It doesn't.
Oh, yeah. Right. I'm sorry. That's a dumb thing, and it's just technical stuff. But he's talking about, oh my gosh, there's only so much memory.
Yeah,
yes,
but I'm
that's
talking
true.
about for people that use GoPro, though. Don't forget, when I'm out there, I'm trying to show what the streets are like. I can't sit at my desktop and run at 360p. I have to have where these men can see when you're doing
where are you at?
Hold on. I respectfully disagree. You don't necessarily need 4K. In fact, I
use 1080p.
Yes. Okay, I recommend that or 2.7K. But the point is, people think, oh, you got to have the best equipment. You got to have, the best footage. No, I don't think so. If you're filming, if you're on a horse galloping at full speed, or if you're mounting a camera on your helmet, you ride a motorcycle, then maybe you want 4K. I'm just, okay, go ahead.
No,
but hold on.
I agree with the previous
Hormaxer, where are you at? Boulder Highway? Or
no, I go down. I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm on the northwest side of town. But where they are, where you have to go down to, is Tropicana and basically off of Polaris, which is just behind the Strip. Because there's a casino there called the Wild Wild West, and it's a track. It's like a track they walk.
Yeah, the Days Inn. I lived in Vegas for a while. Days Inn.
Oh, yeah, there's a day right around there. So that's where if you want to have like street, but here's the problem, and I told you earlier, that these women are so and I still believe it's because of social media, that these ugly, and I mean, one was attractive the other day. I'm going to see for the next few weeks. But they want like $50 to $60 to talk for 10 minutes. And I said, are you insane? No, I want to touch these ones. I really want it because I don't know. It's odd with me is that, probably if they were good looking, I would be looking.
Hey, some guys like no teeth, man. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a limo down there from the Bellagio. He was getting his full service right on the street there. I wish I could have gotten to the limo and started filming it. But, I didn't want to disrupt, but that's what they do down there. And I said, to me, I want to get, because, see, my thing is that, there's a channel
Oh,
called
you
Soft.
fucked her.
No, I didn't. No, these I didn't. Believe me, I tell you if I did. But but there's a channel called Soft White Underbelly. I don't know if any of you guys have seen this.
Oh goddamn! You know, with the conversation that we're having, that just sounds dirty. But
well, it's not. His channel is. He's got 3 million subscribers. This guy, he does kind of what I do, but he comes when he interviews a prostitute. He's very extremely gynocentric and naive. He's one of these real what they call bleeding heart liberals. So when you see his perspective and then you see somebody like mine, of course, mine will never be the popular perspective, okay? Because I have no qualms about talking with these women. I have no qualms about doing. And, you know, he has a lot of money. He can pull out hundreds of dollars at a time to pay these women to get his interviews. You know, he was like one of Apple's top photographers. So he can do that. I can't. I'm just down there with a GoPro, showing the different elements of this from the online sites, which I can show from my desktop, and I do.
You're down there fucking toothless women with your GoPro.
I wouldn't go anything near that. That's the one thing. Anything remotely. That's when I get when I get whores though, I get out call. I make them come to my house. First of all, because if you want to do whore maxing out, you can. Most likely the cops don't bother you. They generally don't. But you can always round. And I like to be in the comfort of my own home. I like
what?
Yeah.
Why are you laughing? Why this? I agree with everything he says. I'll call it. What you're gonna have car fun?
That's high risk though. That's
That's nasty to me. That's just nasty to me. Car fun. I mean, how
funny to me because
car fun
this is not in my area.
That's how you get
so
busted.
It sounds funny.
In Chicago, that's how you get busted.
Yeah, if there's
smartest
any way you would right there. That's how you.
Yeah, but whore maxing, they're scoping your house, man. You know that, right? It's like I don't know, bro. I don't like that idea.
Well, because you.
Well, okay, they're scoping your house. You don't.
Yeah, no, I've never had one thing stolen. I've never had anything remotely like that happen. I think you're right where that does happen. If you're worried about, first of all, you don't have to be a moron. So if you are a wealthy guy, I'm not. Don't show wealth. Don't lay your most valuable. Maybe do a little cleanup or whatnot, or play a little, or appear a little more broke than what you are.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to parrot everything you just said. I have a 200-pound. I have a 198-pound iron safe in my apartment. I wear gold. Whenever I bring over a girl like that, everything goes in the safe. And you don't show.
Never let them see the safe either. I would not ever let anything. That's the one thing where the other gentleman is right. You have a safe. I would never let, even if you trust that, do not. I said that's the one thing you have to realize. Even if that safe and your valuables are locked up, don't even let them see the safe. Okay, and it's not a dangerous thing. I'm not saying this to spook anybody about it because I do it all the time. But don't let them see a safe in your house or wherever you are. Don't let them do it. Cover the safe up, hide, camouflage the safe. Do not leave the safe in the open because they can. When they see something like that, that is a target. That is a target.
Don't be careful before she leaves.
Sorry, Angela. We've got to be careful talking about too much personal stuff on here for the safety of the brothers. Hey, that's the way I see it. Yeah. Careful.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
Well, in my reckless days, I always liked the card dates personally. They were cheaper, and you know what? You just
like that.
You can escape. Well, the thing is, you can kick them out if you need to, and you can just drive the car off. Have more control.
Yeah, but I make sure these whores. I want them showered. I mean, they're always showered. But in the car date, you don't know if they just fucking had another date right before you got cum on their face or whatnot. I mean, that is. Shower them off. Get them showered. I mean, not everything is perfect, and it ain't. But you don't want, unless some guys are into that. Some guys like doing that. They get off on that. That's not my thing.
Are you telling me at 45 years old, possibly 46, before I ever find my next piece of pussy, I got to take her to a goddamn truck stop, put her under a shower, and fucking hose her off, and then take her home?
Well, when you're young, you do a lot of things. I did a lot more reckless.
How much are the pilot showers these days? Anyway, everybody know?
I don't know.
No idea.
Listen, if you're gonna go down,
my car got fucking totaled at Pilot. Anyway,
Might need a fire hose angler.
This is
Fire
why
hose.
I'm monked.
Yeah, fire hose may be more like it down there. I'm telling you, I'm certain.
I know. That shit can take off flesh.
Well, believe me, what they have on them, you ain't missing anything with that. So
Oh dear.
All right.
I'd say when I was young, I'm more a monk now, but when I was younger, the easiest way to, like, wherever I have to travel a lot, and the easiest way to find out where they are is you just look up prostitution arrests, right, in that city, and then it'll tell you the streets. These are the streets to go to.
They're called heat. They're called heat maps.
It's like they're doing it on purpose, though.
God damn, boys. You know what? We didn't have these resources.
It's called the internet. Both my parents were Chicago police officers. Go any major city. It's called a heat map. Look it up. It just shows you where all the arrests are. Where it's the brightest orange. It could, I think, brightest orange or red. That's the epicenter right there.
You're getting all the pussy you want.
Dude, I'll admit it. I've had probably hundreds of car dates in my crazy years, and I never got caught once. Never got caught once because I'm paranoid. I'm always looking around. Yeah, and I tell the girl, I say, listen, look around, make sure there's no go to a
that's
dark
part
area.
of the problem. See, Joey, see, that's part of the problem, and I respect that if that's your thing. That if that was your thing. Problem is, I can't really get into the mood. Like it's not as enjoyable when you bring them back to your place and you've known this chick, you've known her for a year. Let's say after about 6 months, 7 months, you've seen her a couple times. You can bring her back. Hormaxer talks all about it. He busting out candles and shit, scented candles. I really never got into the scented candles things, but I'm not kidding. I'll bring them back to my place. They'll spend the night for a night or two. That when I take them home, right before I'll take them to the Chinese. We'll go get some egg rolls. The car date. It's just so cheap. It's I can't. I'm always looking over my shoulder. It's terrible.
I don't know, cowboy. Back in the day, man, if I got a chick in my car, I was fucking the shit out of her. And that's pretty much how it went.
I had a security guard flash the light on me.
That might work for the cornfields. That might work for the cornfields in Indiana, but here in Chicago, a TAC unit will roll up on you, and you got 3 men standing outside your car, and they're asking you questions. They want to see your ID. This woman's a known prostitute. They're going to impound your car,
and you might end up in big trouble if she's one word.
What's your best car date story? I got a bunch of them, but I remember this one chick I picked up. She goes, because I look like a cop, because I'm like shot and everything. And she gets in the car. And she goes, "Can I smoke a cigarette before you take me in?" I go, "Yeah." And then I had one chick. She like dropped her crack pipe. I'm like, oh fuck! What did I get?
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
tons of crazy stuff, man. I don't miss those. But here's the thing, guys. That's why I chose the Mgtow lifestyle. Because I had to evaluate my life, and I'm putting myself in all these high risk situations. I got a 6-figure job. I got 2 advanced degrees. I got, what I'm saying? And I had to evaluate myself and say, this is not a good lifestyle for me. So I kind of chose going to massage parlors instead. I think that's a safe play.
I think it's safe.
But yeah, and even then, it's kind of like, I got into it with them a little bit too. But overall, I think the Mgtow lifestyle for me is better because I'm reducing risk and harm in my life. So that's kind of why that's the direction I'm headed in.
You know what, man? Take that money. Do not finance anything that you don't have to. Stack that fucking cash, bro.
Yeah.
Stack that shit.
Yep.
Stack it. I mean, till you got $1 million in the bank.
Yeah.
Agreed.
No question. Opportunity cost. That's a key phrase to tattoo to your head.
No opportunity cost. Stack your cash.
Mm. And diversify where you can, bro. You might have a couple of bank accounts. You might have a little bit of liquid in wherever, a safe or wherever it is. And you've got everything, and a bit of property, whatever. Diversify that stuff. Solomon said, cast your bread upon many waters, and it'll come back to you hard out. So, do that, because there are people out there always wanting to get us. you know, us. When I say us, I mean this sphere of ours.
Yep.
Yep, true. But yeah, the
You
car
never
dates,
know.
man. I was like addicted. I had like an addiction. I think this is in my early 30s. You know, and
You never know
it was
what's
just
gonna
getting
happen
out of
down the
hand.
line.
It was just
I mean,
it was actually getting out of hand. I'd almost go like every day or every other day. That's a
Oh
sexual
wow.
addiction.
Oh wow. Okay. So
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
that's definitely maybe a little bit of a fetish. Yeah, I noticed as well.
yeah.
In my early 30s, you know, I don't.
Angler's laughing as
Oh, you
well.
know,
Sorry,
just being
Jed.
honest, you know, if I can talk about that for a second, I guess
Jesus, excuse me.
I'm
I'm a
analyzing
geeky motherfucker.
myself, but I don't know. I think part of that may be from you had mentioned, Joey, you had mentioned that in your 20s you kind of had your shit together. I think in my 20s I maybe was a little bit more disciplined. I definitely was not maxing or anything like that. I would equate that to almost, if you want to call it, almost like sexual repression. I think I was a little sexually repressed in my 20s, and then I think I just kind of gave that up in my early 30s. And I remember my last girlfriend. We started dating when I was 30. We broke up when I was 31. By the time I was 32, definitely by the time I was 33, you know, yeah, every weekend there were some known spots, and I had a new car, and you know, I made a video all about it. You know, just I became a seasoned veteran. I'd cruise around, and got to a point where I don't know, I was 32, 33. I had like 6 girls on speed dial, and maybe not every day, you know, but yeah, come the weekend, you know, buy that 6-pack of beer, and you know, you're off to the races, and yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Weekend. I'm talking Tuesday at 2 in the afternoon, man.
No, I wow. That's,
Hey, Cowboy,
like it a lot.
you know, before you got out of that shit, how'd that go for you? When you had that chick, how'd that go?
Like, what do you mean? While I was doing it? Well, yeah, who are you talking to? Yeah, sorry. Who's the question for it?
How'd the relationship go?
Are you talking to me?
You're talking to Cowboy, yeah.
Yes,
Talking to me?
Cowboy.
Do you mean
talking about my last? You're talking about my last girlfriend?
The relationship that you just described. How'd that go?
The 1 year when you were 31, you broke up. Was that the one, Angler?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I mean it had an infancy, it grew, and then it grew old, and then it ended. I mean, we dated for I think 1 year and 1 month. She was fat. She was fat. She was like one of the fattest girls I've ever dated. But she had a
she had pimples on her ass?
No, wait. No, listen. No. It's all
You're fucking ruining everything. Okay, go on.
It's all encompassing. You know, she had a pretty face. She did.
Certainly all encompassing. If she's that fat, she's all encompassing, bro. Just kidding.
Very funny.
No disrespect at all, brother. No disrespect.
What I mean to say, or to say that, maybe to say it better, you have to take it as a total package, a package deal. You take all things considered. She was attractive in the face. Her mom was very attractive. You know, but her mom was like 60 pounds thinner.
She was cool for a year.
What's that?
She was cool for a year to be overweight.
Yeah. She was good for a year, and I know it sounds terrible to say this because it is, but
no,
I rationalized.
Bro, I'm just giving you shit, but no, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I rationalized being irresponsible. I never used a condom with all my girlfriends, never. And I know for a fact, you know, these girls, they were responsible. Otherwise, I'd be that guy, you know, who had a 8-year-old son, and I'm paying child support and da 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 da. Anyway, no, it's true. No, it's true. But yeah, I rationalized it in my mind. I said, you know, yeah, maybe I will, you know, just accidentally I'll get her pregnant, but she's kind of pretty, so at least our kids will be attractive, and now I wouldn't even risk it.
That's crazy though to think about that, you know.
That's crazy.
Kid. But the thing is, that's the thing. When you're young, you don't like at least I didn't understand the consequences of my actions, you know, and you know, that's why it's important to teach these young guys to make better decisions, because it could spiral out of control. Okay, it did for me. Absolutely spiral out of control. Because I was at the point I was spending like $500 a month on like Asian massage parlors.
That's nothing.
Wow. It's a lot of money.
My goodness,
$6,000
that's
a year,
money.
yeah.
That's a lot of fucking hand jobs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, and I regret that.
Why they
Because
not
that money could have went to a stock that could have, been worth 60, 100,000 by now. Who knows, right?
Well, I hope you at least got some blow jobs out of there, or were they just hand jobs?
oh, I'm sure he did.
Well, the one time, I got a funny story. Like this one lady, she like, I don't know, she was having trouble and like her wrist was bothering her. I'm like, all right,
She was having trouble.
So in baseball, the manager like points to a certain like arm for the bullpen. Like, all right,
Yep.
I go call. I told her call the bullpen. so
Okay.
So I had to tip, I had tipped them twice, But I was making good money back then. I was making $1.20. This is 15 years ago. I was making a lot of money, and I was like, I was young.
So you got a fucking head job? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I was just out of control, man. I'd get like two. Sometimes I'd have like two broads come in. Hey, let me do the. I remember I made a bet. I was betting a lot of money in sports.
Right.
I remember I won like 3,000 one day, and I'm like, oh, let me get two. I got two broads. It was like $300. But it's just out of control. Just total just immaturity. And that's why it's so
But you
important
get
to
the
teach younger guys. But that's why I like. Yeah, I got everything, whatever. Just But the thing is, that's why to me it's important to do these podcasts. At least the younger guys to understand the risks that they're getting into, and try to avoid those mistakes that I made. Make and it ultimately setting yourself up for early retirement and just a better quality of life.
That's a very good point, man. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Have any of you guys, slightly changing the subject, but it's really in the same vein, have any of you gentlemen heard of it's like a sort of like an online community, it's called I think it's, what's the acronym? FIRE? What is it? Something retire early.
No, sounds good though. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's an acronym, FIRE something financial independence, retire early.
No, I've not been onto anything like that.
Yeah, they're a bunch of usually uppity young people, yuppie types that are, they're all about getting into real estate, and then you can buy it, and you upgrade it, you put a little sweat equity, and then 3 years later you sell it and double your money, and then you buy a 6 unit, and all these people who get together and they talk about just strategies about basically getting wealthy and retiring early.
It's just another pyramid scheme.
No, I don't think so. I think they're just people who have this sort of essentially, I would say the way that they think overlaps a little bit with Mgtow. They believe that we live in this sort of almost like a slave system. Most people are wage slaves, and they seek to break free of that through creating passive streams of income and so on and so forth.
Well, just be careful with it.
Yeah, it sounds really good on paper. I have to take a look at it, but the thing is that you got to remember, when you make an investment, you can still lose on that investment too. It's not a guarantee. Nothing's a guarantee, right? But like what who's the guy from Indiana talking? Sorry, you were talking about saving money, stacking that money. That's always going to be there. The savings will always be there, right? The investments, you kind of have to, you have to kind of be careful with that. Yeah, and it's like a healthy pessimism. I think that's important in investing.
A healthy pessimism.
Healthy pessimism.
That's a good term. Yeah.
Max, just wondering. There's a lore. When I say lore, I mean LORE, in kind of the sphere of ours that is basically within 6 months to 4 years. She kind of gets bored. I mean, look, if you get bored with Brad Pitt or Johnny Depp or Dr. Dre or whatever, Will Smith, it seems to be just a part of a natural thing. So with this girl the lady that you were with for 1 year and 1 month, I'm not meaning to pry. Do you think that she got bored and she got itchy feet? Or I'm not meaning to pry, but usually 6 months. In my case, it was, I believe, 1 year to the month that I reckon it was done. But you can be 6 foot, 6'6", whatever, famous. But just asking and not meaning to pry, What do you think? Do you think you did it, or your actions were that way, or was it maybe your response to the actions that she was committing on you?
I
Sorry.
think this is a very important question. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you have, we've had, I'm sure all of us in here, or many of us, we've had people who, like, you'll see them every couple of months, and you might see them a couple of times in a week, and maybe wait a month, and then all of a sudden you get a text out of the blue, and just a friend with benefits. But I mean, you're not going to be thing with that. But if you get the feels, which is can be guarded against, every man has his own path. When you get the feels, that's when betrayal is the worst. Otherwise, apart from that, they're kind of just a side girl that you think, well, here's my friend John over here, and he's coming to play. Here's your friend Amber. Amber's a good name, and she's coming to play too. And it's all. I'm just saying, Amber. How do I come up with Amber? I don't know why. So yeah, but usually that seems to be the lore. The part of the folklore of our thing is that 6 months to 4 years, and they kind of get bored. I mean, if you can get bored with whoever, some of the best, I mean, it doesn't matter. The Rock, or whoever, they'll get bored with you all the time. I mean, not all, but a Walt. I believe in a Walt. I do believe in a Walt. The natures. A man called Barbarossa and a man called Bernard Chapin. I like them both. Barbarossa and Chapin had real. They really banged heads over the issue, and the issue was this. And once again, I think it's a natural or a spiritual issue. Chapin thought that female behavior could be changed by the laws, which is more MRA, and Barbarossa said, no, this is basically their nature. Now, Bernard, he would call him cockroacher and this and that and the other thing. But I take the side that the female nature, and because of my beliefs as well, my belief system, that it's inherently flawed, their nature. I don't think the nature of the man was inherently flawed, but I think the nature of the female is inherently flawed. Now, if you say you try and use a political scheme to change that, it's not going to happen. It will curtail it and constrain it, but it won't change the nature of that thing. The 1950s.
I'm sorry. When you say Bernard Chapin, are you referring to a
wandering cauldron? Yes, I am.
Politically incorrect discourse.
That's him. Yes, I like Bernard Chapin.
I remember him. I remember that man. What happened to him?
He went off about over a year ago. His channel went down. Nice guy. I liked him. I communicated with him before, but and I liked Barbarossa. So, but I think he just left out of maybe indifference. Sorry. Oh, my mom's calling me.
My understanding was that you forgot about Spetsnaz.
Spets is from my country. He's a good man. Good man, Spets. Yes. Yeah, he's a good man.
He left. I think his final parting words were he wasn't sure that he could really help people anymore. That he couldn't help the men. Like he was seeing something coming.
Spets works. He works with a lot of young offenders. I think. Good.
Yes,
man.
He does. Yep.
So yeah, he's a good man, Spets. Got a lot of people from Australia. Oh my gosh! Sorry, guys. I have to leave for a sec. I've got someone.
That's okay. I was going to say, what's his name? What's his name?
Okay. Sorry. Well, we got Human. We have. Who else do we have? Casual Bachelor from New Zealand.
Bro, tend to your children.
Who?
Children.
I thought the Thugtician was good back in the day.
Who?
I don't know. The Thugtician.
This is something I talked about earlier too. I'm trying to plug as many content creators as I can to expand the community.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at us here. There's 4 of us. This, pardon my language, this goddamn community is so big.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bigger than anybody even realizes. You know, Cowboy, I know you're what, 1,600 subs?
I think I'm 60 subs away from 2,000.
Fucking A, bro.
Yeah, no, talking about like macro politics. Yeah, I think again, I'm sorry to aim so high, but my ultimate goal is political change. Particularly what I consider what victimized me, which is the family court. I don't know how we're going to do it. I think laws are downstream typically from culture. So my shtick is I want to change the culture. I consider myself like an accelerationist. I want to make so many men like me that women, I don't know, maybe the men will get so angry they'll overthrow the government. Or maybe the women will get so angry they'll march on Washington. I don't know. But, I want to create such a social malaise that people openly recognize that there's that we are embroiled in a gender war. And somehow, people will say, "Oh, forget it. We need to man-fair the laws. We need to. There's so many examples. We need to make men's. Most of it's going to be around family court. Basically, we should get rid of family court. If we don't get rid of family court, at the very least, we need to reform it.
Okay, for starters, women, they're not going to help shit. Okay, they're not going to help shit.
I don't know. I hear what
they're not.
You're saying.
Okay, how much have they helped up to this point?
Right. What I'm saying is things can get so worse, or things can get so much worse that even the women can cry out for change. If we can get it to the point where, all right, for example,
there ain't enough of them.
What's that? I'm sorry.
There's not enough of them that will do that.
Again, that's why you crash the system. You would be surprised what people are willing to do when they don't have enough food to eat. Seemingly nice people all of a sudden are going to become real tight when there are no more jobs. Or for example, I'll give you an example. In France, the most famous, she unfortunately just lost. Her name is Le Pen. Le Pen just lost to Macron. However, it's getting to the point in France.
She lost?
Yeah, she lost.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But the point, no, it's okay. But the point is, 10 years ago, people would laugh at the idea of Macron becoming the next president of France. People are not laughing anymore. You have people now, mostly women, crying out, saying, "We don't feel safe. We don't feel safe anymore. I can't walk the street." Gangs of Muslim men walk around and they're hyper masculine. A gang of five. A gang of 5 Muslim men will come up to me and slap me on the ass, and a gang of 10 Frenchmen will see them and they won't do anything. And this is terrible. But the Frenchmen have been emasculated, and the Muslim men, they understand that the social contract between Frenchmen and French women are broken. The men don't care, and so they know they're going to get away with it. So I don't know. I don't claim to know. But I'm just telling you what I see.
I understand.
So anyway, you guys have any closing thoughts? I probably want to close out this stream in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't. I hate to be pessimistic, but I don't see the laws changing anytime soon, and it's not going to happen in our lifetime. I mean, we're just going to have to walk away. I think that's why I chose Mgtow. It's been great for me because I don't have any dependents, and I do whatever I want whenever I want. So that in itself is, I think, a huge advantage. And I practice harm reduction. I'm not chasing, tail the way I used to, and that's been a positive thing, so.
Sure. I'm sorry, or go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, and the only thing I say is just for men to just empower themselves. And I think that's the best way to do it, is go in Mgtow, just empower yourself. Because I was disempowering myself when I was chasing tail and with being a simp and whatever, right? So yeah, just empower yourself. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, those are wise words. I basically completely agree. Yes, in my more pessimistic moments, I unfortunately completely agree with you that it's probably going to get way worse before it gets better. I think that change, there's an old axiom. What is it? The only thing that doesn't change is change itself. There's always change, but yeah, no, I agree. Long term, right now, it seems like we're moving completely towards a gynocentric society. I don't see things getting any better anytime soon. I think eventually, in less than 50 years, let's say probably in 30 years or less, I think the majority of politicians will be women. I think women are getting all the best jobs. And I think that right now, there's nothing we can do. The best thing you can do essentially is head for the hills, so to speak, to protect yourself, cover your own ass. Will that crash society? Yeah, but are you gonna sacrifice your life for you're gonna sacrifice your life for the greater good? I know I'm not.
I agree. Yeah, that's well said.
Yeah.
And then try to retire early. If you're a man, try to do everything you can. Get your ducks in a row. Try to have enough, put yourself in a financial situation where you can have that independence. Like Max was saying, stack that money. You have to do it, and you can do it a lot quicker if you're a Mgtow. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Do you recommend? Would you say you're against at this point seeing professionals, seeing escorts?
Yes, because of the risk. Like Joe and I talk about traversal. We talk about like women having a knife on their back. Like all women have an invisible knife in their back that you can't see, and they can stab you at any time. And that's the same thing with an escort or a massage therapist, or so we do 200 miles in a fake ID if you need to do that thing. But to me, close the door, take a hot shower, and I think that's a better way to do it, and you can save more money. So.
I'm reminded of Tupac Shakur. You guys may remember Tupac Shakur, the famous American rapper.
Oh yeah.
He said something very similar. He said, bitch, what is it? Bitches get horny, men die. Bitches get horny, men die. And he said, we got to take it back to the old penitentiary days where you just you get a sock and you take care of your own business. I mean, that's what he literally said. Almost verbatim. The women have become so dangerous, they can destroy your lives to the point.
That was 30 years ago, and that was 30 years ago. Look how much worse.
That was 30 years ago.
Look at it now.
And, so I guess I'll leave it with that. Do you have any gentlemen? You guys just real quick, if you have any closing remarks?
No real closing remarks, but Cowboy, I appreciate you making content. I think it's really important for, even if we're small, I think it's really important for us. And if I had the amount of subscribers that you had, goddamn, that would be hard to manage. I can't imagine what Terrence Pop and Chronic and
right,
and Terrence Pop, Hammerhand, what those guys are.
Yeah, right. I'm not getting any death threats yet. Wait till I have at least 10K. So
okay, but yeah, I think it's really important for us to stay out here, to keep spouting our shit. It don't matter if it's 50 subs or 20,000 subs. It's really important for us to stay out here and keep on doing what we're doing. And
of course, I'm gonna have to check out your channel. I didn't know that you make content, or at least I've never checked out your content just yet. Yeah, of course. I say it all the time. I do it because I love you, but I also because I love me. I consider this like I made a video about it. It's called cognitive behavioral therapy. I think that a lot of MGTOW men are men who they've been emasculated. They've had bad experiences with women. They've had bad experiences with the law or the courts. And yeah, this is one way to kind of. I see this as it's a kind of therapy. It helps me. It literally makes me happier.
Yep, me too. And I think what you just talked about is spot on. A lot of mental health goes into this. I think a lot of these men out here, they have just had the rug ripped out from under them.
Sure.
They miss their kids. The family fell apart, and
Sure.
That ain't fun for a man. And
No, that's Dante. That's one of Dante's. That's hell. That's the inferno. Do you know who One Fast Stack is? One Fast Stack.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah. He's celebrating. I think he's approaching 6,000 subscribers now. I mean,
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted some pussy, but we all want some pussy. He got involved with a woman. He lent her, a couple grand, and when it was time to pay up, she refused, and somehow he ended up in jail. I think he spent like almost 4 months in jail. I mean, there's no way you're going to.
That was
convince me
over a false allegation. Yeah. I know who One Fast Stack is. Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think we said everything that needed to be
Okay.
said.
Okay. Cool. And the last thing I wanted to say to you was, earlier in the conversation, I don't want you to take any offense, but I do agree. I do disagree with you when so I do disagree with you, but I don't want you to be upset with me or anything. I just think this whole thing about accepting prostitution, I think for those men maybe who are in that stage of life, if that's an itch that they need to scratch, I just think that it's I think I understand that you're against it, but I'm not, and I don't. My intention is not to get any men busted.
Cowboy, you are not
thing is-
offending me at all.
Yeah, you're not offending me either. But the thing is, like, for me, I'm 6'1", 240, and been on the, I've been hanging out with wise guys, since I was 18, 16, 14, so I know the streets really well. Even though you look at me, you wouldn't think I would know the streets, but I know.
Where do you live?
Well, I live in the West Coast. I'll just say the West Coast. But I grew up on the East Coast.
If I remember, you're from the East Coast, but right now you reside in the West Coast.
Yeah, in a big city on the West Coast. Yeah, but I grew up in outside of New York City, and I've done it like I know the streets. I'll just put it that way, and you wouldn't know that if you met me. But so I wouldn't like for me to say, oh, it's okay, go out and do it. I wouldn't revise that if you're like 5'7", 160 pounds. If you like these women, like I've seen women, like I've been like they're carrying knives, and they're doing. There's a lot of crazy stuff with there. In other words, I'm confident I can take care of myself, right? That's what I'm trying to say. So I can't advise that to people because it is a little bit dangerous when you pursue those things. When you're pursuing prostitution or maybe in a brothel it's not as bad, of course, or a massage parlor, but to me it's like such a high risk activity, and that's one of the things we preach at Mgtow is harm reduction. Because what it is too, another thing I want to bring up real quick is the bait and switch. How women are always presenting themselves, with perfume and makeup and whatever, right, as this beautiful creature. But you got to remember, they got that invisible knife in their back, and they could stab you and they could cut you up like this guy, like your buddy there, but One Fast Actor. What's his name? Yeah. So that's always that potential for disaster and danger, and men need to be aware of it. So that's why I'm not a naive person, through experience and through the people I grew up with. I grew up with a lot of guys that, they have vowels in their last name, and they're kind of, they're, what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. They're just a little different.
Vowels in their last name. What is that? Is that like Italian?
I'm just saying,
Jewish Italian gangsters from New York?
I kind of, they're kind of like, they were like one off, but they knew guys that, you know what I'm saying? I used to hang out with those guys. So I kind of know how to navigate through that. And a lot of people don't, because we used to make fun of like the squares. We would say, look at these guys. This guy's a lawyer, he's a doctor. They have no clue how the streets operate. They have no idea. They just don't. They didn't grow up that way. They grew up in a more, you know what I'm saying? They didn't grow up that way. They're just very naive to the streets and how things work. They don't. And I'll just be real quick. One last thing. We live in a predatory world, and people need to understand that. And they don't. Unfortunately, they don't. So, just protect. It's all about, for me, Mgtow is about protecting yourself and your assets. You know what I mean? So,
yep.
So just yeah. So go ahead. Yeah.
That's how different everything is. I mean, what you just described. You live in a totally different atmosphere than I would ever want to live in, but you just described it. I would never put myself there. You are there because you were put there by your parents. You had to grow up in New York fucking city. And yeah, man, it's wild. I live out here amongst the corn. I live in a small town. It ain't like that here.
Yeah. I have plans on moving to that area. I think I told you.
Evansville.
Evansville. Yeah. So of course, Texas is always on my mind. They call me cowboy. But I really think the southern edge of Indiana could be what I'm looking for. Just quickly, and then we can end it. At Evansville, population 120,000. The real estate market there is, I don't want to say it's depressed, but it's not exactly Manhattan. You can get a nice house, or I probably would want to start with a duplex. I already have the money for it. I just haven't pulled the trigger, especially with these smaller cities.
Sure.
It's I don't know. It's cheaper. The real estate's cheaper. I think every
and
other
you're coming
state
from Chicago.
Yeah, everything's expensive here. Yeah, every other state that borders Indiana has a higher state income tax. It's business friendly. I don't know what I'm going to do, but southern Indiana, Texas, Tennessee, maybe Florida. I don't know, man. I just tell young men, stay off of hard drugs, get your money right, get independent, and then eventually, when you can make a move, move to a place. Get away from the communists. So I'll leave it at that.
I think that's a very good parting message.
Yeah. All right, boys. Listen, I'm running out of gas. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Cowboy. Yeah, no, I just want to say thanks before we leave. Yeah, I appreciate the podcast.
Oh yeah. Oh man, it was my pleasure. Trust me. Well, by the way, what can I call you? Should I call you Juliet Lewis, or should I call you Joey, or Trav Boy?
Yeah, Trav Bodyguard. No, I just Joey's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Joey. Okay. I sure as fuck don't want to call you Juliet Lewis.
She's my favorite actor of all time.
An inside joke.
We're trying. Yeah, we're still trying. Well, sure. Yeah, we're trying to get that Natural Born Killer scene reenacted so I can punch her in the mouth. I don't know if you ever saw that movie. She beats up these two truckers. Yeah, I'm trying to get that reenacted so I can jump in there and beat the crap out of her.
That sounds weird to me to be asked if I've seen Natural Born Killers, because everybody, well, I'm 45, but everybody that is 45 or younger, they done seen Natural Born Killers.
Yeah, I can't stand that movie, and I can't stand her. So anyway,
the only scene I can remember from that movie is when they're standing at the bridge and they're like cutting each other's hands and.
Oh no, you got to watch the whole thing, man. It's a wild movie.
Yeah, okay.
There's a lot of stuff involved there. Watch the whole thing, all the way through. Take some time out.
I'll have to do that
and watch that movie.
Do that. All right, gentlemen. I'm sorry. I'm going to cut it here. I'm so sorry, but it was a pleasure, and we'll speak again. Okay.
All right. Cool. Good night, fellas. Take care.
Take care, y'all.
All right, gentlemen. Take care now.
All right. Bye.